What direction do we not turn? No, you only turn right, no lefts. Anytime you were given a choice, make a right. There are no choices, it's a loop. When you get back to the venue, there's a giant inflatable skeleton. Make
Definitely.
Here's our course records. Here was my list of storylines. Morning, yeah, welcome to the Endless Endurance edition of the Loopy Looper, presented by Endless Endurance here at Cooper River Park. My name is Brian Paulson, joined by
Michelle Goldberg.
All
Good
right.
morning.
Here. Maybe we'll let the runners here take off.
And they're off.
Ooh.
Look at all that energy, Bud Wilson.
This is great. This was great to be able to get on right here as the runners are starting. So for those of you that are tuned in at home watching, welcome. Like I said, I'm Brian. This is Michelle. We'll be with you pretty much on and off all day, kind of taking you through the race, talking you through what's going on. Got just a great shot here of our runners as they embark on what's going to be a great 12 hours, 24 hours, 100-mile distance. Some people running as a relay. We'll get into all of that here shortly, but for now, it's always just nice to watch the runners kind of take off and get their day started.
I think the biggest news today is the weather. I think the biggest news for the Loopy Looper is always the weather, but for today, it's absolutely gorgeous. Like, this is a fantastic summer day. This is the kind of day that every year I've run this race, I have wished for. So we're so excited for everyone getting just an incredible day.
Yeah, that's going to be that's going to be our storyline, I think, on and off through most of the day.
Yes.
Is going to be the weather. Yeah, we're going to be talking a lot about it. We'll talk a lot about it as it relates to some of the course records, as we kind of like get rolling and we get some shots of our runners. But a great shot there. It took about a minute or so for everyone in the race to get through the chute. Michelle, you've run this race a number of times. We can kind of start, with this time of the day. Say 6:55 to 7 a.m. as the race is getting rolling. What are kind of the feelings going through the runner's head as they're standing in the start corral or as they're listening to Pete from Endless Endurance talk about the race? Like, what are some of those feelings as you're getting ready to embark on, like I said, either a 12-hour day or a 24-hour day? From your experience.
Even just walking through this morning, like chatting with folks and saying hi to everyone, there's a lot of energy. There's a lot of nervous energy, and a lot of folks are aware it's going to be a really long day. I think no matter what the weather, even when it's perfect, there's no easy ultra. So it's a long day, and you know that you're committing to that amount of time. The beautiful thing about a timed race, I think it's a really, really good entry point for a lot of people who want to start running ultras, because when you're doing a 12 or even a 24-hour race, there's no required distance you have to get to. You have it's like an open window of that amount of time. You do as much as you want. If you need a break, you take a break. If you want to take a nap, you can take, you can do whatever you need to do to take care of yourself and make sure that you're okay. Or you can push really hard and grind it out. And it's also an opportunity to really, really see what you can do within a set time frame. So I think folks are probably nervous, but really excited, because the energy, like, this race is so much fun. There's just such a fun, it's almost like a family atmosphere. It's like your family. It's all your friends that are so close they're like family. And it's just a blast.
Yeah, it's great. There's a couple of things you mentioned there that I want to touch on. The first one being let's talk a little bit just about the race format for people that, if you're not familiar and you're hearing us throw these terms around like 12-hour, 24-hour. So this race it actually is kind of two different formats at once with the addition of the 100-mile race. But a number of the runners are running either they're running for a 12-hour set amount of time or a 24-hour set amount of time. Like Michelle said, that time is really yours to do with it what you please. If you sign up for the 12-hour and you're just trying to see how far you can run, or maybe you've never run a 50K and you want to try to just run a 50K and then stop, you can do that. It's totally up to you, right?
Yeah.
Which, like Michelle said, like, makes the race really approachable. So it's how many loops you can do in that 12-hour or 24-hour time span. The loop is 3.75 miles, so just under 4 miles. In ultra distance, it runs pretty true to that 3.75 miles. Sometimes, you'll run an ultra. For those of you that are maybe, more trail runners or something, you might run a 50-mile race that's 54 miles or something, right? This is pretty true to that, like,
when
50.
When your 100-miler is actually 106.
Yeah. So it's interesting. So on the flip side of that, for this race, there is a 100-mile distance, which is different, right? You run until you hit, that 100-mile mark. The way the loops work here, it's 101.25 miles, which they actually really, make sure that is something that the runners, I think, know. Like, it even on the race website, it says 101.25. So that's kind of the flip side, right? So you have this timed race format that is maybe a little bit more approachable if you're trying to get into the sport or you're pushing to try to get a certain distance or whatever the case may be. And then there's the 100-mile race as well, which for some people, like, mirrors the 24-hour race. For some people, it's a little bit longer. For some people, it's a little bit shorter.
Right.
There's a 30-hour cutoff for the 100-mile race. So we'll have people that just started at 7 a.m. that have until 1 p.m. on Sunday to run 100 miles. And, last year I think we got pretty close to that. We were here live streaming at the end of the race, like, till around, like, right around 1 o'clock. We had someone finish with, I think like 5 or 6 minutes to spare. So
Yeah.
people will be out there for a long time over
Yes.
the next,
Yes.
couple days.
Definitely.
go ahead.
A key thing to know is that partial loops do not count in this format. So that's why the 100-miler is 101.25, because you have to complete every loop that you start to have it count toward it, whether you're doing the time distance or the full 100-mile format. But there are also several other distances happening.
Mm-hmm.
Brian mentioned the 12-hour. There is a 12-hour relay format where you can have a team of, I think
four.
to 4.
Mm-hmm.
And you can kind of figure out how you want to handle that and do the relay. There's also a 24-hour relay, and we have a lot of teams doing the 24-hour relay.
So there's 12-hour relay. There's 13
teams.
And then the 24-hour, there's 9
So
teams.
that's 13 teams of 4,
Yeah.
and then for the 24-hour, 9 teams of 4, which is awesome. That's so much fun. So for a lot of those folks, especially the 24 hours, they'll set up a tent and they'll take turns and kind of run in shifts. And folks who aren't running, maybe they sleep, they relax, they support everyone else, help all their other friends who are out here. But I know that's a really fun way to be a part of the race too.
Yeah.
And we can't forget the other the fun race happening. It's called the Glow Up Loop.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I almost forgot.
So at nighttime after dark, I think it starts at like 10.
Yeah.
Is it 10 p.m.?
Yeah, I'll get you the exact time in a second. Go ahead, tell them a little bit
So
about it.
tonight, after dark, there's a 1 loop race. So it's a little over a 5K because it's 3.75. But it's a glow up loop, and folks come out, and sometimes we've had like young kids come out. People bring their families because a 5K is pretty approachable. It's a lot of fun. And people have glow sticks, they have like glowing outfits, all kinds of different fun lights and things. So that's a really fun burst of energy, especially for the people who have been here all day and are continuing to run into the night. To have that glow up loop start is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was looking for
we
the
go.
time. I know. 10 p.m. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
10 p.m. You nailed it. Yeah, the glow up loop's awesome. It kind of mirrors, and I know it takes like a little bit of kind of pays homage a little bit to what they do at Javelina. For people that have been out there, they do like the 1 loop at Javelina. Obviously that loop's a bit longer. It's closer to that like 20-mile range. Yeah. So but yeah, it is great. It, like you said, super approachable, super fun. Yeah, glow up loop's awesome. That's a newer thing here that's been going on the last 2 years or so. Yeah. And then the other award that they give out, and it's kind of the last one to talk about, is the fastest first loop, right? So, I guess if you wanted to kind of push your luck here, there's the fastest first loop award that is a part of the awards every year as something that's something that's kind of fun. So male and female, fastest person to finish the first loop will get an award at the end of this thing. I think if you're going for the 12-hour, you're trying to compete in the 12-hour, you're trying to compete in one of the other races, it might not always be the smartest thing to try to win the fastest first
Brian
loop.
and I are both giggling because
It's great.
Going out really, really hard and fast is absolutely what not to do when you're running an ultra. That is not advisable. That's never it's hardly ever a great strategy.
Yes, I agree. Unless you're like a professional.
Even then, it's kind of like the show up and blow up kind of. So we're both giggling, but it is unreal. I've seen a couple of times like how fast some folks have finished that first loop. So it's a lot of fun to see like who's daring enough to really throw it down and go out really hard and strong.
A couple people did. It looked like on the live stream right away. Like I think we were able to get those shots as the race was starting right away. Like it looked like some people were ripping right off the start, which is awesome. So we'll have a fastest first loop probably within the next 15 minutes or so, just based on like paces of the past and things like that. So we'll hopefully be able to get you a bib on that, which is always like kind of a fun thing. I would be interested. So I know this just from doing these. no one's ever won the fastest first loop and then won their respective race. It would be so cool if one year like somebody won their respective.
That would be pretty badass.
Yeah. That would be awesome, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? So yeah, that's kind of like our other fun little thing. So we got a lot going on today. A ton of different bibs. We'll try to get you all the different bibs and what they mean, and what bib colors are associated with different races. We'll try our best to shout out as many runners as we can throughout the day. Just in terms of talking standpoint, a lot of times we end up kind of talking about the front of the race, but we're always trying to make sure we focus and get shout out to everyone that's out there running the race, because it is such a big sort of like monumental thing for people to do, and that's always like one of our major talking points too as we get rolling.
I think it's great with this race. There are always so many folks who come out who this is their very first ultra, and this is the first time that they've approached the distance. A lot of people are ultra curious for a long time and wonder, like, could I do it? How long could I last? What would that be like? And so this is just a perfect format to approach that.
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, even like myself personally, like I ran my first ultra in 2020. Or 2020 or 2019, right around then. And this race had been going on before that. And I remember like just one day being out on a run, like I'm a local to this area, and just kind of like seeing this race going on. And it does draw you in. I mean, there's a lot going on here. There's tents everywhere. There's music. We're behind this cool screen because we caused too much trouble, so they put us back here so no one can see us. But there's a ton going on. If you're local to the area, you're in South Jersey, kind of in this Collingswood area, pop on by either, sometime today or sometime tomorrow. It's a beautiful day. You couldn't ask for a better day, and
Absolutely
we'll have to
gorgeous. Get
get into the weather here in a second. But yeah, this is a great opportunity to come just kind of like check out the scene and see what's going on and watch people run and cheer them on. I think for me, this race, one of the reasons why I love this race, and one of the reasons why I actually love being on this side of things, there's a beautiful shot here of Cooper River
gorgeous.
Park, is I always leave this race feeling like inspired to then train for something. Like this is usually like the time of my own personal calendar where like I'll do something in the spring, and then I like just kind of run in the summer.
Oh, there we've got runners on the other side of the river coming around past the boatyard.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a great shot.
Absolutely gorgeous day. It is like 65 degrees. A little, like, it's not, relatively, it's not very humid right now, but during the day, the humidity is going to drop, and we are going to have a dew point like in the 50s all day long, which is unreal, because last year the humidity was like 95, 99%, probably with a dew point in like the high 70s.
Yeah,
it was
really,
nasty. Really brutal.
So let's talk about the weather. Let's just like let's just like fully dive into everything the weather is gonna like present today as like challenges and
look at them go.
Positives.
Yes.
So like Michelle said, weather. We have the current temperature on our screen right in front of us, 65 degrees outside. Right now. Gonna get up to like mid to high 70s. Humidity is gonna drop a little bit, like Michelle just said. It's gonna be a beautiful day to run, right? It's this is what I was saying to my wife, and she was making fun of me all week. Uncharacteristically cool for this time time of the year. So that's gonna play a huge part of this race, right? Like Michelle said, this race last year was super hot. It's August. It's August 2nd. This race is pretty much known as being a race that it's flat, it's fast. We'll talk a little bit about the course itself, but flat and fast. But the weather is kind of like the protector of the race, if you will, right? It's the thing that reels people in and keeps you honest with your pace, keeps you really honest with fueling strategies and cooling strategies and all of those different sort of nuances that we'll talk about throughout the day. Not saying that isn't there still, because it certainly is. Yeah, but it's definitely different today.
When you're running today, you will feel hot.
Yeah.
Folks are going to be losing a lot of
fluid.
They're going to be losing a lot of fluid,
water.
Sweating out all day long. I'm just seeing a couple people come through, but I think they're just passing
spectators,
by.
I think.
Yeah.
Still, yeah. So on the weather front, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So losing fluids, you're gonna have to still obviously be keeping up your strategies.
You really have to manage your electrolytes in a long endurance event in the summertime.
Yeah, but it is different, right? Like, so I was saying my example was Michelle and I were talking about this off camera. Like, I ran here yesterday at the park just to kind of like get excited about the race. I was like, I'm gonna come down here and do my run here. And obviously you're still, yesterday was fairly cool as well. You know, I'm still sweating, but it's not to the point where like my shoes are damp, right? Whereas, normally on a day like this, your shoes are wet. You might change your shoes. You got your neck bandanas on with ice. Again, you still might have some of that today, but you probably don't have it right now. So on the flip side of that, and this is, I think, going to be an interesting like storyline to watch, do people, although it's cool out, do people forget it's August and like maybe not keep up with fueling and cooling in a way that they normally would because they kind of get trapped in this like it's pretty cool right now, but if it hits 80, like 80's still 80.
80's still 80.
Yeah, like it's still pretty hot. So I think that'll be an interesting storyline, like with just the front of the pack and like how people manage the heat going into a day where they're like, oh, it's like not really that hot out, and then next thing you know, at 2 p.m. like it still is going to be fairly. It's still August.
I definitely agree. I think I don't know. It'll be interesting because it will feel hot. Like if we ask anyone later on, they're gonna be asking for ice. They're still gonna be feeling the warmth, even though like if you've ever run in the like 95 degrees and full humidity, this is gonna feel amazing. But we're just speaking in relative terms.
Yeah, definitely. So weather's a story all day.
Absolutely.
We'll still talk as we go throughout the day about like cooling strategies and fueling strategies and some of the different things that runners are going to have to do. Just because it's 15 degrees colder than normal doesn't mean you can just, pick up a handheld and go run for 12 hours. You still have to like practice strategies. So,
and that's something interesting that I see so many people who kind of approach it differently in terms of their hydration. There are a lot of people. So the beauty of having a looped course like this, the 3.75 miles, is that you come past your stuff every single loop. So a lot of people will set up a tent. They'll just set up their gear, and then every time you come by, like, you can get whatever you need. So there are some folks who have a tendency to not carry very much out on the course. You'll see a lot of runners come through and all they have is maybe a handheld bottle, and they'll carry just enough hydration for that one loop, and then they'll refill every single time they come by. Other folks will still wear like a full hydration vest. For me personally, I usually run this race with my full vest, partly because that's how I train for other stuff, but I also don't want to have to stop every loop. So it does take time. Like, it depends on what your goals are. If you don't mind taking the time to stop and refill your bottle to pick up food, snacks, or whatever, then maybe you just carry the very, very minimal. For me personally, I don't want to have to stop. So I carry what I need for at least a couple loops.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think runners too, like as you I don't know if become more experienced is the right word, but I mean, as you start doing more of these, you start to learn like what works for you and what doesn't. Like I know kind of the same thing, like personally in races like this, like I'm not as good at looped races because of that idea. Like I have a hard time like going through an aid station over and over and over again. You have the desire to stop, right? And I think like that always is in a race like this, like that can be like truly the downfall where you're like, oh, it's great, I can just run with one bottle. But then you stop, and then you start stopping, it gets easier to stop. So I agree. I think that is a really interesting like strategy to kind of see from like as we'll see runners go through like what their strategies are in terms of carrying nutrition and carrying fuel and water and electrolytes and calories and what that looks like. Everyone has their own thing that works for them. Takes a little while to kind of figure out what the thing that works for you is. And it's interesting, you'll see throughout the day, like that changes throughout the day. So some folks might start carrying more, and then they might
minimize, or the opposite. But also a lot of people do use a looped format like this to figure out what actually works for them. So it's a great opportunity to kind of try different things. Maybe you do one loop with your vest, and then you drop it and you just carry something in your hand, or wear a belt with what you need in your belt.
Yeah, I think to kind of tie it into something we talked about earlier, it's one of the things that makes this race full circle, or not full circle. It's what makes the race. Oh, it is a full circle, but it's what makes this race approachable for for people that are getting into the sport, because there is that safety net of like, if something goes wrong, you're not really that far from your stuff, or you're not really that far from the start finish. It's a little bit more difficult if you're trying to get into the sport to sign up for a 50K that has 3 aid stations in the middle of the woods. It's just,
where like you have to have a crew, you have to have people there to support you. Something like this, you absolutely can do without a crew.
Yeah, definitely.
And again, it's kind of like everybody has a different way of approaching it, but there are a lot of folks who will come and they don't need a crew. They just set up their stuff. They can get what they need. I've done this race that way a lot of times.
Yeah.
But then also, like, it's a full-on party atmosphere, because then there are also big groups of support and friends and family who come out, and you'll see folks set up their tents, and like they've got their family members and their friends and loved ones who come, like they come all day long and support and help out, and it's so amazing. It's so much fun to see that.
Yeah, it's great. The atmosphere here is awesome. You mentioned it earlier about like the kind of like reunion type of atmosphere, like what this race is for this community. It is so strong. It is. Oh, we have some people cheering behind us. So yeah, the race director actually texted me and he said someone's about to come through, and he said it is a relay team though. So which kind of makes sense. Like you would think the first runner through would be someone from one of the relay teams. And I don't believe the relay teams are eligible for fastest first lap, but I could be wrong. But there we go. We have a runner through there
in 22 minutes 20 seconds.
Which is
so that's almost 4 miles in 22 minutes 20 seconds. That's very fast.
Yeah, super fast. Really fast.
It is fun. The relay teams, you do see sometimes they tend to run a lot faster because they're running for a shorter period of time and they're switching off. But they get some miles.
Yeah, they do. It is cool. I would like to do this as a relay one year. I think that would be really fun. Yeah. There's a couple that are fun. There's another race on the Schuylkill River Trail that's similar.
It does a relay?
Yeah. So so the only ultra distance they have is a 50K, so it doesn't get like a ton of ultra like press, I guess.
I've done that one.
Yeah,
the SRT.
Yeah.
I've done
so they
that.
have a relay for that, which I think would be cool too. Like you could do it with only 3 people too, and then you're still getting like 10 miles. And I don't know. I think the relay format's interesting. It's fun. It would be fun to do as like a training day, or I don't know. Maybe one day when I'm not holding the mic.
So for the longer periods of time, probably for the 12-hour also, but definitely for the 24-hour, it is a challenge because you are on and then off.
Yeah.
And you do a run and then you're resting and then you have to go back and run, and sometimes that's hard. To have to get up in the middle of the night at 3 a.m. and go do a couple loops. That's not easy.
Yeah, and it's an awkward amount of time to rest too, because you'll have 3 other people run, so like it could be anywhere like an hour plus. Normally would be an hour plus, right? So yeah.
And you're also managing, I mean, there are challenges when you have more people. There's more room for different things to happen. We got another runner coming through.
Yeah, you'll see. We'll get a shot here of the track.
Somebody in the distance.
It's a little hard for us to see the bibs, but based on the bib, you might.
Yeah, the sun glare right now is making it tough to see which bib they're wearing. So each of the different races and distances have a different color bib.
I think that's a yellow one, which is a relay. Oh, no, it might not
yellow
be. No,
is a 100-miler.
Oh, yeah, that might have been Stephen Crawford.
Okay, so
let's look.
The relay bibs are both sort of blue colors. One is like a turquoise blue, that's the 12-hour relay, and then more of a royal blue is the 24-hour relay. So the relay bibs are both blue colors.
All right.
The 100-miler bibs are yellow. Okay, I can't read that far.
Yeah, I know. Which one are you looking at?
The orange one.
I can't see that one either.
The 12-hour race bibs are black and purple.
Yeah.
And the orange one?
24
It's the 24-hour. Okay. Brian and I need better glasses.
Yeah. The orange one's hard to see. The rest of them, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Oh,
right.
Nice. There we go. All right, cool. Let's see if we can get an update here. Maybe it'll be.
Last seen on course?
I thought that, but I don't think. Oh, yeah, it was. Last seen on course. So, yeah, that was. So,
awesome. Male
first runner through. Yeah, Stephen Crawford went through in 24 minutes and 33 seconds. He is. Let's see. Yeah, he's running the 100. He's running the 100-miler.
Amazing.
So, yeah, wins fastest first lap. He's running the 100-miler. I know. I don't want to speak for him because I don't know if this is true. I know he does a lot of rucking, will walk with the pack.
Okay,
so
cool.
he could be doing that today. So he could have went out really fast and then done that. But again, I don't want to speak for him. I don't know what his race strategy is, but it was really cool to still see a guy in the 100-miler win the fastest first lap. So. Yeah, we have a 12-hour runner through already. It looks like 2 Ross Charles Winders. So we have our first 12-hour runner through. I know Ross is kind of going to be one of those names to watch and look at throughout the day. He's a runner that puts out a lot of big goals for races like this.
And has done really well. Yeah, at this race.
Has done really well. Has the ability to run really fast. So he's a name we're just going to keep an eye on as the day goes. The day keeps going. So he's our first 12-hour runner through. So, yeah, we're starting to get some runners through the first lap, which is awesome. So we're gonna have a lot of people coming through here shortly, and the day is on. The race is underway, and it's going to be a good one. There's a ton of names to kind of watch and people to shout out, so we'll try our best to shout out as many of them throughout the day as we can.
Definitely.
All right. Well, you were talking earlier. I wanted to talk a little bit about this. The kind of just the feel of the race, that family feel of the race, the reunion feel of the race. And as we get some more runners coming through, we'll try to shout them out. I have always felt like this race is one of the kind of cornerstone races of this area.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it has grown every single year. We got more folks
some more runners
through.
coming through. So we got a couple.
They're cruising, too.
I think we got our first female runner through, too. All right, so let's shout just a couple names to make sure we shout out. So on the 12-hour side of things, we've had a couple runners come through. We had Chris Shaw come through. So Chris Shaw is currently the defending champion in the 12-hour race on the men's side. He won last year. He tied the course record in 75 miles. He then won the sister race to this race in the winter, which is the Frosty Looper. It's an 8-hour format. Same loop. He won that race. So he's through kind of our first loop. We have a Jace Gross, who I don't know Jace Gross, but Jace Gross on the male side, the 12-hour race,
Jace
19
Gross
years
19?
old. Yes, I
Wow.
love that.
It's so much fun to see this wide span of the age range. I mean, we have runners as young as 18, 19 years old. And all the way up to, we're going to have to find out who.
Our oldest runner is?
I see 76, but I think we have older than that. Is Al Emma here today?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. His name was on the start list. There you go, 85.
Yeah. Okay. Al Emma
doing the
does
24
every
hour.
single iteration of this race. He's here every year. I've seen him at other races. Al is 85 years old and comes out here and does this ultra every year, and not just this one. Al is fantastic.
Yeah, it's great.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, so then on so we have a couple female runners come through too on the 12-hour side. So Emmy, I guess that's Emmy, right? Emmy Simon, 22 years old. Young. 22 is when we talk about this sport, you're going to hear us say this a lot, maybe because we're not 22, but
What?
but yeah.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, 22 is pretty young to be kind of in this sport, so that's great. She's leading on the women's side through one loop, and
Got
then
a runner right here getting a little. Oh, look, that's a relay change right there. Oh, that's so cool.
So I think they
Switching
have
out.
2 bibs. Yeah, they have
There
the
they
race
go.
bib, and then they have.
It's like passing the baton. So yeah, the relay runners are dropping their bib belt, and they have to give it to the next runner.
Yeah.
Who then puts that on.
Yeah, I think they have that's the way they track it. So there's
They
two.
track both the team
Yeah.
and the individual. So that's really fun to be able to see that happen. Do a little switcheroo.
Right at the start finish line too.
Yeah.
Wasting no time. Strategy coming in early.
All right, that is fantastic.
All right, and then we have our other woman through in the 12 hours, Tara Wilson, 41 years old. Let's see if I can see. I'll get where everyone's from in a second here. I'll get that up on another screen. But yeah, so we have Emmy Simon and Tara Wilson, 2 females through the 12 hours so far, along with, again, a handful of other people. We have a lot of relay teams that are already through as well. So, yeah, I mean, we're underway. We have, we are underway. Let's see if we can.
Another relay switch off happening. That's so cool. And some of the relay teams have some really fantastic names also. We've got Muscle Mommies. We've got
here's your team relays.
Dudes Who Loop, Crush Your Goals,
A bunch.
Chafing the Dream.
That's a good one.
Endorphin Energizers, Project Blank Girlies, Gender Neutral Baby Girl Mob Bosses. Hell yeah. The Funner Runners, Ladies Who Loop, Off Leash Dogs. Oh my God, these are fantastic.
Great names.
South Philly Whippets, Ultra Kill, Beyond Limitation Runners. These are really, really good. If we missed you, we'll shout out some of the other ones too.
I feel like if you're do this as a relay, you have to not take yourself too
You have to have
yeah,
fun
you
with
have to
it.
have fun
Totally.
with it, right?
You'll see costumes
Yeah.
I just saw one of them is heat stroking it.
Some good ones, which is awesome. All right, this screen's probably going to be a little bit easier for us to track.
Bunch of folks coming through right now.
Yeah, this will be easier for us to kind of track. So
it's kind of like the first loop. I don't know about you, but for me, it takes me. That looks like Tina Custode right there. I know Tina's run. Yep.
Yeah, she's. We'll talk about her as this race goes on.
Oh yeah, she's here. She's here with purpose today.
Yeah,
for
I think
sure.
I'm gonna maybe mess up the distance, but I think
She's doing the 100.
so. And at Hainesport, which is another local race in a fall, so almost a year ago, she won the overall 100.
Oh yeah.
Or the 24, whichever one she did.
Yeah.
She won the outright.
Nice.
Yeah, so
Nice.
she's a super
that's
strong runner
fantastic.
to watch.
She's definitely here with purpose today.
First loop, you were saying, kind of getting into the race a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, but before I go back to that, my brain is jumping all over.
That's all right. It's as soon as we start, it's like everything you want to touch on
it's
at once.
So
I'm with you.
But one thing that I wanted to mention was, if say in the 24-hour distance, if 2 people both do, let's say 12-hour.
Yeah,
if 2 people both do 75 miles. It's the one who does that distance in less time that is the winner. So in the timed races, it is the distance that you run. There's Randy Zuckerberg. We got a bunch of other folks. It's the distance that you run, but also the amount of time that you do it in. So if Brian and I were racing and we both did 50 miles, but Brian actually finished his 50 miles in 10 hours, 30 minutes, and I did my 50 miles in 11 hours, 15 minutes, Brian would rank higher than me. So just FYI, the amount of time that it takes you matters also if you do the same distance.
Yeah. So, that was this is wild. So, I mean, even in the 100-miler, we, have a bunch of people through the 100-mile already.
Yeah.
And this is kind of a storyline that I have as one to maybe touch on a little bit later. It's an interesting progression. So this race has been around for
I think 2019, wasn't that?
Yeah, I was gonna say 7 or 8 years.
Because I did it in 2020, and I think that was the second year.
Yeah. So 2019.
Yeah.
So we've had There's been like and I think maybe last
There's
year
Bud Wilson.
into this year has been the first or the biggest transition in this. I think we're starting to see a lot of runners that started this race like the first year or the second year doing the 12-hour and doing really well. Like, and I don't know if progressing is the right word, but like transitioning to the 24-hour and the 100-mile.
Yep.
Like, I was looking at the list, and it's interesting. I don't want to call it like a changing of the guard, so to speak, but a lot of the names that like I know that we would normally talk about as being competitive in the 12-hour are now the runners that are in like the 100-mile and the 24-hour. And the 12-hour is almost like this new crop of runners in some way. I mean, even just looking.
I would completely. I mean, that was my own personal history with the race. Like, I did the 12-hour in 2020 and 2021. Then I did the 24-hour, and then I did the 100-miler. There's Gags.
There he
Keep
is.
an eye on him.
He's in the 100-miler.
Yes, he's doing the 100-miler. He is a previous winner of the 12-hour.
Still the course record holder.
Still course record
Yeah,
holder.
him and Crishaw both have. It's like a tied record at 75 miles.
Okay.
For the 12-hour, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it's like he's still listed. Yep, he's still
yeah.
the course record holder.
Yeah.
No one's beaten it.
Oh, here's a good view of runners coming through. So they come around the loop. They come through this chute that you're seeing right now, past the aid station, and onto the track. So they're only on a very short section of the track. They don't go around the full loop of it. But the start-finish line right there is over the track. And it's kind of cool because for the 12-hour folks, a lot of them set up all their stuff in their tents down along both sides of the track. And so as they come through that chute, they can hit their tent. You can see some of the tents there in the background. Mm-hmm. But it's really just the most amazing setup because they come right past the aid station. They don't have to deviate from the course at all to refill, to get what they need from aid. We have a phenomenal skeleton crew of volunteers for this race, and every year it just grows and grows. Races like this don't happen without the incredible volunteers. So shout out to everyone who is here supporting, who's making it happen, who sets up, who's takes care of the runners all day long. The volunteers are just fantastic and really contribute so much to the overall vibe and community feel of this race.
Yeah, volunteering's cool. It's something that if you're a part of the community, you run the races, I always think it's cool to give back in some way, shape, or form to the races that you do. Try to volunteer. I know Endless Endurance, you had mentioned the term, right? Skeleton crew. Endless Endurance gives back to the volunteers, whether it's discounted race entry or whatever it is. So there's always an incentive to volunteer. These things don't happen without volunteers.
Right.
But I've had some of the most fun I've had at races volunteering.
My God, I love
it's so
it.
fun.
It is so much fun. And actually, if there's a great view of all of our skeleton crew at the aid station, everybody's with the blue shirts and so many great folks supporting and volunteer, and they literally everything you need. So you'll see folks come by, they grab a snack, they refill their bottles, and the volunteers are there to help. If you are curious about doing an ultra, particularly if you have any interest in doing longer distances, I can't recommend enough to get out there and volunteer because honestly, you learn so much by watching other people do an ultra and go through the ultra format. You see these different strategies that we're talking about with who carries a bottle, who wears a vest, how it works out for them, but also it's almost like in-person gear review. You get to learn and see what different people use and how it works and what it looks like in real life. So it's a great opportunity.
Yeah. Yep, and even at a race like this too, if you're a first timer or you're even at really any race, if you're having a hard time at an aid station, you're deep into a race, a lot of times the people that are crewing are people that have run the race or are familiar enough with the sport that you could get some pretty good advice out there. And I think everyone that's in this sport long enough has a good story about someone at a crew stop like kind of saving their race or like turning things around for them.
my
I know
gosh,
I have
yeah.
like my own personal ones that I can think of.
Definitely.
So, yeah, shout out all the people behind the scenes that like help everyone get through. And it's funny, like I can think of a couple instances where, yeah, like I was kind of over it on a race day and someone, here, you can scroll if you want. And someone like saved my race, and like I don't even really like know those people's names, but they're people that
But
have
you
like
remember them so
contributed
well.
so much
Yeah.
to my day. So it doesn't happen without the volunteers and the race crew. So the way that this is broken up, so we have the 12-hour and then it's like separate, 24.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
And then 100. So
Okay. So we have a lot of folks who are new to the race, but there are also a lot of old timers. We've got folks out here who have done this race and are maybe seeking redemption, even though I have a personal I feel like I have a thing about redemption at races.
let it rip.
Yeah, and I know there are a lot of people here who are on sort of a journey to accomplish maybe what they weren't able to finish in previous years. There's Lisa Perry.
Yes. Lisa will be a great name to watch. She's in the 100 mile.
For sure. Yeah.
Did you want to dive into it or you want to wait? We can wait.
Yeah, we can wait.
Yeah, right on. No problem. So just some like, we'll shout out some names again. So, and again, it's so early. Like it's hard because I want to give the names, but
I know.
Go ahead.
Well, one thing that I was going to say when I completely got brain sidetracked earlier was that it takes a little while to settle in. Like for me personally, on a long run, it honestly takes me like 5 or 6 miles to settle into a run. This is how you know you're an ultra runner.
Mm-hmm.
Like I need like 5 miles to kind of like ease into it and settle in, and then I can sort of start getting into my groove. So the first loop, you're just like getting warmed up.
Yeah.
You're like figuring out where you are and like just getting your head on straight, getting your gear situated still. So it can take a couple of loops or longer even for folks to really kind of settle in. And I think that's something really important when you do run an ultra. For me, is that notion of settling in. Because when you're coming out and you know you're going to be out there for a really long time, you honestly do need to sort of accept where you're at and settle into the activity. Okay, we have a super cool live camera action happening right now. We've got one of our great live stream folks out there. So you are getting an awesome view. This is when runners are coming toward the start finish line, which so every time they come through the loop, they have to go under that inflatable timing spot. And you can see all the tents that are lined up. There's our famous, I've been dying to see you. That skeleton has a name. We're going to have to, I forget the name.
I don't know.
So runners come
tent
down,
city.
they cruise down the track, and you can see how many people are out there to support. How many people? Billy the okay. We got Billy the skeleton.
Yeah, this is a great shot. To me, this is one of like the coolest things about this race, like the atmosphere, the vibe.
Like it is
tents.
so energizing
So fun.
as the runner to come through because there are all these people there who are like, you can say hi to them every time. It's like you really get re-energized and boosted. It's like you're a little power up when you come by and you see all the people in the tents and maybe they offer you a snack or they just a smile, just to see people like smile and happy. It's really, really awesome.
Yeah, and I think that's another thing too that like we're gonna talk a lot about the front of the race just to kind of give the storyline of the race that's happening. But for all of the people that are out here like not necessarily competing to like win the race, you know, those moments, like, you know, people you don't know cheering for you and coming through those start finish lines and seeing everyone, like those are kind of the moments that like really make the day, because, you know, we're gonna talk about a handful of names all day, but there's so many runners out here like chasing their own goals and trying to achieve their own personal things that like that's really what the community is about. That's really like what makes these races what they are.
Yeah.
Because without all of the runners doing it, like it would just be a handful of people racing. So that's really what it's
Yeah,
what
when
it's all
it comes down to it, this kind of thing, it really is me versus me. I mean, it has available what you want to take from it. If you want to go out and, you want to go out and be really competitive, you totally can. But also, if you want to just see what you can do and set your own personal challenge and give yourself a chance to do something maybe you never thought was possible before, that's an opportunity for you.
This is just to kind of switch gears here a little bit, just like as we have some people through, as we have like a good amount of runners kind of through, the first loop and some more runners kind of coming through. I think one of the big storylines, or an interesting one to keep an eye on in almost every race, I think, is going to be age versus experience, which will be kind of cool to see. Like right now, I'll use the 12-hour for example. Like right now in the 12-hour, on the men's side, Ross was the first one through. Charles Winders, he's 36, followed by Chris, who's 24, and Jace, who's 19. Whereas then on the women's side, the first female through was 22 years old, Emmy Simon. Second place was Tara Wilson, who's 41. And then Jen Kennedy, who's 25. So, I think it'll be interesting, like, as the day goes, like, if it leans one way, like, how much, like, does experience play into any of these races?
12 hours from now, who's still running strong. I think it is fascinating. A lot of folks assume that, like, people out running ultras are all young kids, but oh my gosh, that is not the case.
No, I think like the most competitive age categories are honestly like the 40 to 49 on both, probably on both sides. I think.
Don't F with a woman in her 40s running ultras, because you'll get your ass kicked.
It is
or
so
50s.
True. So let's see, like, so in the. Yeah, so like on the women's side in the 24-hour race, like the first female through is Julie Hong, who's 46, and then Erica Bash, who's 34. And she's a name we'll talk a lot about as the day goes on. She's won this race a couple times at that time, at the 24-hour.
Erica's super strong.
Yeah, she has the course record on the female side in the 24-hour.
Does she?
Yeah.
What is the female?
5 miles.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Erica.
So it's, let's see, I have it up right here. We can talk course records real quick. So, yeah, course records, since we'll probably be on course record watch early, obviously, just because of the weather, we have to say it's like a day where people can break the course record. The conditions are prime for it for August. So, on the men's side in the 12-hour, we've mentioned both these names already. The 12-hour course record is 75 miles. That's Michael Gagliardi, better known as Gags. He's running the 100-mile today, so he won't be eligible to break his own record. But he's out here running. And then we have Chris Shaw, who also ran 75 miles at this race last year. So, and Chris is running the 12-hour again. And then on the female side, we have Lara Miller, who is not in this race this year, but she has the course record in the 12-hour at 67.5 miles. And that was in 2019 and 2020. So she had that mark twice.
When I ran with her in 2020, I was second female.
Yeah.
And I was first female in 2021, but I can't remember how far I got.
We might be able to go back and look, honestly.
I don't remember.
We could probably go look. So, yeah, that's on the 12-hour side. And, again, I think, we'll talk, again, another storyline that always comes up. Like, the 75-mile number.
That guy was flying
I
just
know.
there.
For 12 hours, like, it's a math.
Bonkers.
It's also a math problem. Like, how do you get? Because like you said earlier, and this is a really important note for this race, partial loops don't count.
Right.
So to beat the 75, you got to get 78.75.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you got to find the time to get the last loop, next loop in.
Right.
So like, it becomes kind of a math problem at that point.
Another thing about that timing thing is there's a certain point of the day where you cannot start another loop. So I think it's
half
like
hour.
within the last, so in the 12-hour at 11 hours, 30 minutes time, so at 6:30 p.m., if you have not yet started your final loop, you can't go out again, because there's no way that you're going to do a whole loop in 30 minutes at the end of the day. So that is something that's set up for the runners where they need to have gone out on their final loop. So it is a little bit of a strategy thing sometimes. I mean, I have had it happen where maybe you come in at like 6:26 p.m. and technically you could go out for one more loop, and the runner really has to decide. And it's a tough decision to be like, oh my gosh, do I want to try it or not?
Yeah, and then so some of the other records too we'll shout out. So
Yes.
the 12-hour team record is 101.25 miles. So the 12-hour team record is like the 100-mile distance. So that'll be that'd be really cool to see someone break that. That's super fast. And then on the 24-hour race side, the male record is 116.25 miles, set by Paul Johnson. A lot of people know Paul. He's run across the country. He's done a lot of really cool things in the sport in terms of like some really, I don't know if obscure is the right word, some really interesting races that other people aren't doing. Paul's done a lot of them. Paul's not here this year, but shout out Paul. He is the course record on the 24-hour side for the men. And then I just mentioned Erica Bash has it for the 24-hour on the female side at 105 miles. So she's running that same race right now.
And I'm excited for that. That's awesome.
And then the 24-hour team record is the Ladies Who Loop group, who is here, right? They're running.
Yes, they're running again. Yep.
At 127.5 miles.
It's awesome.
For 24 hours. I love, that's what's so cool about this race, like having 24-hour team relays and having people run like 130 miles as a team. Like, that's pretty cool. And then the 100-mile distance. So the 100-mile distance hasn't always been a part of this race. It was really just 12-hour, 24-hour until I think 2023. I think that was the first year they did it. Yeah. So those records for we'll call it the 100-mile distance. Greg Gamble set the men's one last year. He had a really good run last year.
Yeah, he did.
Like basically 17 and a half hours, 17 hours and 24 minutes. Really good run. He was super fun to watch last year from this seat. Like every time he came onto the track, he was like screaming and he was so fired up. It was awesome. They had a really good crew, a really good team. He was great to watch. I don't think he's running this year. I would have to double check, but I feel like I would have noticed his name. And then on the 100-mile side for the females, Maggie Poinatowski, sorry if I mispronounced your name, has the female course record for 100 miles at 22 hours and 41 minutes, and that was in 2023.
Yep.
So those are our records.
My prediction is that
I like predictions.
Course records are going to fall today.
Yeah.
This is the kind of weather where course records get broken.
I definitely agree.
Yeah.
I mean, early in the day, I think the temperature-wise, you have to say it would happen. I mean, we're sitting here in the shade, and it feels like October.
I know.
I'm so comfortable.
I have sweatpants on.
Yeah, this is great. I was drinking hot coffee this morning. Hot coffee means fast running. That's my tagline of the day. If you're drinking hot coffee, you're running fast. So, it's I mean, temperature-wise.
I can remember previous races where, like, during the first loop, I was already asking for ice.
It's crazy.
And, like, by 9 a.m., you were, like, dying if you didn't have an ice bandana on.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, too, like, even, again, with the temperatures, again, it's really nice out right now. It's hard to say that, like, it's hard to predict the heat. But even in, like, I've done races in October where, like, it'll get into the mid-70s and, like, it feels hot in the middle of the day. Yeah. And this course, and you have a ton of experience on this course, too, the course isn't shaded, really. Like, it's pretty...
It's
pretty
completely exposed.
Yeah.
So you are just out there baking.
Mm-hmm.
Another interesting thing that needs to be managed about this course is it is an asphalt path that goes around the river. So it runs down and you go down one side of the river, you cross a bridge, you come back the other side of the river, cross a bridge, and you come back around. But the whole thing is an asphalt path. That black asphalt on a year like last year. So there are a lot of signs out around the river for safety and for awareness for pedestrians and people who are out walking their dogs. When it's like 90 degrees outside, the asphalt is like 120 degrees. So the significance of that when you are running and you're on that path, it's like the ground is friggin' radiating the heat back up into you. And so that becomes a significant challenge to deal with in terms of managing your feet, blister care, your shoe choice matters. Yeah, that can really create like a unique challenge running on that black asphalt path in the heat of the summer.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, surface, anytime you're running as far as or as long as we are in any of these races, like pretty much every sort of one of those details matters, right?
Hell yeah.
And like there's a huge difference between running an ultra timed event like this on asphalt versus a track versus a dirt path versus trail, right?
Yeah.
Like all of those things present their own challenges. So yeah, the asphalt, like absolutely presents its own challenge here. I'm looking out at the lake, and this is another thing we normally talk about with a race like this and the conditions. It looks pretty still. Like it doesn't look like there's a ton of wind. A lot of times with this race, maybe more so in the winter version of this race, we talk a lot about wind direction because it is a loop, but like Michelle said, like you run down one whole side of the lake, river, and then you cross a little bridge and go all the way back up. So it almost runs like an out and back in that sense, where it's like there's usually like a windy side and a downwind. There's like a into the wind and downwind side,
particularly in the Frosty Looper in the winter edition. So this race also happens in December, and it's called the Frosty Looper, and it's a very similar format. The time frame is a little bit shorter just because there's less daylight. So there's an 8-hour race for the Frosty Looper. But yeah, definitely for that December race, the far side is always the cold side. And then on the side that we're on right now, it is the less cold side.
Yeah, that race it's great to have. And they have, I think it's up actually on our screen right now, like the Fire and Ice Challenge.
Yeah, if you do both,
Yeah, like acknowledging both races and, having medals for people that do both races.
It's a super cool medal. Yeah, I've done that too. I've done the Frosty Looper a bunch, Yeah,
it's great. And there's even people that, like, locally, like, just run those two races, which is cool, too. A quick note here. As for the 12-hour runners, we have a couple people through. And, again, like, it's really early for us to kind of be calling races. But, just, again, we have a couple people through 2 laps. Currently, the person in first place for the 12-hour is our first place female. So Emmy Simon was 22 years old from Baltimore. She was the first one through with Jace right next to her.
2 seconds.
Yeah, well, Jace was actually 0, it said, so they must have been running together. And then 2 seconds behind was Ross. Beautiful. And then Chris Shaw, who I actually saw him just go through on our screen. Cool. So yeah, we have some people through 2 loops. So again, we'll keep kind of updating as the day goes. But there's another beautiful shot we got.
Gorgeous view of that glassy river. Yeah, it really is. It's just a gorgeous setting. Something interesting and unique about it is that the park is open. It's a public park, so you get a lot of folks who are out here. And as you go around, you'll see like other people are out here exercising. They're walking. There are a lot of people who picnic around the river. It's kind of fun, like when you are here for one of the longer time durations. You see, like I've seen weddings happen down by the boathouse, and so you'll see like the evolution of these different events happening around the river with people enjoying the environment. And you'll see like huge birthday parties and weddings get set up. You watch them happen, and then you watch them get taken down at the end of the. It's really cool. Just being out here for that amount of time.
This is a great community park. I'll shout out one of our partners now just because we're talking about the park and everything. So one of our big partners for this race, and one of the reasons why this race can happen is because of the Camden County Parks Commission and just like Camden County in general. It's really cool. So a couple of years ago when they had, I think it was like the 100-year anniversary of the park, Camden County like put something out where they wanted to try to do like 100 events in a year, which is pretty cool because like basically like 2 events a week at the park. And like since then, Camden County is like let me see how I can say this like in a smart political way. Like some sometimes organizations that have the right to say, like, no, you can't race here, like, lean that way more. Camden County's the opposite. Like, if you want to do an event in Camden County, or you're in this area and you're looking for a place to do an event, like I would say, like, strongly look at some of the parks in this area, because Camden County is unbelievable to work with. Like, there's people from the county here for another event. There's like another separate event going on here in a different part of the park, and I saw like there were Camden County people like helping people get parked and get situated, and there's a ton of people here today, and the county is like, yes, we want people here, we want people in our parks, they want to have events. There are great sponsors.
Yeah,
free concert series.
Events.
Yeah. So they're great to work with. They're super easy to work with. They make these events, possible. They basically say, like, yeah, you want to have an event where people are going to run around our park for 30 hours at the most, like, go ahead and do it. And, if you need anything from us, like, we're here to help. So that was the case with, shout out another endless endurance race, the 6-day race that they did on the track.
Perfect.
So
yeah,
so in April, endless endurance has another race called the Old 6-Day, which was a throwback to a 6-day race that used to happen here in like the 70s and the 80s. Endless endurance brought that race back. So this was the first year that they had done that. So there were people, running around just the track that you see in your shot right now for up to 6 days.
Little
quarter-mile track.
Yep.
And again, a number of different distances associated with that race, everything from a 12-hour race to a 6-day race. But the county was great in that sense, too. I mean, you had people camped out here for, I think the day before, a week.
There's
basically.
Another relay transition happening right there. That's such a great view.
Isn't that great, the relay transitions?
Really
I love
cool.
that they do them right there, too. The county was great in that sense, too. Like, they, did everything they could to make sure the races went off without a hitch. So shout out Camden County.
Yeah.
I love Cooper River Park. I live 3 miles from here, so I run here a lot. It's part of like my training routes and just runs I do every day. I come down here and run a lot. There's always characters here. It's always just like a great place to run. They just redid the playground here.
Yeah,
I'm shouting out my community here
the
now.
Playground
because,
is beautiful. It really is.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's a great place to run. It's a great place to hang out. There's just always a lot going on. Summer concert series that you brought up is great. They're free.
Boating. Like there's sailing. Like you can take sailing lessons.
Yep. So they offer sailing lessons. It's also in recent years, and I'm gonna mess this up.
There's
probably
treacle churns coming through.
Oh, you want to talk about treacle?
So talk about the old 6-day.
Yeah.
Anyone curious about the fascinating history of ultra running and people who have done for a very long time extremely long endurance events. Treacle churns is absolutely amazing. Go Google treacle churns and you'll be in for a big treat. Because he's got an incredible history. He's actually done the transcendental
Street Chamois.
Yeah, like multiple times.
So that's a 3,100 mile race, which sounds crazy to say. Around like a couple block loop in New York City.
100. Right?
Yeah, it's like takes all summer.
It's around one block.
Yeah.
There's an incredible movie. What is it? 3,100 and Becoming. An incredible documentary about that race. But yeah, Treacle is amazing. He is here today for the 100-miler or the 24-hour? We're going to have to check on that.
One of them. I could probably search his
I think
name.
he might be doing the 100-miler. Yeah, I think he's doing the 100-miler because his...
It said normally.
Okay, just kidding.
12-hour. Yeah, 12-hour.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's and a super nice guy.
Oh my gosh.
Just like the nicest guy ever.
The first time I met Treacle was out on the course, and I was in the middle of a loop. And that year, I was running to win. I was there with intention.
Yeah.
And I met Treacle, and within like 3 seconds, we had delved into this this incredible conversation where it was like. It went right to my core, and I stopped to talk to him, and I actually had to remind myself, like, okay, no, you need to keep going.
Yeah.
Like, I could have just stayed there in that moment and had this deep philosophical, like, heartwarming conversation with Treacle all day.
I have a similar story.
Yeah.
The first time I met him was on a track. It was a race on a track. It was the City Invincible, another like endless endurance race that they do on the track in
Camden.
Basically Rutgers Camden, under the Ben Franklin Bridge. So Treacle was doing that race. I was doing that race. I've told this story on this in this before, but I was just like kind of middle of the day, like having a tough time, just like looking for a little motivation. And him and I were talking, and he's like, well, like he just goes, time to punch a ticket, like time to go to work, let's go. And I was like, you're right, man. Like I'm just kind of feeling sorry for myself. And then I like, he just like turned it around. I just needed someone with a little experience to be like tough shit. So to
he
speak,
has
like
this
it's time to
way
go.
of
I needed
speaking
that.
with
Yeah.
you that just like shoots right to your core.
And I like needed it, and
Yeah.
it was cool. And that was the first time we met. And then, I say, you always see him around. He's associated with Mount to Coast now as well.
Yes.
Like I know he does some work with them. So.
GOMU, the
Oh, yeah.
Global
Yeah, yeah.
Organization of Multi-Day Ultra Running.
Mm-hmm.
GOMU. Check that out for also just a fascinating number of endurance events and history within ultra running.
That's one of the things I love about our community too. Like this, and we were talking a little bit about this earlier. Like this race being kind of like a cornerstone race, like in like Philadelphia, greater Philadelphia area, tri-state area, ultra running scene. Like, a lot of the people that we're talking about today are, people that are our friends, people that we've met at races that we know, that are just people that, again, like are part of our scene, like probably have day jobs during the week. But at the same time, like they're people that have done like pretty amazing things. Like,
oh my gosh.
We have people in this race that have run Cocodona, have run multiple 200-milers, have done the Speed Project, have done, the 3,100-mile race like Tree Shoal. I mean, just because this is like a community race for people from our area doesn't mean we don't have people that have done like pretty amazing and incredible things like for this area. I mean, it's wild. So, we'll shout out as many of them as we see, and as we see runners come in, we'll talk about them individually. But just because we're not the West Coast or we're not the Mountain West doesn't mean we don't have runners that don't know how to throw down in the same way that they do. And we're training on asphalt surfaces a lot of times. Or we're training in the city, or we're driving to do trail runs. I mean, this community has people that are as tough, if not tougher, than anyone else in the country, and I'll stand behind that all the time.
And that's one of the really cool things about ultra, especially in a looped event like this. Everybody's out here on the same damn course.
Yep.
It doesn't matter how strong you are, how experienced you are, whether this is the very first time you've done more than 20 miles. You are sharing the same course, you're sharing the same space, and you're in it together, and it's just so awesome.
That is, I think, one of the coolest things about looped courses.
Yeah.
Like you're always like near someone.
Yeah.
You're always like, like that energy becomes like palpable.
Yep.
As opposed to, and again, trail races
Totally.
are awesome too, but sometimes like you're grinding it out by yourself for like hours.
Yeah. I've
Or you
definitely
can
had
have
races
that.
where I haven't seen anyone for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah. Whereas like this race, like you're never that far from anyone.
Right.
Even if it's someone not even in the race, like there's just always people here. So
Yeah. At the same time, there's a really funny effect. There goes Randy Zuckerberg again.
Yeah.
Um,
Cocodona finisher
yeah,
there. So there
yeah.
you go. Like just literally we're talking about it, and like one of the first people that comes through
That's
is like
funny.
someone that's run Cocodona. So
But it is kind of funny also, because I've had people like, sometimes I'll come out and do this race and I'll be like, oh, hey, you're running. Okay, I'm going to see you and we're going to hang out all day.
Yeah.
And then you end up like on opposite sides of the river, but sort of at the same pace. So then like 10 hours go by and you haven't seen that person. It is really funny.
It is great. I know this morning when I got here, I tried to like make the rounds and say hi to people because I knew same thing. Like just because you're in the same space as someone, you might not like see them much. All right. So like just a quick race. I mean, we have in the 12-hour, we have.
Yeah, we're over an hour into the day now.
Yeah, we have like 15 or 16 people through 2 loops.
Awesome.
Yeah, we have 2 females through. So Emmy Smith went through in that first group. Like she was one of the first people through. And then we have Tara Wilson as our second place female. She was 8th overall through that first loop.
What is the proportion? Okay, so this is something we can talk about.
So I don't know the number off the top of my head, but
the gender
it is
split.
good
I did look at it in the entrant list a couple days ago. Historically, in ultra running, there is quite a gender discrepancy, and particularly for the longer distances. For like the 100-mile distance, for example, there usually are far fewer females than males running it. In the shorter distance races, you tend to have a higher percentage of females. Certainly in the shorter distance timed races, the time format, for probably several different reasons, there is a greater percentage of females. We'll have to look at what the breakdown is today.
I got them. So
okay.
All right, so in the 12-hour race, we had 36 females start, and we had, I think it was 81 men.
Okay.
81 men start, so a little less than half. Like 40 would be half.
Yeah.
So a little bit less than half. So probably like
for the 12 hour, but actually, like that is decent in relative terms.
And then
in the
these
24-hour race,
closer, I think. So the 24-hour.
10 females running the 24-hour race
and
25 males.
And then
in the 100-mile distance, you'll see
females.
an even greater discrepancy. So only 10 women
and
46 men. So 10 of 56 runners in the 100-mile distance identify as female. So that's a really low number. That's something that I think is changing a little bit in recent years, and perfect opportunity to shout out the Women in Ultra Running group, who you saw their logo up on the screen just now. Women in Ultra Running is actually a nonprofit organization now that was founded by Rachel Bambrick, a local ultra runner, a great friend, and an amazing human who really wanted to try to change that storyline and decided to do something about it. So she created this group, Women in Ultra Running, to really create opportunities to encourage women to be at the start line, to put more women at the start line, so that when we are looking at these races, we can see ourselves in the field, and just really get more women out there and create opportunities. And they have the group has built up so much in the past year and a half. They now have sort of a grant opportunity to provide actual like monetary support for women to get out there. They do a lot of really cool events where they'll do kind of a group run with a theme focus, and have people come and speak about nutrition and mental strategy and all kinds of different things. So huge shout out. They have a very large presence at this race today. There's a Women in Ultra Running tent that's set up. Go and say hi and shout out to them.
They have a fundraiser coming up in September.
Yes.
Yeah,
they do.
I'm going. Yeah, I got.
Are you? Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I have to get on that.
Yeah. So September, I think it's the 13th. I hope I don't have the date wrong, but you could probably.
It is the 13th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I might be running. We'll
it's
see.
a Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they have an event coming up. It's a fundraiser. Even if you can't make it, I know you can donate to.
Yes.
Yeah, like Michelle said, like they providing sort of these monetary opportunities to people in the space as well, like helping pay for anything related to racing, I think, is kind of the goal with the grant.
But also, like, huge support. They have a channel in the Halo app, which is just amazing, where you can connect with folks in all kinds of different chats about race opportunities. If you're looking for crew, just have questions, need support for like, how do I fit training into my life? Really, like all kinds of different things.
Yeah, it is a great group. So and again, Rachel, you had mentioned Rachel. I know she wasn't feeling so good today, but we were hoping if she comes by today, maybe we'll have an opportunity to have her on and talk a little bit more about the group, because it's really becoming like a national group at this point. Like, it has these chapters
there are
all
chapters
over the country.
In Colorado and a state that begins with the letter M.
Montana.
Is
that right?
It is Montana, because it's Allison Powell.
Yeah. So, and again, the founder of that is
okay.
Rachel Bambrick.
Yes, I see what we got on the screen right now. Is the Women in Ultra Running Venmo link?
Oh, nice.
So it is it's a nonprofit. So like, there's tax incentive. Get your cell phone out right now, kids, and hit up that QR code on your screen and donate to Women in Ultra Running, because really, we can't speak highly enough about it. They have a huge presence in social media. Check out their IG page for lots of information. But I just saw Forrest Gump. Did you see that?
No, I was like,
I'm pretty sure that was Forrest Gump.
Oh, jeez.
But
That's
please
awesome.
support Women in Ultra Running.
Yeah.
Let's get more women at the start line.
Great group.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So yeah, with kind of with that being said, in the 12-hour we have 10 women. It looks like so far through 2 loops.
Awesome.
Which is awesome. Emmy's and growing. I think we just had our 11th women through. So it's a great group, really great group. Make sure you go and support and follow. And yeah, I mean, like, again, like even for myself, like as someone that is not a female runner, like, they're having a like I said, like having kind of like a fundraiser opportunity that I'm participating in. So yeah,
That's
just trying to make sure like it's a great group to get involved with.
Forrest Gump right there.
Oh yeah, nice.
That is amazing.
That's great. Gotta have fun with it out here today. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, let's take a peek. Kind of just race check-in stuff, where we're at.
So on the screen right now, we've got the view of kind of the chute as they're coming in past the aid station. It really is, like, as you're coming around at the end of a loop, I can't tell you what a boost it is to know, like, it's so exciting. One, because like, okay, sweet, I've got another loop down, I'm coming in, but you can hear sort of the energy, you can hear the roar of the people as you're approaching the end of the loops, or as you're coming toward the chute that you can see on the screen right now. You start getting excited as the runner, because you kind of hear all the sound and it's coming up.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's super cool.
And we can even hear the people behind us too, just in real time. Like,
it's great.
Hear everyone kind of cheering as runners
Something
are
else
coming
that
in.
folks might notice is, again, this sort of relates to strategy, but like what everyone is wearing.
Mm-hmm.
In the hot summer weather, when there's a lot of humidity, East Coast folks will know this for sure. You kind of tend to want to have less on your body. Mm-hmm. Sort of the less clothing you can wear, the better you will be able to topically cool your body, because you get the breeze, you get the effect of that sweat evaporating a little bit off your body. Any article of clothing, even the most moisture wicking, wonderful performance gear, can sometimes feel heavy and sort of trap the heat.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very different from racing in a dry sort of desert-like climate. Like when it's a dry heat and you don't have the humidity, honestly, the best thing to do is wear a full sun shirt. Like anytime I race in the desert, I have a long sleeve sun shirt with a hood pulled up over my head, even if it's 98 degrees, because then you need the sun protection, but also out there in the dry climate, topical cooling really works. Yeah. So you can douse your body with water, and the evaporation of that water creates a topical cooling that is a lifesaver in that climate. Here in our sweaty, humid nastiness, it's kind of the opposite. And there's John Fontana's right there. Nice. Who I think John is doing the 100-mile race. He does pretty much all these races. He also does a lot of the Beast Coast races. So like a lot of the looped races, you'll see my buddy John run in circles.
I might have spelled his last name wrong.
Fontan. Easy.
Easy.
Yep.
12-hour.
Okay, John's doing the 12-hour. Sweet.
I don't know John.
You would know him if you saw him.
Yeah. We live in the same town.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we don't know each other.
You probably see each other.
We probably
running.
do.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Actually, random side note, I think the last time that I was in Collingswood, I bumped into you when you were out for a run.
Yeah.
Like just through town.
Yeah. You guys were on Haddon Ave.
Yeah.
running through my town.
Yep.
Yeah, it's great. That was you guys were getting sweet desert
I think we were
tattoos.
going to coffee. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that was. I think I was running probably down here that day because that's the way I would go home to.
That's funny.
Back to my house from here. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, the cooling strategy thing. So to kind of talk about that for a second. Yeah, it is so interesting too. Like for our your East Coast versus West Coast kind of like race strategy in terms of climate. I know yesterday was the first day I ran with like a shirt on in a while because it was like cooler. But yeah, I mean it is like you will see that a lot. People pretty stripped down. Even today, it being, right now it says it's 68, but the sun's starting to come out. It's starting to warm up a little bit.
It's feeling warm out there for sure.
Yeah, it does feel warmer here right now. We're like in the sun now a little bit too. So you would, again, it is still August, right? Like you still have the summer sun.
Yeah.
Even though the temps are down, you still have people. It looks like taking care of themselves early on. But it's interesting, like even in the 100-miler, like I was just looking at this. Like even in the 100-miler, you have a bunch of people kind of through 2 loops and onto their third. So people in that 100-miler aren't really messing around. And there's a lot of experience in that race. This is kind of like what I was talking about earlier. Like just looking at some of these names, like these are people that have done really well here in the 12-hour, are now running the 100-mile.
There's Anthony DeAndrea is out here. He was here for the 100-miler last year and he had a lot of trouble with the extreme heat last year. Didn't hit the goal that he wanted, so he is out here this year, and he has intention. He has purpose. He is definitely well prepared, and he's putting. I think a lot of folks, like you. Every race that you do, there goes Lisa Perry. Every race that you do is an opportunity to learn and an opportunity to grow. Whether you finish, whether you take first place, whether you're DFL or DNF, like whatever the outcome is, if you're not stopping to reflect and learn in an ultra, you're truly missing something. So it's fun on a race day like this to see folks who have gained so much experience and have put so many different new skills, new insights, new strategies into their training, and then they bring it all out here on race day and put it into play and see what happens. So it's really fun and exciting to know that folks have really been sort of working hard to get to this point where they're at today.
Yeah,
all that said, I also just feel like I have to say that any day, whether it's race day or not, in the end is just a day.
Yeah.
And, there are a lot of times when things don't go pretty much all the time.
Yeah.
Something is not going to go as planned.
So
Something's going to jump up and smack you in the face, and you are going to have to problem solve. You're going to have to troubleshoot, figure it out. Sometimes you're able to get it, sort things out and keep yourself going. And sometimes you're not able to. And sometimes, the obstacles are too big, or maybe it's just a mindset or whatever it is. But not everyone finishes every race that they start. Not everyone reaches the goals that they set out for themselves. And in the end, a day is just a day. Like it's just a day. So whatever happens, as long as you're learning and growing, that is what it's all about, is gaining experience, gaining knowledge, and just keep moving forward.
Yeah, well said. Yeah. And started with talking about Anthony DeAndrea too, who's like another great community guy, younger
Oh my
kid.
gosh,
He's only
so
26.
much
He's
energy.
young, but
you would never know. Yeah.
But he's a great guy. I ran Hainesport with him in the fall. That was the first time we ran the same race together, so I had a chance to talk to him and his brother, I think. Is his brother, Joe, right?
Joe DeAndrea. They're both running.
They're running
the
together
100-miler.
right now.
I know,
it
which
like.
is so
Their names
awesome.
are right next to each other, which
Yes.
is cool. So, yeah, they were both great. That was the first time I had met them before, but the first time we ran a race together, so we spent a lot of time because that's like a 1-mile loop. So spent a good amount of time together. With those boys.
Joe's a good buddy. He is awesome. Both of them just give so much to the community and so much heart and so much spirit, and really give it forward. It's very cool.
So this is, I'm going to kind of shift a little bit. So I was talking a little bit about this earlier, like people that are kind of transitioning or have gone from the 12-hour race to the 24-hour race in the past. So I'm going to throw some names out there. And then, just to mention, these are people, again, have done really well in the 12-hour, are now running the 100-mile, which is kind of like opening up the 12-hour for a lot of new runners. So Cade Remsburg from Philadelphia, he's 52 years old. He has like 200-mile experience. He's in the 100-miler. Nick Saukonis, I'm not sure how to say his last name. He's done really well in the 8-hour before. He's been kind of in that mix of like 3rd to 5th place. He's running the 100-miler. Tina Custodi, who we've mentioned before, has won other local races at the 100-mile distance. She's in the 100-miler. Colton Angelotti, he's an interesting name. I don't know if you know him, but he's like a local guy from South Jersey. He's kind of like a road marathoner guy, runs shorter races. Kind of an interesting name to watch as the day goes on.
Nice.
100-miler. Randy Zuckerberg's in the 100-miler. She ran the 24-hour here last year, has some of that multi-day experience in Cocodona. She's in the 100-miler. And then it's just a list of names of people that, again, are probably locally known, but just have done pretty well in some of these shorter races. Bud Wilson, Andrew Linder has like a 2nd place finish here in the 12-hour. Travis Brigden, who's from the Shore, he's like another guy that has done pretty well here in the 12-hour. John Saravi, Michael Gagliardi is Gags. Joe Fricker is another name. I mean, there's just so
Joe
many
Fricker.
names. Yeah.
Okay. Keep your eye on him.
He was leading. Go ahead, and then I'll say last. Yeah. Go ahead.
Tell me about last year first.
Yeah, so he was like in the.
How did I miss this?
Well, I think you were running.
Oh,
maybe.
that's how.
So he was, because I was with the ultra running guys last year.
Yeah.
So he was getting like a ton of. We had a chat last year. He was getting like a ton of shout outs in the chat. And he was like in the mix for most of the day. I think he was running the 100-miler. I think ultimately he ended up DNFing maybe. And again, I don't know him, so I didn't have a chance to talk to him much about his race. But he was like a name we were just like calling out like basically the whole morning and afternoon, was running like super hard. And again, I think he ended up DNFing. But yeah, a name that's like right back in the mix today. He's kind of like right in the middle of the pack as opposed to like up front as he was last year. But yeah, go ahead. You know him. I don't know him.
I actually met Joe for the very first time like 2 weeks ago at a race up in New York City called the Warriors Ultra Run.
Oh, yeah, nice.
And it's like a fat-ass underground, unsanctioned 50K-ish race that happens in the middle of the night in New York City. People come dressed in costume. And Joe was there dressed in a phenomenal costume, and I was blown away. Like he showed up, he won the race. Like he actually, like he threw down. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then I saw his name on here today.
That's actually really interesting to know that he so last year in the 100-miler he was like flying and then had a tough day.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a little distracted. My wife and daughter are over there. So yeah, just where we're at here in the 12-hour, we have some people through 3 loops. So again, we'll shout them out. Emmy Simon, so our female runner, 22 years old from Baltimore, Maryland, through 3 loops, kind of right in that lead pack with the men, which is awesome to see. Followed pretty closely by Jace Gross, Ross Charles Winder, Chris Shaw's in that mix a little bit behind them, and then Nick Schroeder is another name who we'll probably talk a lot about. He's had a lot of success here in that like right outside the podium. Like he probably has like a 4th place finish or a 5th place finish in this race if I had to guess.
Cool.
He's a name I just like know I've seen a lot.
So something really fun that I think it's important for runners and really for everyone to keep in mind is that in a race like this, in a format like this, it's very early in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Anything can happen. And I think as a runner, one thing that I've always had to keep in mind, when you are like neck and neck with someone and when you are sort of competing for a certain spot or for a certain time, you can't let up at any point. If you really want to compete, you have to keep your head and your body in the game and keep pushing the entire time. Even if someone is ahead of you, say somebody's a full lap ahead of you and you're in 2nd or 3rd place, you cannot let your guard down and let up, because like I always tell myself that you never know what can happen, and someone else might run into a hydration issue, someone else might decide they're done, someone else might call it and end their day, and then next thing you know, you're the next one up, and then you're out in front. So I think it's really, really important in a race like this to, if you are sort of running with a particular goal in mind, you have to stay focused on what that goal is throughout the day and not let up, even if you think someone else is ahead of you, because you never know. It's like playing Candyland. You never know what's going to happen in the end.
It's so true. And especially, too, it gets kind of lost in the idea that, like, the shortest race in this one is the 12-hour. 12 hours is a super long time to run, right?
It's a very long time.
It's, like, for the front of our pack, it's a lot longer than a 50K, right? Like, it's not a 50K, right? So, you know, it's different in that sense that, like, you know, sometimes in a fast, short 50K, you might have a little bit more of that, like, predictability in terms of where you are. Whereas, like, exactly like you're saying, you could be 9 hours in to today in the 12-hour. You still got 3 hours left, and you're 9 hours in. You know what I mean? So anything can happen in these races. Exactly to Michelle's point, like, anything can happen in terms of the time and how, you know, just how long these races take. It even for us sitting here, or for me especially, because I've called this race a number of times now, the 12-hour distance, sometimes it kind of gets lost on you, like it's a long time because it's the shortest race of the day. Like, you're thinking about it like, oh, there's only this much time left.
Glow up, Loop. But yeah, totally. And I think, you know, like, dude, put it in perspective. Think about what else you could do in 12 hours.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, so it's a long one. Like, I had recently did a recent effort on my own that was like a 10.5-hour day. And yeah, even like thinking about that compared to this race, like I still had like an hour and a half of time if I had been running as like a 12-hour format. So yeah, there's a lot of time. There's a lot of time for things to kind of happen. But yeah, it's, you know, interesting to kind of note where we're at. We have kind of like a group of 3, it looks like, running pretty much together. They went through together, and then your kind of next group of people behind them. But yeah, I mean, a lot to kind of happen. And right now we're kind of letting things unfold and seeing where people fall, and yeah, just shouting out as many people as we can that go through. So that's a group of people that are through 3. Doesn't look like anyone else is through 3 loops yet. We can check and see where our relay groups are, see if anyone is. My relay groups are on a different page.
Brian, what was your long day that you referenced? I know what it was.
Yeah. So yeah, I did. I set an FKT time, so a fastest known time for people that are like familiar with the sport or unfamiliar. FKT stands for fastest known time. It's the Ocean Drive route, they call it. So basically, it's at the Jersey Shore. It's all of Ocean Drive. So Ocean Drive is a local toll road that connects every island from Atlantic City to Cape May.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it's a 50-mile route. It's actually like pretty much exactly 50 miles, which is pretty cool for like planning, racing, and stuff like that. It's a route I've always wanted to run in one day on my own. I think it's really cool to be able to connect those towns. I have a lot of like personal connection to the area. My parents live in Ocean City. I grew up there.
Oh, that's so cool.
I didn't go to high school there, but I grew up there like in the summers there. But yeah, my parents live there now. My grandparents are from Atlantic City. So the route to me like has a lot of significance. Like and at this point in my life, I have 2 young children, doing things like that's like the easiest way to stay involved. It's a little bit harder to plan for racing. So I felt like I was pretty fit, and I was like, let me just put a time on this route and see how it goes. And probably went in a little undertrained, came out a little injured, but but I had a great day and I had a lot of fun. So anyone with a connection to that area, I advise you to go check out that route. Yeah, so it's the Ocean Drive route. It's on FKT. There's a time on it. A time I'm proud of. I mean, I had a good day, but a time I think is certainly beatable. But
awesome.
There wasn't a route yet, so
you created the route.
Okay,
that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's so cool.
So in that area, it's a pretty well-known like bike route. Like a lot of people that like road cycle do it.
Yeah.
Because there's not really a road section on there that's like over 35 miles an hour for cars. So it's pretty like accessible in that sense. Yeah. And yeah, it connects all the islands. So it's pretty cool. Like if you have ties to the beach or like you want to get a day where you like see all these different shore points. Yeah, north end of Atlantic City to the Cape May Lighthouse, basically.
That's fantastic.
At Sunset Beach. It was
That's
cool.
so
It was a really
cool.
fun day.
Congrats on that.
Yeah, thanks. It was sweet.
Stuff like that.
Hopefully
is
someone goes and breaks it. I want to see someone
much-
run it in like 7 hours.
Yeah. Isn't that
Yeah.
I love that. I love that about the sport and that spirit. But that is so much fun.
45, you think? Okay, sure. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a
Sounds
break
good.
in about 9 minutes.
Yeah. But yeah, I think so. That's kind of been. It's funny. I've talked to people about this before. I know you and I actually. I think at one point I had a mixed gender FKT on a route that you had the female FKT on. So I think that part of the sport is so interesting.
Oh, hell
I think
yeah.
I'm like. And again, I said this a second ago. I have 2 young kids right now. It's a little hard to plan for racing. Like I kind of just like am doing things when I feel fit enough to do them.
Right.
And doing these fastest known times has kind of been that. But I think that part of the sport is like such an interesting part.
Oh my God,
that,
I
like,
love it. I love FKTs.
Yeah. And it's especially cool when it's like a route you have like some kind of like connection to.
Yeah.
Or like, so,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's cool. And I appreciate
it's
you bringing that up.
It's
so.
a cool opportunity to like get out and do a really awesome ultra distance, but it's outside of the race format.
Yeah.
You can still push. You can still go really strong and go really hard, especially if you're going out to set the time. But I think FKTs also provide the opportunity to just give folks a set course, like a set route that you don't even have to go out for time. Like if you for a lot of us, and look, racing can be sometimes expensive. It doesn't fit into your planning or your budget. You can check out the fastest known time website and look for different routes that are in your area or in an area that you're interested in.
Yeah.
Maybe you're traveling.
Yeah.
Maybe you're going to be in Utah and you're like, where can I run in Utah? Let me see if there are any FKT routes. And then you can just go run the route so that you have a known, safe, course, like a GPX to follow, regardless of pushing for the time. Or you can be really competitive with yourself or with everyone else and try to throw down a sweet time.
Yeah, it's fun.
I love it. It's
I
a
think
lot
it's
of
cool.
fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's cool to do them. Like our area is cool with it too because it's like I think a lot of times when people think FKTs in the sport of ultra running, they're thinking like maybe kind of like these pretty remote routes like through mountains that you wouldn't be able to race on, whereas
You'd be
us is
surprised.
kind of like this suburban urban feel.
Yeah.
Like you can do some interesting things. I know you just did an interesting one with Gags.
Yeah.
You want to tell us a little bit about
Yeah.
it? Yeah, because
Yeah,
that's
and
a
that was-
sweet route too.
Oh,
so.
it's an amazing route, and
Yeah.
it's one that was not. It's a route. It's called the Philly Four Corners, and that was a name coined by Gags, Michael Gagliardi, who back in 2020 kind of came up with this route that follows the entire perimeter of the city of Philadelphia. It's a 76-mile route.
Yeah.
And it's super cool because it literally goes around the entire perimeter of the city. And it was sort of like a known kind of route, but it was never a formal FKT. So Gags and I talked about it, and I got his blessing to submit it as an official FKT route. So now it's on the website.
Nice.
If you're interested, if you want to go do a really, really badass, really cool 76-mile run to explore the city in a way that you would never otherwise get this kind of perspective to do on foot, check it out. Go do the route. There is tremendous opportunity for faster times to get put down. But even just to challenge yourself and go do something really cool, just go check it out.
Yeah.
Just go do the run. I would be
sweet,
so
yeah.
curious to do that Ocean
Ocean Drive.
Yeah, the Ocean Drive route. It's just
Same
how
for
much
your
fun,
route.
When your twisted idea of fun is running 50 and 76, just go do it.
It's cool,
Why not?
Yeah, the Philly one's cool. I remember when Gags did it on his own, a bunch of
Yeah.
years ago. I actually didn't realize it wasn't on the FKT.
I know.
For some reason, I just figured it would be.
Right, because
But
it needed to
yeah,
be.
yeah, because it is such a cool route.
Yeah.
And what you just said, I think, is what makes FKTs really cool. Just in general, and even racing in point-to-point racing too. Traveling or traversing a place on foot, and seeing it all in one kind of snapshot of a day, I think is super cool. Because
It
I
is
had a
super
similar experience with that. it's all these places that I had been and spent time in, but I've never experienced them all like on foot in one day.
Yeah.
And I'm sure like the Philly route was something similar for you, like in that
absolutely
sense.
amazing. And now anytime I drive, and and I did the route a couple years ago, but anytime you drive anywhere in the city, it's like, oh yeah, I ran there. I ran there. Oh, I ran over there too.
Yeah.
What you don't get though is the vibe of this. The vibe of this that we are so immersed in and like basking in the glory of today, which is the community and all the people that are out here to support each other. Like those FKT things, I think you really do have to be okay with like going out alone. Or maybe you have a crew, maybe not. There are different ways to do it, supported or unsupported. But it is a really, really different experience than what we have here today. And I think that's the super cool thing that some folks don't realize about ultra running is there are all kinds of different formats and there are all kinds of different opportunities. And you can really get from it what you need and what you want, and sort of what you choose to put into it, you can have that come back to you. But I mean, even when I parked my car here today and I was like walking through and coming over here to get set up, what is happening?
You're getting ready for a relay exchange. I love it. That was awesome.
I was smiling ear to ear.
Me too.
Just like coming through the vibe. Like, I love this. It is so fantastic.
Yeah, I didn't
so
even
much
make
fun.
it to the track before I'd already stopped to like talk to people.
Yeah.
I literally parked and a guy was like, hey, can I park here if I want to use this as a crew spot, whatever. So I started talking to someone, and then I ran into a bunch of, up here. I run into people before I even get to where I was going, and that's what it's all about. Like, that part of racing is awesome.
It's really cool.
If you can, like, make it work, and, it's great. So we have in the 100-miler, just to hop back, we have, like, a good amount of people through 3 laps.
Nice.
So the 100-milers are kind of, like, humming early on. Like,
they really
I've
are.
noticed that, like, whereas in the 24-hour, like, people are way more settled in. Like, there's no one through 3 yet.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, whereas in the 100-miler, there's, like, a good amount of people through 3 laps so far. Tina Custodi is the first female right now, or the only female through 3 laps. But, yeah, I mean, a fair amount of names. There's, like, 6 guys through 3 laps. One of them is Stephen Crawford, who won the fastest first loop.
Oh, my gosh.
So he's still out there pushing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, which is cool. So, yeah, that's an interesting kind of, like, dynamic between the 24-hour and the 100-miler here. Whereas, like, because I think a lot of times in our sport it kind of gets lumped in where it's like, oh, you're doing 100 miles, it's like 24 hours-ish. But there is, like, a pretty big difference in a race like this between the 100-mile and the 24-hour, because your faster people are going to be, like, a couple hours under that, and the back of the pack will be, like, a couple hours over that, right? So it's interesting. It is kind of like an interesting dynamic.
There's also sort of a, another note about strategy.
Yeah.
There's something that sometimes happens in a 100-mile race where folks, when they're feeling good at the beginning, they're starting out, the weather's a little cooler, there's the notion that some runners have where they need to, like, they want to bank the time.
Yeah.
And they go out strong, and while they're feeling good, while they're fresh, they run harder and faster and sort of push to try to get a lot of miles in the bank. And then it gives them, the theory is that it would then give them more flexibility to kind of ease up a little bit later and to take a break later, or, like, sort of slow down a little bit as the day goes on.
However,
sometimes it can have the opposite effect, and you can end up a little bit overexerting yourself in the beginning. And if you push too hard, you can kind of have a blow-up effect, where it's just too much on the body. And if you start to fall into a deficit or you get a little burned out, it's a lot harder sometimes it's harder to recover from that in a 100-mile race and to pick it up and continue pushing throughout the day. So I think they're kind of different strategies, and a lot of that comes with experience and just different approaches. But I'm curious if in the 24-hour race, folks are a little bit more conservative because they only have 24 hours. The 100-mile racers actually have 30 hours. So if they do need to ease up, slow down, or what have you later on, they have a little bit more of a time buffer. I guarantee there are a lot of people out here in the 24-hour race that fully intend to hit 100 miles.
Yeah. Especially
So-
with the temperature. too.
Yeah.
The conditions like make
Just
it.
totally
definitely
different
doable.
strategies.
Yeah, it is. That was, I think, it was like a great way to put it too. When you're running, basically when you're running for distance versus running for time.
Yeah,
right? And
yeah.
that even comes into effect. Like, do you coach anyone? Are you a coach?
So I am
Okay.
a USCO certified ultra running coach.
Yeah.
I don't have like a roster of
Got it.
athletes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically my point was just going to be, and I didn't know if you had like personal experience, so that's why I asked. But it's basically like people think about that in training too.
Oh,
like
yeah,
doing
yeah,
like a
absolutely.
2-hour run versus like a 15-mile run or a
Yep.
12-mile run. Like,
yeah.
and that
Like whether
it happens all the time.
So if you look at a training schedule, or like as a coach, like if you are putting together a training schedule, look at there, we got a banana coming.
Yes,
through.
that's Christina Chang.
Oh,
Shout out. I'll
that's
talk more about Christina later.
amazing.
Christina's awesome.
That's amazing. There are different training approaches to training where maybe you set your training goals in terms of miles or in terms of time.
Mhm.
Like, so a lot of people will be like, oh, I have a 10-mile run on my calendar today for my training. Whereas like I have a coach, and what my coach does and what I would prefer with other people is to do in terms of time.
Yeah, for sure.
So if you put like 3.5 hours on your training calendar, then you're a little less hung up on pace.
Yeah.
And you're more, because like, look, if you're going to go out on trail, for example, if you're climbing, you're doing a lot of elevation, you're not going to get as many miles in that 3.5 hours. But, you know, like the time duration
Mhm.
can be a really, really great way to make sure that you're getting time on feet.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, like when you talk about training for a 100-mile race, like maybe in your peak weeks, like some people say you want to have like 9 or 10 hours
Yeah.
on foot per week. I personally, I run a lot more than that,
Yeah.
but I don't. That is like kind of the common, like 9 or 10 hours a week for your peak weeks in terms of training. So it's not necessarily a set pace or a set mileage, number of miles that you have to hit. It's more just time on feet and getting that experience that really translates to performance on race day.
Time on feet.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah.
If people did, it's so true.
Yeah.
It's like so simple to say, but it's like so hard to execute sometimes.
Yeah,
At least for
yeah.
myself, I struggle with that more than anything. Is coming from like a track background,
Yeah.
being a guy that like has had to transition to time on feet, doing runs for time as opposed to pace. And I think like
Fast, yeah.
for people that are making that transition, like that is I think probably the hardest thing to do. Like when
I
you go
definitely
from
agree.
doing everything like
Yep.
based on pace and then doing things based on time. But
Yeah.
it's way smarter, I think,
It
especially
absolutely is.
as you get older, as you get more experience, to do things based on time
Yeah.
than distance.
And then you
So,
can think about also like what are your other activities that give you time on
Yeah,
feet?
exactly.
Walking, hiking.
Yeah, steps.
There are a
things
lot
that
of people who have jobs where they spend a lot of time on feet. Well, you know what? That counts because that all contributes to your endurance and your ability. There's my man Gags
Yeah.
shuffling right on through. So he's just gonna. So Gags runs like a metronome,
Yeah.
and he is one of those folks who will sort of cruise at
Pick
the
away.
same pace. He will lock in, and he will just get settled in what he's doing, and he will crank out the miles at that similar pace kind of all day long.
I love
He's
it.
not someone who will go out, like it's exactly what we were just talking
Yeah,
about.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. So I think we're gonna hop off and take a little break. Cool. So we'll take a little break. We'll be back shortly. We'll have the production team kind of give a notice as to when we're gonna come back on the screen. But that'll kind of be the story throughout the day. We'll pop on.
At 9:30,
Okay,
we'll be
cool.
back on.
All right. So we'll take a little break. We'll be
Cool.
back on at 9:30. And keep checking in. Like I said, the race is developing. We'll be about 2.5 hours in at that point and see where we stand. So
Sweet.
all right.
All right.
We'll be back.
Stay tuned. welcome back.
All right, here we are.
Here we are.
Back.
We're here. We are 2 hours and 40 minutes, 2 hours and 41 minutes into the race. It is getting warm. It's 70. It's still like it's 71 degrees. But Brian and I were just out walking around. It's feeling warmer, and I think the runners are now feeling, it's August. It's a summer day.
It's definitely not oppressive like it normally would be, you know what I mean? Like that oppressive, like you're sweating being outside. But no, it's definitely warming up. I mean, it's, like you said, it's still an August day.
What were some of your impressions walking around just now? I know you were.
I was chasing my 2.5-year-old around. Impressions walking around just now, a lot of people in really good spirits still, which I think is super important this early into the day to keep the spirits high. Everyone I talked to, was like in good spirits. I actually was talking to John Servi.
Yeah.
I was talking to his crew a little bit down at the end. They were like starting to set up a little bit more of their crew stuff, and he's running the 100-mile.
It's
so
his
I think
first 100-miler.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So I think that just goes to show you kind of like time-wise where people are at. So like, you're almost 3 hours into the day. He's running the 100 miles, so he's got a good amount of time, obviously, still to go. But like the crew is starting to probably in their minds be like, all right, we're in it. You know what I mean? Like we're in it.
And that's interesting because I feel like I don't really need any support until I'm at least like 50K into the race. Like I actually, when I do a 100-miler, my preference is to not see any crew for the first span of time. Yeah. Like, I want to get at least 50K done kind of on my own. I don't know. That's just my personal preference. And then, if there's opportunity to see crew, then that's great. There we've got a good view from out on the course. This is actually so there are 2 aid stations on this loop. You know that the loop is just under 4 miles. We have the main headquarters set up where Brian and I are sitting and where we've shown a lot of folks come through. What you are looking at on the screen right now is an aid station. It's a water station. A refueling and hydration station that's halfway through the loop. So it's just opposite side of the river from where we are now, pretty much. And this aid station is historically run by dear friends of the race, Albie Day and his partner, his girlfriend Anna, his wife Anna. But they have the most incredible aid station, and this on a hot summer race like this, you would think that you could get through this loop without needing to hit an aid station. But I gotta tell you, when you're out there in the thick of it and in the heat of it, not only is it nice to be able to refill your bottle because, especially if you're not wearing a hydration vest, if you're just carrying a handheld, especially later in the day, chances are really good that you're going to need to refill your water. On top of that, to see Albie and Anna and everyone else, like there are other volunteers that go out there and join them and support. But you can see him clapping and cheering people on. It is such a burst of energy and like such a burst of sunshine to see them over there. Historically, they have at that aid station, like later in the day, maybe they'll pull out some ice smoothies, some fruit smoothies, or popsicles, or like some other kind of fun, refreshing treat. It's just such a great boost out there. But that's a really good view of the far side of the loop. Yeah. There is a parking lot there, so I don't know. I've never really seen other folks kind of park and cheer or anything over
it's
there,
usually on this side, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, but like in theory, you could follow this race to the other. I mean, there's like probably like 10 parking lots around the park in like a 4-mile loop. So you could, but that is a great aid station. We were talking earlier a little bit about just like race volunteers and like what it means for the race. And like Albie and Anna are like pretty good examples of like exactly that conversation.
Yeah.
I would say, especially for this race.
The funny thing is they actually moved from New Jersey to New Mexico a year ago, and because they've become such like a staple and such a part of the race, they love the race as much as the race loves them. They actually came back this week just for this race. So they have traveled all the way from New Mexico just to be here and support and be there for the runners, which is super awesome.
That's what community is all about,
Yeah.
man. That is such a great, I mean, so that aid station, I think it actually like started unofficially kind of.
Yeah,
like,
totally.
Because Albie used to like basically live across the street from where he's standing.
Yep.
So yeah, that was like their spot that they just kind of like set up and helped out, and now it's become like such a part of the race. And people even like, we'll talk to people after the race, and people always like talk about that aid station stop out there, because there used to be the first couple years it was nothing. There wasn't another aid station.
Right.
So
and it's only during the daytime. So
for just the daytime.
So at nighttime, like at the end of it's just during the 12-hour race. At night they are not out there.
There's a chance you'll see Albie with like a pacer bib on later, helping someone run.
Totally.
So, yeah, that is a great spot. That's a great shot too. So yeah, we were talking a lot about how like the volunteers a lot of times can like make or break your race or really help you out. Like they're a pretty good example of that, I would say, for our race. Just with like everything that they do for the race is awesome. So
That's fantastic.
shout out.
You'll also see like everyone has a different approach and a different strategy on a day like this. You see a lot of people running by. You also see people walking by. I think what a lot of folks don't realize is that walking is actually a part of ultra running, and sometimes managing your strategy, even mitigating the effect of the heat. The way that you can do that best sometimes is just to totally slow down.
You can go ahead. I was just pulling something up. Yeah, the run walk strategy.
Yeah, the run walk strategy. And actually, like there's like a verified strategy where there are some folks who will approach an ultra distance using a timer, and they will do intervals of running and walking. And maybe it's 3-minute run, 1-minute walk, 3-minute run, and like kind of stick with that throughout the entire duration of a 100-mile race. And the way that the pacing shakes out, they're just as fast or faster than if they ended up just trying to run, because of the natural way that you tend to slow down. So it's kind of a way of conserving your energy and conserving your body throughout the day to be able to push further and go longer.
Yeah, I actually think there was an article in Runner's World about that, like recently, like this week maybe. As like a part of a training plan. But yeah, I mean, it definitely. I mean, especially for the 24-hour 100-mile race. I mean, the 12-hour really too. Like you have to have some kind of strategy to kind of slow things down a little bit, get your heart rate down a little bit, especially when it gets hot, right?
Yeah.
It gets hot and you're pushing, like at some point your heart rate's going to get too high to sustain the effort that you want to.
The heat tends to elevate your heart rate a bit naturally. So just being out there on a really, really hot day, you tend to see a higher heart rate.
Yeah, so yeah, you got to have that strategy, and it's cool to see. It's a great shot of like that aid station out there, seeing who stops, seeing who goes. I mean, and even looking at bibs, like seeing people that are in the front of the race, like stop, take a second, fill their bottles, and keep going is pretty cool. So we can do a quick race check-in.
Yeah, let's do it.
So we'll probably have. So we have in the 12-hour race, we have one person through 6 laps. That's Jace Gross, who's 19 years old from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Just finished his 5th lap, is on to the 6th lap. And then after that, we have a pretty good group of people through 5 laps. One of them being Emmy Simon, who's our first place female runner, kind of like right in the mix, or through the last lap, she was like right in the mix with the lead men. Actually, when we signed off last time, I got up and I happened to like see that lead group come through, and like she was running really strong and looked like she was kind of just like out on a casual run, like didn't really look like she was like laboring at all or anything. So she's, I'm sure, kind of gearing up to have a pretty good day. Actually, oh, never mind. Oh, that might have been her that just went
looked
through
like
the.
her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that might have been her that just went through. It was actually. I just got the update. So
Sweet.
she's through 6 laps as well. So first female, second overall.
For the 12-hour.
For the 12-hour, yeah. And then Ross Charles Winders is kind of right in that mix. Chris Shaw's in that mix. Nick Schroeder. On the female side, we have Tara Wilson. She is in second place. And then third place female is Alex Granada. Granada. Also she's through 4 laps. The women's race is a little bit more spread out right now, just because Emmy's like running with the lead men. She's really like a lap up, it looks like right now. So running really well to start this thing. And then again, we'll kind of see like as that keeps shaking out. It's interesting. I just, when Michelle was talking a second ago, I just pulled up Ultra Sign Up, and that's kind of like what we use to look at runners' history. Is it the most efficient way? Not always. Like, obviously there's races that like aren't on Ultra Sign Up, but it's hard to like get a good snapshot of what someone's done before other than Ultra Sign Up. So Emmy, and again, she's young. She's only 22. She only has 1 race from Ultra Sign Up, and it's an 8-miler from Silverton, Colorado, from last July.
Look at the time.
I know, which is fast. Yeah, she has 5th overall in that race, first female.
It's a 1 hour, 2-minute, 8-mile race in Silverton, Colorado.
In an
I don't know
alpine
anything
run.
about the terrain,
Yeah,
but I'm
probably
gonna
fast.
guess like that's a stout finish.
So but
But
we'll
it's
see,
one
like,
race,
Yeah,
yeah.
we'll see like as her day goes and like shakes out, kind of how she's able to run. But obviously, like leading this women's race pretty handedly, at least right now to start. But gonna definitely be an interesting character to try to like learn a little bit more about her backstory and like who she is as a runner. Again, she's really young. She's from Baltimore, has a race in Colorado.
I love hearing that. Ooh, we got a split screen. But
Nice.
I absolutely love hearing about the different ways that people come into the sport of ultra running. It is so fascinating to me because like there's so many different pathways that can lead to taking on endurance sport like this.
What's kind of cool too, I think, like, you know, I would say honestly within the last like 10 years, maybe even less, like to have people, again, like our male leader right now is 19, our female leader is 22. For runners of that age to now be leaning interested to ultra as opposed to either like the track or the road marathon.
I think it's in the last few years.
Yeah, like probably like
really
5 years,
recently,
honestly.
or
It's
less.
crazy.
Yeah.
Like,
social media might have something to do with
Yeah,
that.
I think so.
Just more, you've got more races that are like that have live stream. Like,
Yeah.
look at us, like,
yeah.
that are out there doing live stream, or they get more like publicity and get more coverage. That just gives exposure
Sure.
to the race. Like several years ago, there wasn't that kind of exposure. There wasn't like visible access to ultra running in the way that it is now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I also think, too, like, there's clearly something about ultra running and in a race format like this that, like, maybe feels even more approachable than, like, shorter races. And, again, that might sound a little bit crazy from the distance standpoint, but, like, I would personally rather run, like, a local 50K than, like, sign up for a city marathon. Like, just the idea of, like, trying to do the logistics and get to the start line, and it's expensive.
See,
and
I
it's
don't
like,
know if we're normal.
Yeah, but
I
my
know.
point is now we have, like, these younger
Right,
kids
right.
doing it as opposed to, I mean, to be 19 years old and running a 12-hour as opposed to being someone that is in college racing on the track
and
is
then
pretty
I
wild.
Also kind of wonder, and this is me and Brian, like, just delving into speaking off the cuff. But I kind of wonder, like, that's my children's generation.
Yeah.
So, like, I've been ultra running for like 5 years. Like now this would be like my kids coming out and doing this.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a younger generation that has exposure because that's what their parents did. Or, like, I don't
think
know,
so.
just an idea.
I mean, yeah, I think, like,
Hey boys, you could still run ultras.
yeah, yeah, even just, like, looking at, like, like you said, I mean, looking at the ages and the breakdowns here, like, there are a lot of people that, run these races that are, like, in their 40s and their 50s, but then we also we're starting to see more on the other side where we have, like, I mean, like we said, we have a 19-year-old leading the men's race in the 12-hour, which is, for us locally, like, pretty uncommon. I mean,
Yeah.
but it's awesome, but it's really cool to see. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Chris Shaw, who's, like, the course one of the course record holders in the 12-hour. He's 24. He's younger. I know he like is in school still. So yeah, I mean it's just interesting. It's cool to see people like taking that approach and being like, I'm gonna try to go this route as opposed to like getting really into the road marathon or getting really into the track. Not that those things aren't cool, because like I think anytime you're moving your body and doing something hard, it's
amazing.
Cool.
Yeah.
But to be like, I'm gonna just drive right into ultra, like, is sweet. I don't know. I was kind of like that though. Like I never ran. Like I didn't like ever like race the road marathon. You know, I was like, I got into ultra running like at a time when like I was like, oh, like it sounds cool to do a 50K. Like I'd rather do that than like do a road marathon. So
I never intended to do the marathon. I ended up doing one. I did the Philly Marathon in 2019.
Yeah.
But I remember thinking like I signed up for it because I knew I'd be running 20 miles that day anyway, and I figured like, I'll just
in your city
give it a shot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it was never my intention. I just wanted to start running ultras.
Yeah, I wonder too, like if people like almost more on the competitive side of things too, like, and I think this is happening on the pro side of the sport as well. Like people that are ultra competitive in ultra running are maybe seeing more of an opportunity to say like, I can be competitive in a field, like in a local race like this, that as opposed to if they go the route of like running the marathon or like road racing, like you basically have to be like a Division I pro.
Yeah.
Or like Division I to pro to like be competitive in like a major city race, or, you know, have a pro contract. So I don't know, maybe there's an element of that people are attracted to, but that's not going to take you as far, you know.
Yeah.
Once you get 12 hours in, it's like I'm good. So we'll see. We'll see how the young kids hang as the race gets going here. But it's cool to see. We've talked a lot about that. Just like the age disparity in the sport is pretty cool. And you know, it's to kind of stay on this a little bit. I think it was last year during the race we had a chance to talk to Dan Lamort, the comedian. Yeah. So he popped on with us after his race in the 12-hour, and we were like kind of just chopping it up. And he's so funny, by the way, for people that don't know him. But he made a great comment, like kind of more on a little bit more of a serious note. He's like, it's really cool that like in your 30s you can kind of just like decide to be an athlete if you want, and like get into ultra running, and then like you're just like in the scene and like in the mix. Like you can kind of just like reinvent yourself and like do pretty well. And I think that's like so cool that people can do that.
I did not start running at all until I was like 38.
Exactly. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he made that point on the live stream, and I was like, and he has a great story. He's a pretty well-known comedian. He lost a bunch of weight like through running using running to lose a bunch of weight. And I don't want to like share his story for him, but he's a really, really interesting guy. And it was just cool to hear him say that. I was like, that's such a great way to think about it.
It really is. And I think that's something that's so amazing about this sport is that anyone can do this. Like you don't have to like come from a track background. Like that was not my background when I was younger. And it doesn't have to be. It literally, like, I think a lot of times the misperception that people have when they see an ultra runner is like, oh, like, you know, that must come so naturally for you. Like your body must be built for that. You were made for this. You know, like whatever. And I think what that does in the person who's looking on is it creates the perception that they can't do it, that they don't have some kind of thing that would be, you know, air quote thing that would be necessary to make them capable. That's the misperception, because there's not a damn thing all that special about any one of us, in that like I say to people sometimes, I'm like, who am I? Like, I don't know. I'm just like some lady who runs a lot.
There's not like the physical gift, so to speak, that you would have with like someone that's like an Olympic runner, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no total secret to it. Really, honestly, the trick is to just be curious and work hard and go for it.
Yeah.
And like, you know, be willing to get uncomfortable, be willing to challenge yourself, be willing to, I don't know, just see what you can do. I mean, it's really exciting to sort of reshape your concept of your ability of, might sound silly, but like you really get to reshape your concept and your perception of the world by just by just taking a different approach, getting uncomfortable, taking a risk, and being vulnerable and seeing how much you can accomplish. It's so friggin' awesome.
It's crazy. I think like one of the coolest things, like even just like thinking back to like the first time I like ran a 50K race, like just like knowing so little, like knowing what I know now versus like knowing what I knew then, and like, you know, running what I thought was a really good race and basically having to like kind of like hike walk it in the last 4 or 5 miles, and just like having to do that was like it changes everything. Like it's like like you don't really know what you don't know until you try it, and then you get into the sport and you start to like learn all of these lessons and you know, critique your craft, and it's you're always learning. It's a sport that like you're just always learning. You're never like really at your best. I don't know if that's the best way to put it, but you're always sort of learning something, and I think that's like so interesting. It's so like inspiring to watch people figure it out.
Well, it's exciting because it's like you're never going to have it completely figured out, and as soon as you do, the sky is going to open up and dump a thunderstorm on you, and that's going to change the game.
And I think the pros will tell you the same thing. I think anyone in the sport will tell you that.
Yeah, you can't take anything for granted. It's like, I don't know. It also teaches you a lot about being grateful and like having gratitude for any given day, for what you are able to do for, you know, for ourselves, for our bodies, for the people around us. Like, oh my gosh, for just being nestled in a community of support and acceptance is just really cool.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Whenever I come to do the live stream, I'm always like, it inspires me to then like sign up for something.
Yeah,
every time, every year,
I totally get it.
Every year, like I'm always like, it's always like this time of the year where I'm like, you know, running like kind of like base training. I'm like, you know, still running every day pretty much, and like, but now after this race, I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna be like, all right, what am I signing up for? I always like get inspired when I come and like get a chance to sit and listen and talk and like dive into the sport, where I'm always like, all right, what's next? Like, what's the next thing? And I love that. I love that about the sport, and I think that's kind of like what Michelle and I are trying to get at too. For people that like you've never done this, you're listening, you're watching, you're seeing what's going on. It's like,
curious.
Just dive in. Like, just do it. Like, just sign up for something, even if you don't know if you can do it, and just try and see what happens.
Like,
what's the worst?
What if you can?
Yeah, exactly.
What if you make it? Like, oh my God, what if you finish?
Yeah.
It's going to totally radically redefine your concept of everything.
Yeah.
We have folks today from all over the place. We have a ton of folks from the PA, New Jersey area, but we also have folks from Maryland, Virginia, New York, Texas, Tennessee. We've got Michigan, Massachusetts. We have somebody from Ontario.
We had a couple
South
from
Carolina.
A couple from Ontario, yeah.
Terry Roan from Somerville, South Carolina.
It's awesome.
I
love this.
Brooklyn, New York in the house.
Yeah, it's cool to see people like, again, this is like, oh, we got a California. 28, California.
Oh, Ojai, California.
That's sweet.
That's really, really cool.
There's another California. LA.
Yeah, we got a couple folks from
Charleston,
Cali. We
yeah,
got Schenectady. I mean, like West Virginia. Oh,
New
Quebec.
Hampshire. Yep, Quebec.
Alexander Hebert is from
St.
Jerome, Quebec.
That's awesome.
We got Chicago. Yeah, it's really, really fun. Like, it's so awesome to get to meet people from all over the place.
Yeah, it's cool that people are traveling to this race, too.
Yeah.
You know, hey, if you're looking for a race to do in the summer and you want it to be, you know, you're looking for a looped race, flat and fast, and you're good normally we have some abnormal temperatures today, but you're good with the heat. This is a great race to sign up for. It's you know, it fills up. It's a great community. It's a great place to run. I know a lot of times people don't necessarily think about like Philly, South Jersey as this kind of like hub of ultra running.
Oh my God.
Our community is alive and well today.
So strong.
People come out for this one. And it's great. Sorry to cut you off. It's great too. Like, this serves as kind of like that like the race that brings everyone together. And then after this, like, people have their races that they're doing in the fall that maybe they're traveling for. Like, I know there's always like a contingent of people from this area that like run Javelina, right? Or people that like start to travel in the fall. But to have like this race in the summer of like people are just like grinding out miles, building up for the fall, and then you have this race kind of sitting like in the beginning of August as like a let's see where your fitness is at.
Yeah.
Like let's, go test ourselves out is I think great for like our community. Just like the way the calendar works, it's great. Like it doesn't really compete with a lot of other like local races for like the weekend and things like that,
Right.
So it's cool. It's awesome.
It really is.
Especially when you get a day that like is like this weather-wise.
Okay, tell me about the banana. Here comes our
yeah,
banana
Christina
again.
Chang. So I've mentioned this a couple of times with Christina. So I was a teacher in a former life. I'm no longer a teacher, but I was a teacher in a former life. When I worked, and the last school I worked at was a middle school in Bordentown. Christina Chang taught across the hall
No
from
way.
me. She's a middle school science teacher.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Christina Chang's awesome. So yeah, I think she's also like currently like 5th female or something in the banana suit.
In a banana
So
costume.
let's see. 1, 2,
That's
3,
incredible.
4, 5. She's 6th female right now in the 12-hour.
That's
running in a
awesome.
banana suit. Christina's awesome. Like, talk about like good vibes people and like just people that like bring a lot of life to races.
Oh my gosh,
she's awesome.
yeah.
She pretty much. So I know she probably does some other races, but in the last like 3 years, she's done every endless endurance like iteration of this.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like the 12-hour or the Frosty in the winter.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so Christina's awesome. Shout out Christina. The banana suit's great.
There goes Elizabeth Flores zooming past.
Right behind Christina. They're running right next to each
yeah.
other, basically. Christina in the Frosty Looper ran in a Santa costume the whole time, too.
Oh, I do
Yeah.
remember that. Okay, I love people in
Yeah.
costumes who do races. That is just the best.
Yeah.
Um,
Here's a family affair one. So kind of also in the female mix, like right around Christina and Elizabeth. Jen Kennedy. So Jen Kennedy is the sister of Vin Kennedy, who last year
Oh, yes.
got like second
Oh
in the
my
men's
God,
race.
yeah.
So that's his sister who's running, I believe his younger sister.
That's awesome.
I was just talking to Vin. He's here, and we were just
Nice.
kind of like chatting it up. And he was like, yeah, my sister's running the 12-hour. So shout out Jen Kennedy, keeping it in the family.
That
That
is
was great.
so cool.
He's here crewing his sister. Yeah.
I thought I saw him
Yeah.
walking around. We have a lot of family connections here. They're actually like, we mentioned the DeAndrea brothers
Yep.
who are both running the 100-miler today, but there were 2 others from.
Oh yeah, I think they were from Tennessee. I had it by state.
Yeah, there were a couple. There are a couple
here.
other.
Wait,
Caleb,
this is a father-son, I think.
Oh my gosh!
So
I
it
think
was-
you're
their
right.
ages were 50
Caleb
and 20.
Daniel Alterman. Yeah, their ages are 50 and 20.
Right
so
here.
they probably are father and son. Oh my gosh, that just gives me chills. I am smiling so big right now
That's
because
great.
that is so friggin' cool.
That's awesome.
Oh my gosh. And see, that's what I'm talking about. You get that 20-year-old kid who's out here because his dad is here too.
I think
like
you nailed that one.
that's
Yeah.
really cool. All right.
That's cool. That makes me
Kids,
emotional
I'm not
as a
joking.
dad.
Get your shoes laced up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I
That's
love it.
so
That's why I
awesome.
love like when
That's
my
great.
kids are, even though we're like trying to be semi-serious on the live stream and my 2.5-year-old's over there dancing. It's like, I love it because I think it's like, it's important to
Yeah.
see. But that's really cool. That seems like a father-son team just by the ages, and they have the same last name. So if it is, shout out to that family, the Aldermans, all from Tennessee.
That's really cool.
So cool.
Really, really cool.
Made a weekend out of it. So that's sweet. All right, let's pop down to one of the other races and kind of just like see what's going on.
As you're browsing that,
Yeah.
I'm going to say one of the things that I noticed when I was walking around is the setups. 2 things. The setups that folks have going on, especially people who are in the 24-hour camp area.
Yeah.
Shout out to some of our relay teams.
Yeah.
The leisurely loopers, the ladies who loop. Like, there is a homestead setup. They have multiple tents that are all connected, and like, people are here for the duration. They're literally camped out here for tomorrow, as you would set up like a camping site where you're going out. There are beds, there are tents, there are just all kinds of really cool things. The other thing that I did get confirmation on when we were on our little break is that people are actually running faster today.
Oh, nice.
I talked to one of the Kristen Scalise, who's one of the 24-hour relay loopers, and she said she already has PR'd her loop on the course. And she's run this several times, and she already has done a loop faster than she ever had before. So I think, I really do think that's kind of a common theme that that folks are finding today.
I'm interested to see if it leads to some carnage later in the day.
Ah, there's always a little bit of carnage.
Always a little bit in a race like this.
That's where the learning happens.
Yeah.
But yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. Well, especially for the. Actually, I think it's really interesting to talk about for the relay runners in the sense that, like, with the cooler temperatures, they then get the break. And I know we talked about sometimes it is like hard to rebound from that, but you have the time to relax, and you're not like just baking in the heat and like still
at the same time, like, don't you think it'd be really hard to get all sweaty and then sit still under,
I would
like,
probably
and
change
get cold?
a ton.
Yeah,
I would change my outfit.
There should be a lot of clothing changes if you are doing that. Yeah, I think to
Tent
manage
City.
that. Wow, look at that fabulous
That's a great
view.
shot.
There is Tent City happening down there around the track. Oh yeah, we get some drone footage. This is so good right now. This really gives you a good perspective of Cooper River Park, and it's just the most perfect setup. And down at the far end of the track, like where the runners, they go on this short little stretch of the track and then they pop back out onto the asphalt path and continue around the river. But there's a whole, like, yeah, there's a really good view. Down at the top of your screen toward the right, there's a bathhouse with like a full bathroom. I mean, it really is the ideal setup to come and spend an entire day.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what makes this.
You get people down there,
race.
like, they're all of the support folks who are here, the families, the friends, the running clubs, like all the different groups, like it's a festival kind of environment. Like, it is so much fun. And there are a lot of run clubs who are out there. You see a lot of branded tents from different groups. It's super cool.
Yeah, crewing's fun.
Yeah,
I love
it
crewing.
is. I
I've
know.
had some fun crewing experiences here. I've gone out to crew races for people in this race and other places. Yeah, it's fun. I always like being a part. I mean, it's just like a great way to like also be a part of the community and just kind of like be in the mix. And you know, ultra running is a team sport as much as people, you know, as much as you're out there by yourself a lot. Like, I always say that, and I kind of stand by it. Like, it's a team sport. It takes a team. It takes a community. Even if you show up to the race by yourself, in some senses, it's still a team sport. Whether it's people that you train with, or you know, a significant other that helps you along the way.
I think the trick is if you are willing to ask for and accept help, you don't have to ever be alone in ultra running. You have to be willing to accept the help, and I think for some folks that's very difficult, and it takes time to learn that as a skill. But you don't have to ever be alone if you're willing to if you're willing to connect and to be vulnerable.
I think that is a great point about the ask and accept the help is a great way to put it. Awesome. All right. Race wise.
Look at this view.
Oh yeah, that's where we're
that's
at.
us.
Yeah, we're under that little tent, but here you go. There's a shot of the parking lot, the fold up parking lot. I had to park on the street this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
really
go. There's our shot.
And there's Philly in the background.
So yeah.
when you're coming around the far side of the river, you're looking straight down towards Philadelphia, and you get that phenomenal view of the Philly skyline. It's just such a great backdrop.
It is.
Yeah. That's another thing. We are that close to Philadelphia. Yes, we're over here in Pennsauken, New Jersey, but we're just a stone's throw or so.
Yeah, we're
from
super
Philly.
close.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very Instagrammable down there.
Yeah. There's a classic view which
shot.
we might get a shot of, where the photographers out on the race course tend to always get folks crossing the bridge with the Philly skyline in the background. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great shot.
There we
it's
are
a great
panning
place to
out.
run.
I mean, look how beautiful this river area is. It really is pretty.
Yeah, it's becoming like a huge space for regattas, like even at the college level. So
is there one happening today?
No, they have like a boat festival, but I don't know if they're racing today.
Okay.
So they have so they moved the Dadvale race here, which used to be at the it used to be in the Schuylkill River, and then I don't know if they were like doing work with the Schuylkill, like something, I don't know, something happened. I don't know a ton about boat racing, but they moved the Dadvale here, which was like a big NCAA race. So they do that here now. And then last year for crew, NCAA national championships were here.
Really?
Like at Cooper River. Yeah.
Wow.
It's insane. So there's times like I'll come down here to run and like the far end of the park, like by where the light is that way.
Yeah.
Like where some of the crew people will set up. Like sometimes like you can't even walk on the sidewalk. It's so crowded. It's
that's
crazy.
super exciting.
It's cool. There's just always a lot going on down that way. And then like you said, the weddings at the boathouse. The boathouse is beautiful. They actually people that ran the 6-day or were familiar with that race might know this. They actually Camden County gave us or the race access to the boathouse for 6-day runners and I think 3-day runners. Like if you needed to take a shower and everything, they could use the boathouse. Like it was just open for them.
Wow,
yeah.
that's phenomenal.
Yeah, it was really cool. So, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And that's like a beautiful facility. Like people have weddings there. Like so, it's beautiful.
Getting a shower in a multi-day race. Is really big.
And it's like on the race course. Like it's not like you need to leave or whatever. So. All right, so let's see. 24-hour runners again. They're pretty much just settled in. Pretty much, almost everyone in that 24-hour race is like your top 6 or so people are 5 laps in. There's a huge group at 4.
I don't know if folks have noticed like how in the on screen right now on the on Albie's aid station on the left side of your screen. How hard Albie is working to keep that thing full of water, to keep the jug full. Like people really are, especially you see all these runners with just a handheld. They really are needing to stop and refill their bottles as the day warms up.
Yeah, we're going to get to that kind of heat of the day soon. I know it's only 10:15, but
yeah,
it's warm. And like we said earlier, like it's exposed. Like it feels warm on this loop.
Yeah. And so, this is like we were talking earlier about race strategy. Like, do you carry a handheld? Do you wear a belt or a vest? Depending on your goal for the day, it can take time to stop and fill a bottle.
Yeah.
That's why I wear my vest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, that's a whole strategy thing. If you have a crew, how many people you have, are you running with 2 bottles, swapping them?
If folks have crew, what a lot of people do if they are carrying a handheld is they will have multiple handhelds and they'll come in and just swap out the bottle.
Yep.
So they don't have to stand there and take the time to refill it. Their crew will have another totally full, ready to go handheld. You can do that same kind of strategy with a hydration vest. If you have more than one vest, you can have, when you at any race, when you come to a crew stop, a crew access point, you can drop your entire vest and pick up a new vest that your crew already has, like your bottles filled, like packed with your snacks and all your gear ready to go. So I do think some folks do that, or even if they're self-supported, they'll have like a cooler at their stuff, and they'll have other handheld bottles and just switch it out.
Wait, so
we getting comments?
This is really cool. So I didn't know this until I started clicking on some of these. So this is on the My Race result that we're using. So I'm using race tracking. I'm using the same thing that people can use at home. I don't have any special race tracking platform.
Yeah, if you go to my.raceresult.com, you can follow live tracking. So you will see the live updates, the same data that we're looking at. Yeah, and if you click into the names,
it looks like you can write comments for people.
You can write comments.
Which is cool. I didn't know that.
So
We've had comments before.
Does that mean that there's comments?
That means there's a comment, yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so for Sky, who is out here running, Dave and Sue from California say, great going. We're following you well. Love the software. Susan and I wish we could do this.
That's great. And
that's really cool.
Yeah, this is cool. So, there's a bunch of comments. Wait, here's the one for Joe. Oh,
wait. Can you click on Angus?
Yeah.
Okay, shout out to Angus.
You can do it.
Angus actually just moved here from Texas.
Oh, nice.
But he is coached by a buddy of mine, Steve Epifano.
Oh, yeah.
Who comes, Steve lives in Southern California. He's shout out to SoCal Runner on Instagram. But Steve is from New Jersey. So every year around the holidays, he comes back to visit his family and runs the Frosty Looper.
Yeah.
So his athlete, Angus, is running his first time running this distance.
That's awesome.
Yeah, which is super awesome.
24-hour, I think. So.
He's doing the 12.
Oh, all right. This was Joe. Joe Fricker. We were talking about Joe earlier.
Yeah.
Cardio Joe, man. That was it last year. Everyone was just Cardio Joe. Cardio Joe. And
Cardio Joe,
that's like
let's
a name I just
go.
won't forget. Paul Guido from Levittown had some comments. Got a bunch, actually.
Oh, lots of support for Paul Guido.
Just another day at the office. I like that.
All right, Ric Flair, PR or ER?
Yeah.
Run fast, pace yourself.
This is great.
Let's go.
Yeah, so the comments are cool. So there's comments in there. Keep leaving them. We'll shout out 1 loop at a time, 1 mile at a time.
Yep.
That's great.
Actually, that
didn't know they were
comment
there.
is a really good one to keep in mind. When you are taking on a multi-hour race, any kind of endurance event, whether it's time or distance, it's really, really important to stay present and to stay focused on what is right there in front of you at any given time. It's so easy to get overwhelmed when you're at mile, what mile are we at? Say 25. When you're at mile 25 of a 100-mile race, it could be daunting to think about the fact that you still have 75 miles left to go. Instead, the way to stay focused is think about the mile that you're in. We say often, run the mile that you're in, or think about just get to the next aid station. Just get to the next spot where you can see your crew. Let that be your focus. So it's chunking the bigger goal or breaking it down into pieces. How do you, there's that saying. Although I really like elephants. I don't want to eat an elephant, but how would you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
That's how this goes. It's easy to get overwhelmed. You have to have some kind of strategy to kind of rein it in.
Right. Right. To stay focused and just all you need to do is worry about that next step right in front of you.
Here you go. So on the men,
keep moving.
Yeah, 12 hours. So in the 12-hour race, we have 2 men through the marathon mark.
Sweet.
Yeah, Jace Gross is our 19-year-old who was leading the race.
For perspective, that is a 3-hour, 21-minute marathon.
Yeah, to start.
In
to
the
start
context
of
a 12-hour day.
Yeah.
Okay?
Pretty impressive.
That's impressive.
And then Chris Shaw jumped up. So Chris Shaw was, again, he's our course record holder, won the race last year. He was kind of sitting in 4th or 5th place. He's through 7 loops, so he's through the marathon mark now as well, 3:22 marathon. So he's a minute behind Jace. So Chris Shaw looks like he made a little bit of a move there, passed a couple people, kind of put himself in position to
what you sometimes see is folks who go out really, really fast and strong. We talked about this earlier, kind of level off a little bit and maybe don't continue at that fast pace all day long. The alternate strategy is to stay really steady and consistent, more like a metronome, and just start at the pace at which you could hold all day long, and that start at the pace that you could finish the race at. And I think one way to get to that is that the run walk interval strategy kind of keeps you at a more level pace a little bit. So there's so many different strategies. That said, there also are those folks and there are those days when they fly out raging, super fast, super strong, and actually are able to hold it all day. So everything is different. And I think the more that you do this kind of thing, there goes Emmy.
Yeah, let's see her split.
The more that you do this kind of thing, the more that you sort of learn what works for you. What's happening in some of the other race distances, the 24 or 100 miler?
Let's go the 100 mile. So the 100 mile, we have the 100 mile. There's some people flying in that race. So top 3 men in that race are all through 6 laps,
which is 22 and a half miles.
Yeah. So they're out on their 7th lap, somewhere kind of in between. Cade Remsburg is leading that race. So I mentioned his name earlier. He's 52, and he's got a bunch of really impressive results. Yeah. So, I mean, this is his.
He's done Loopy and Frosty.
Ultra sign up. I mean,
loads of times.
Yeah. So, he's got a 30-hour race here, 33-hour race here. Loopy, Frosty, got 2nd at Pine Creek in 2022.
Nice.
Yeah. So. He's a guy that's got a lot of experience here running for a long time, it looks like. he is, currently was in first place through that loop. Bryce Zell in second from Ringo's, New Jersey, 23 years old. Daniel Spangler, 30 years old from Lubbock, Texas, in third place of the 100-mile race for the men. Wonder if he's actually from Texas. We talked a little bit about this last year with the woman who won the 12-hour, Lauren McGeckreek. I might be mispronouncing her name, but she was also had she was from Texas. I think it was in the area. But she won the women's race, and we were like, if you run and train in Texas, this is, pretty light probably compared to that weather-wise. So, I mean, I think that if he actually is from Texas and lives in Texas, I mean, that could be a huge kind of leg up, so to speak, weather-wise. The female side of things for the 100-mile race, Tina Custodi, currently in 6th overall. She looked really strong. We both saw her run through when we were on our little break. And then Randy Zuckerberg in 2nd, followed by Lisa Perry in 3rd.
Sweet. Some strong ladies out there.
Yeah, some really, really strong names there. But again, 100-mile race, we got a long time to go. A lot of strong names in there. Again, kind of right in the middle of that. We got a bunch of names of sort of the people that you would know and hear and see all the time. There's the DeAndrea brothers running together,
just rocking and rolling. And I think again, we mentioned how there's a tendency to talk about sort of front runners, but oh my, shout out to the mid backpackers, to the DFLs, shout out to every time I do an ultra, every time I do one of these loop races in particular, I feel like shout out to every single person who steps out on the course and is willing to just give it a try and do any distance at all. Showing up at the start line, at its core just means that you're willing to get out, be uncomfortable, and give yourself a chance and just see what can happen. And I think that is such an incredible and powerful thing that I just want to shout out to every single person who's out there.
Yeah,
no matter what they do.
Especially too, signed up for the 100-miler. There's not a quote unquote safety net in time. You're either running 100 miles or you're getting did not finish or whatever. Signing up for it and just saying, you know what, I'm gonna see if I can do it. And for some of these people, knowing it might take me 29 hours. Or 30. I'm going to be out there for a day and a half.
Yep.
I mean, that's that's a pretty powerful thing, I think. And I think that's what creates the energy around these races is when you have that many people in a place, you can feel it. You can sense it, and you can tell that people are trying to do some really hard things, and that's really cool. In a world where there's so much vanilla nonsense, it's cool.
So true. Oh my God,
it's cool to be in a place where there's people doing things that really matter to them and that they really care about, and they're pushing the envelope and doing it for the love of the game. We don't have pros in our field really. There might be a couple people that are quote unquote sponsored or are getting gear from a company or whatever, but I don't think anyone in the field's doing this as their job. You know what I mean? These are people doing it for the love of the game, and there's 350 people signed up.
We have a lot of very unprofessional athletes. Just out here for themselves. It's that kind of me versus me.
Yeah.
Just to shine, see what can happen.
Just to see what you can do. Yeah, and it's really cool. I mean, let's see, the 24.
There goes Bud Wilson and Bob Law.
Yeah, they're both running the 100-mile, I think. Oh, I know Bud is. He's the name, he's just right in the mix, Bud Wilson.
Yeah.
57 years old from Audubon. He lives down the street from me, actually.
Bob. He just did Old Dominion.
Oh,
recently.
really?
Yeah,
nice.
Old Dominion 100.
Yeah, I don't know what distance he's doing.
Bob's doing the 100. I'm sorry. What did I just say?
Bob's doing the 12.
Bob is doing the 12 mile. Too many B's.
Yeah.
Bob Law is doing the 12-hour, and Bud Wilson is doing the 100-miler.
100-miler. Yeah. Awesome.
I mean, both of them super accomplished runners.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some really interesting names. This kind of section, if you're, for those of you at home kind of looking or following along the 100-mile race, that section of group of people currently in 6th to 15th, 16th place, that's like your people, I think, to like keep an eye on too. Like they're just gonna kind of shuffle and move up and move. Yeah, that's kind of where you have a lot of experience in there with people that kind of like know what they're doing and have done this a lot. And yeah, we'll see. You know, kind of, you know, you gotta let the day settle in a little bit. So that's where we're at, kind of race wise right now.
Then we've got our 24-hour.
Yeah, the 24-hour race right now. I keep getting stuck. Is a bunch of people just like through 5 loops. So we'll shout the names out. Robert Nagoy was in. So this is again through 5 laps. They're probably still out there. Actually, a lot of them are probably going to come in fairly soon on to finish their 5th lap. But Robert Nagoy, Adam Chatterier, and David Millar, kind of 1st, 2nd, 3rd in that order. On the women's side, it's Julie Hung. Erica Bash is in 2nd, and then Ashley Warble is in 3rd. Rabel? Yeah, probably. I'm terrible with last names. Trying to pronounce last names has never been my strong suit. So yeah, Julie is 46 years old from New York. Erica, 34, from South Jersey, from Sewell, and then Ashley is a little bit younger, 24, from Harrisburg, PA. In the 24-hour, that's where things kind of stand right now. And then again with a bunch of names, a bunch of other names that people we've seen before kind of thrown in there in the mix. Yeah, we'll just kind of see how people will move along and shuffle out as the day goes there. Yeah, 24 hours is an interesting one, kind of in the mix of like the 12-hour being like your short and fast, 100-mile being a little bit easier to track sometimes than the 24 because it's like the distance. It's like you're running for the distance race, and then the 24 is like you're just grinding it out. Oh.
Yeah.
That is like I feel like the 24-hour is the one of the 3 where it's like if you're going to kind of like in the middle of the day, like maybe walk a loop or like take a little, like be way more like strategic about how you spend your time.
How you use the time. Yeah. For sure.
Because that one is like, I think, more time centric than the 100-miler. Even though some people, the 100-miler is going to take them longer than 24 hours, when you're running for that set amount of time, like you're way more strategic, I think, about your time. And I think that's showing because I think the 24 hour is the only one we don't have anyone through 6 loops. So it feels like there maybe is like a little bit more strategy at play there. Maybe.
Yeah. So. And I think the neat thing, we've talked a lot about the time format. It's such an open door because you could run for the entire 24 hours if you wanted to, or you can approach it like I have up to 24 hours to do whatever I want to do. And people, you get the whole range of different ways that folks run it. Some people are like, yeah, if I feel like at 16 or 18 hours I'm done, then I'm done and I can stop and I can go home or whatever. I can lay down and take a nap. But then you have other folks who are like, no, I signed up for the 24. I'm in it and for the 24.
Getting my money's worth out of the 24. Yeah, I mean, you could use it as like I've never run 100K.
I've never run into the night.
I've never run
overnight
through the night
before.
Yeah,
like I've never stayed out on course after sundown. I feel like I was talking to somebody about this the other day. I feel like that is kind of an interesting turning point in your ultra running experience. The first time that you run through the night and into the next morning, like that is sort of a game changer. That's an eye opener. That is definitely, there's a perspective shift that happens in your world when you have had that experience. And it's really cool. One of my favorite things actually about this race, I love personally as a runner, at the end of the 12-hour day, okay, the 12-hour race is done.
I know where this is going.
The 12-hour folks, the tents have packed up. All those tents along the track, they've cleared out. They've gone home. Gets a little quieter. The evening, the nighttime air settles in, and that is kind of my favorite thing. Yeah. Because it's kind of this time where, for me, in my mindset, I'm like, okay, settle down. You're locked in. Let's stay here. Okay, now's the time. Like, I don't know. There's something really special about that, and maybe that makes, maybe that makes me a little odd.
No,
but,
I think there's something to that.
It's really special.
I mean, it's like in some ways it's like the circus goes home, right? It's like it's like the clearing out. Like it really is. I mean, obviously there's still people here, and as this race kind of grows in popularity, there's more people here than there used to be. I mean, I remember, one of the first years.
Oh yeah.
The 24-hour, there were like 15 people.
Yeah.
And it was like there was no one really here, because I remember I was here with Erica, who's a good friend, and was here kind of into the night with her, and there was like no one.
Right.
But, so you're getting a little bit more people. But you're right. I mean, more than half the race is the 12-hour, right?
Yeah.
So people do start to pack up and leave. And that race ends at 7, which is...
7 p.m.
Yeah,
so, like, if what I just described appeals to you in any way, shape, or form, then you should probably be trying a longer race. That's not... I know just as many people who will be like, what the F is wrong with you? Go home. Like, you've done enough. Go home and eat dinner. So it's not for everybody.
It is a shift. It is a shift. And I'm almost like, not on the flip side of that, but I have done, and especially now just with kids, like, when I get my ultra runs in, I'm more of like, I'm doing a day. You know what I mean?
It's
like,
also,
I'm doing the 50 milers.
It's a beautiful thing to have a 12-hour race and know you're
going
to go home and sleep in your own bed.
Yeah, there is a shift for sure in the...
Sleeping in a bed is really great sometimes.
Then next thing you're doing multi-days and...
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the multi-days, Michelle.
Oh my God. It's a whole other experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. So...
It is.
We got it all. We got a not a multi-day. We got a
running.
full day,
There's something for everyone.
Yeah, it's wild too. The interesting thing, I was thinking about this the other day, like, and it kind of stems off this conversation. Like, when people think about like I guess the closest thing you can compare it to is like like people that run on the track or people that run marathons. It's like there's people think of it as like there's a difference between like the half marathon and the marathon. Whereas like in ultra running, people are like, oh, you run ultras, you must run like 100-mile races or you must run 50Ks. But like the difference between a 50K and a 100-mile race is like 69 miles.
Massive.
Like, you know what I mean? So there's such a difference.
It's not just mathematical. It's an exponential difference. Like,
absolutely.
I think that's something that trips people up sometimes when they go from the 50-mile to the 100-mile distance. If they make that jump, is, you kind of figure like, okay, I've got this 50-mile thing figured out. Okay, I just double that. And I'll do a 100-miler.
Yeah.
Oh no.
No, it's so
like
different.
it's an it's exponential in terms of the energy output, the complication, the logistics, the
I mean the training.
It is. It's not just double.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it is. And I don't know if people always like think about that. They're like, oh, you run ultras, or like this is like an ultra race. Like even in a race like this, like in my mind, thinking about a 12-hour race versus a 100-mile race or a 24-hour race is like very different. So
it's all under the it's all phenomenal. It's all under the ultra umbrella, and it's all hard, and it's all fantastic at the same time.
Yeah, it's great. It's just like cool. Like you can go so many different avenues within ultra running and like learn something different from every type of race. And like looped courses versus point-to-point races. I mean, there's just so many different kind of like ways you can have fun running long. We were talking about FKTs earlier. Same thing, like doing missions on your own. Like, there's so many different ways you can kind of like break things up and have a good time. And yeah, it's great. I think, you got a shot there of that second aid station still. A lot of runners out there still. Got our shot here of the people coming through the start-finish line. People starting to kind of walk through that section, which is probably smart.
It is. The temperature's slowly creeping up.
Yeah.
And that makes sense. We're also, once you start getting into like the 50K point and runners start reaching kind of that, they start getting closer into that 50K distance, you tend to see a little bit more, like a slight bit of a slowdown, maybe a little bit.
Definitely. Yeah, there's definitely like a shift in the race. So. Yeah, that's kind of where things stand. I mean, we have 12-hour. We have 6 people through the marathon. 6 people through the marathon in the 12-hour. It's pretty impressive. I mean, they're all like
amazing.
under 3:30 marathons.
Yeah, that is incredible.
Yeah.
That really is.
That's fast for saying I'm gonna do the 12-hour and start it with a 3:30 marathon. So that's fast. So Don't let that feel intimidating though, because most people are not running that right now. Yeah, that is quick. Let's see.
And we have 119 people running the 12-hour race.
Yeah.
That's huge. How many total are in the other ones? In the 24-hour, we have 37 runners in the 24-hour race. And in the 100-miler, we have 56.
So it's like a little over 200.
Yeah. So we actually have more folks running the 100-mile distance than the 24-hour distance.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many we have in the glow-up loop. That's not going to happen until 10 p.m. tonight.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's good. Those are great numbers. 212 is awesome. There's a lot of people out here on a summer day running hard.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
Which is great. Nice. What was you ran Cocodona this year?
Yeah.
What was your experience like at Cocodona?
Oh, wow. Where to even begin?
Let me ask you a more pointed question. How about
Okay.
that? Instead of just like a wide open question, just as we have some time here as runners are between loops. Did the race what about the race met your expectations? And not even for yourself, just like the race in general. Like, what about the race like met your expectations, and what did you walk away from being like, I didn't even think about that, and like, this is a really cool thing I learned? And you can start with either question.
So much. I think so. So the Cocodona 250 is a 250-mile race. It's a point-to-point race in Arizona that starts just north of Phoenix and ends up in Flagstaff. It traverses several different mountain ranges. You go up through the Bradshaw Mountains. You go through several different really historic towns in Arizona. Like Jerome and Prescott, and ultimately into Flagstaff.
Such a cool.
It is a.
Seems
It's
like
a.
really cool
Oh my God!
course.
Talk about traveling.
Yeah.
Yeah. You really are traveling on foot. The funny thing is, the actual distance was 200. It was measured at 257 miles. I had like 262 on my watch, but that's trail. Trail.
Yeah.
But it was a 257-mile race. In 2024, I crewed and paced a friend of mine from start to finish. So I got to really like experience the race environment, the race directors. I got to see firsthand what the course was like, but also just everything about it. So I had familiarity with the race coming into it as a runner. So from that standpoint, I can't speak highly enough about the organization and orchestration of the race. Aravaipa does a phenomenal job running races, really like a lot like Endless Endurance does.
There's
Really
a lot of
like
similarities. I think purposeful similarities.
oh my God, yeah. I mean, I know like Jen and Pete with Endless Endurance, like we've done Aravaipa races together.
Yeah.
And I think with both of them, with Endless Endurance as well as Aravaipa, you know that when you do one of their races, you're going to be taken care of. They're going to be great volunteers. The course is going to be well marked. It's going to be well laid out, like conceptualized in a really, really good, like well done kind of fashion.
Professional type of
professional.
way.
Exactly. So that's sort of similarities between the race director and the companies. So from that standpoint, off the hook. I mean, Cocodona was just incredible.
Yeah.
There were some. Oh, look at the little runner coming through now.
That's what it's about right there.
That's what it's about. Does that child have a pacer bib on? That was
I
really
hope so.
cute. Really cute.
That's awesome.
And you see like families out here. It's so great.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
I love when my kids are at the races at the end. Sometimes it's hard when they're there during the day, to be totally honest. But
I could see that.
Yeah.
I could see it being a little tough. Maybe
I had
a little distracting.
I had a tough day at Hainesport. My kids were there.
Yeah.
And I actually ran probably like the worst race of my life. But
you feel pulled in different
Yeah.
directions?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be hard.
But here, keep going about Cocodona. Yeah. And we can talk about that part. later.
Cocodona 2025 had significantly wild weather. And the weather was a major, major factor and a major part of the race. It rained for 2.5 days in Arizona,
Yeah.
in the desert.
Yeah,
and
I
there was
remember
mud.
following along. I saw that.
Oh my word. That was an absolute like unexpected challenge. It really created significant challenge. I think there were a lot of folks who DNF'd early on in the race because of the impact of the weather. Yeah, that was a major challenge. And it just slowed everything down so much in the beginning because you physically could not, like, there was so much mud.
Yeah.
It was
Can't run.
You couldn't run.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been impossible. You like sliding backwards down the mountain.
Jeez.
Like, yeah, in sections. That was unique.
What a
And
cool race.
Oh my God, it's such a cool race. I'm doing it again.
Are you?
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, I can tell you all about it and tell you about the ways I cried out on trail and like all the things. And in the same breath, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going back.
That's awesome.
I'm excited. I am registered again.
I think like the race, so I'm not like a multi-day guy. I've never like put together a race like that, but just like in my mind, the idea of like an idea of a race that long, that's a point-to-point race where you like, and again, I've never been out there, but the way it sounds like where you're like traversing from like town to town and like these like sort of significant parts of Arizona, like that to me is really cool storytelling.
It's adventure.
And that's cool.
Yeah.
Like that is like, I'm interested in that idea because I like, yeah, I mean, there's a big difference between running, there's a big difference between looped races and point-to-point races because of that, right? Like point-to-point races, like if you can traverse and you're going from like one place to the next and, through towns and through these different areas and like that to me is cool because you're doing it on foot and you're doing it in this like human-powered way that's like, a little bit unheard of and
it's
cool.
pretty wild to think about. To reflect on.
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
It
for
is.
sure.
But like you said, how do you eat an elephant? One
Yeah,
one bite at a
exactly.
time. So that's awesome.
Exactly.
So you're signed up for next year too?
Yep.
That's sweet.
Yep.
And that's always in May?
It is. It's always in May.
Yeah.
And, talk about the way that this sport has grown. Here at the Loopy Looper, we have seen the numbers of registrants grow every year. Last year, I was blown away with how big it was. This year, we've got even more folks out here. And I think that's happening in general in ultra running. With the Cocodona, for example, this year, that race sold out in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And the wait list is like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people deep.
Yeah.
So it's really cool to see across the board to see this like, surge of people who are giving ultra running a try.
Yeah, I'm interested with trail races if like that's ever going to not be like a barrier of entry to the sport. I don't really know like what the best way to put it is because a lot of times like races are capped. And almost every race has like a cap on participants.
Yes.
Like, whether it's due to like for trail races, it's usually like there's like a cap.
It's
on,
usually
like, an
environmental.
Area. Yeah,
I mean, with Cocodona in particular this year, there were a number of course changes. When you're talking about being out on trail in parks, in sensitive environments that could potentially be damaged by hundreds of people traipsing through with their crew and all their stuff and, like trudging through the trails, that could potentially be harmful to the natural environment. So there are often caps on the race to protect those sensitive environments. For in particular, at Cocodona, there was a plant species that is like an endangered species. That there were sections of the course that they had to really reduce the number of people on the course to protect that endangered plant. Also, the Mexican spotted owls nest along sections of the course. So there were big chunks in the Cocodona race where runners were not allowed to have a pacer.
Got it.
Because they had to really keep the number of people on the trail down.
Yeah, it's crazy when you start putting a race together that long, like all the different things that you have to think about in terms of just like logistics.
permitting and just making sure that you're respecting the environment. I mean, the same even at a race like this, where it's so important to make sure, like, people clean up after themselves. Like, you know, we have so much respect for Cooper River Park and for the Camden County. Like, folks really, I think it's also a really cool thing about ultra running is, like, folks are really going to make sure that they keep the area clean.
Definitely.
That they respect the fact that you can't put stakes on the inside of the track. You
Yeah.
know, like, there are rules that are set up to protect the environment, and I think that's really, really cool. A lot of races are cupless now.
Yeah, this race is cupless.
Yeah, so this is a cupless race where you need to bring your own water bottle or a cup if you want to get, like, a soda at the aid station or what have you. And it really minimizes the trash. Like, sometimes, you know how, it always makes me so sad at marathons. I know that they have crews there also to sweep up the cups and to clean it up, but, like, you see, like, the classic image of, like, the marathon aid station with hundreds of little water cups.
Yeah.
And people go take a sip and then they just throw it on the ground and wait for somebody to come along and clean it up. Yeah,
it's different.
it's very different.
It is different. Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. Like, just the the wait lists are getting crazy for some of those big races. It's hard to get into races.
Yeah.
It's starting to get harder to get into races.
Yep.
And again, rightfully so. Like, you want to make sure you protect these environments. Runner safety is obviously a huge thing too. Like, you don't want to
entirely
put 1,000 people on a course, you know, over 250 miles. People are all spread out. You know, there's a lot of things that go into it. But yeah, it's hard to get into some of these bigger races. Like you said, wait lists, and more races are going to, like, a lottery format in some aspects too. But again, it's a tough balance, I think, to strike. Like, you want to get people into the sport, but you also have to do it in a safe way and in a way that, like, protects what needs to be protected.
Right.
So.
And, you know, runner safety goes both ways. Like, you
for sure.
want to make sure that the runners are experienced enough and qualified enough to be safe themselves out on the course and to know how to take care of themselves. And also, you need to be able to take care of that number of runners in a responsible way. Yeah. I got to shout out Endless Endurance for the way here at the Loopy Looper that they are set up to take care of runners.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you just feel so supported when you're here.
2 aid stations, fully stocked aid station here.
The volume of ice.
It came a
my
little bit
gosh.
later, I think, than they had been hoping. But yeah, there's a ton that just came, like, within the last hour.
A ginormous
too.
truck just came and delivered some vast quantity of ice.
Yeah, a ton of ice. So I know people this morning were asking for ice, and we were kind of waiting for a delivery, but it's all here. All the ice is here for the time of the day where you're really going to need it.
More ice than you'll know what to do with.
Yeah, super supported. It is a greatly supported race. So yeah, we have on the race front, we have Chris Shaw he's the course record holder in the 12-hour. He's through 8 loops, so he's, like, right around that 50K mark. That's, like, the closest we'll get to the 50K mark. He's at 30 miles. In under 4 hours. So he was in 3:51.
That is a sub 4 hour 50K.
Yeah, at the start of a 12-hour.
Dang.
Yeah, it's awesome. I gave that a shot one time, sub 4 hour 50K. I blew up.
It's
Didn't
very
go
hard.
So well. Yeah. I had a tough day. Had to walk it in. Finished, but had to walk it in. You know how it goes. Yeah, that's fast, man. He's running really good. He's a really, really solid runner. He's a student. He's a student at Rowan, Chris Shaw. In there. Oh, I don't want to get it wrong.
Is he in the physical therapy?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's a PT student there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a chance to talk to him after Frosty, and he was like, yeah, first things first, I'm a student.
Oh,
And
I
was
remember
like,
that. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, he's a solid runner. I think he's also, like, a 2:35 marathoner.
That's very,
or something
very,
crazy.
very fast.
Yeah.
I think my fastest, I don't even know. Yeah, that's really fast.
Yeah. So, yeah, we got, all right, cool. So, we have Emmy Simon. Still second. She's in second place overall.
Just
first
hit
female.
30 miles.
Just hit
along
30
with
miles.
Jace Gross.
Jace Gross was in first. So, yeah, Chris Shaw put, like, a 2-minute gap on them in that loop. But, again, it's still really early to be talking, like, minute gaps and stuff like that. We'll kind of do that probably as we get into the second half of the day. But, yeah, they're all through 8 loops. Yeah, shout out Emmy Simon, 22 years old, from Baltimore, Maryland, just saying. I'm gonna put myself on the overall podium.
I would love to get a survey of the ways that folks keep track of their laps.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have a hard time. I would have to go by mileage.
I've seen people do like tally marks.
Yeah.
And do like a tally mark on their arm to track the number of laps the number of laps or loops.
Yeah.
Same thing. The number of loops that they did. For me personally, every time I've run this race, I would memorize the entire table for like what each number of loops, the mileage that it corresponded to. So I couldn't spout it off the top of my head right now, but when I've run this race before, I could tell you, oh, I just did 6 loops, that's X miles.
Yeah. I think that's how I would have to be.
And that's how I would track it. I just would memorize the whole list.
If I was doing it. Wow, no results. That's pretty sweet. So in the 100-mile race, we have two guys through the marathon distance, Cade Remsburg, who we talked a little bit about, and Bryce Zell. So they're both through the marathon in under 4 hours. So under 4 hour marathon at the start, 100-miler. They're both running really strong to start. Cade, we talked about. Bryce Zell is 23 years old, and I don't think he has any results on ultra sign up, which is pretty cool, pretty interesting. Like to be a younger guy in the 100-miler and
we'll
just
have to get more about his story.
I'm just gonna go for it. Yeah.
If anybody knows Bryce Zell, put some comments in his live tracking.
Yeah. That sounds like the easiest way to do it. Because I mean, 3:51 marathon to start this thing. Really, obviously going for it. Clearly has, if he's never run a race on ultra sign up, clearly has some kind of experience just like with distance running, even if it's on his own, even if it's just like putting in the work.
Yeah.
Outside of a race. So that's pretty cool to see through the marathon mark right now. It's pretty cool. We get like a pretty legit marathon split, like 26.25.
Yeah.
That's like about as close as you're going to get in a race like this. So, yeah, we get marathon splits, which is great. And those two guys are through that. And then there hasn't, on the women's side, I don't think there's been any change. Tina, Randy, Lisa. So, yeah, Tina Custodi in first, Randy Zuckerberg in second, Lisa Perry in third. Lisa Perry's a really strong runner. I'm interested to see kind of like
and she loves this format.
Yeah,
like
and this
loop,
temperature.
That's her jam. Oh, yeah.
I think she's good in the heat.
Yeah.
She's good. Yeah, really solid. She actually ran. I was at one of the Uber endurance races recently.
Oh, yeah. Half sour, half kraut? Or the
the one that's in Pennypack.
Yeah.
Up there.
Yeah.
I think it's Pennypack it's called, or Pennypacker. In Philly, and she was
like
there
the marathon
running.
in Paris.
Yeah. My brother was doing it.
Nice.
And I went to go check it out, and I saw her finish, actually, and she was like...
She's a good friend.
Just running really strong,
Yep.
just clicking it away. So, yeah, she's a really good runner. I ran a bunch with her when I ran Hainsport. We ran together for like a good chunk of miles, which was pretty cool. So...
That's
awesome. A lot of really solid runners in that field. And then on the 24-hour side, really the same on the 24-hour side. We have a chunk of about 6 or 7 runners through 6 loops, with a chunk of runners through 5 loops. No one through the marathon yet in the 24-hour. But again, we've kind of talked about maybe like the strategies at play there. And then back up to the 12-hour. So through 30 miles, again, we had the 3 we had mentioned, Chris, Emmy, and Jace. Then we have Ross Charles Winders is kind of still right there in the mix with Nick Schroeder also through 30 miles. So there's a good – I mean, the first 5 people in that race are 6 minutes apart. So they're all pretty close to each other.
That's super awesome.
Yeah.
I just realized Angus is – actually running the 24-hour race. I thought he was doing the 12.
Hour.
Sweet.
24, yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Before we take our next break, which is going to happen in a couple minutes, can we shout out our other sponsors, like South Jersey Running Company?
So, we got South Jersey Running Company as one of the presenting sponsors here for all your shoe needs, your gear needs in South Jersey.
All your running needs.
Check out South Jersey Running Company. They have 4 locations. Haddonfield, Mullica Hill, Medford, and Morristown. Great team of people. Dave Welsh is the owner. Just a really great team of people. Super knowledgeable staff. If you're trying to get into running, if you're trying to get fitted for a new pair of shoes, you got questions, just make sure you pop in there and check it out. I worked there part-time for a while.
Yeah.
I haven't been recently, but not because of the team, because of my busy life. But they're a great group. I got a lot of love for that spot. I got a lot of love for all the local running stores.
I was gonna say,
yeah, shout it out. You're a
if you want to get into running or get into like you have questions, go find your nearest local community running store, and spend some time there and ask questions and get to know them and check them out, because there's so much support that comes from like solid local community running stores like South Jersey Running Company. I work at North Wales Running Company in North Wales, Pennsylvania. Same kind of feel, so come check us out. It's really awesome.
I always like compare it to, and maybe this is because of like my background growing up or whatever, I always compare like your local running shop to like a local surf shop. It's like a place, it's like a community hub, really. Yeah, it's like they are, and I mean, everyone at them super friendly, and it's cool. You know, we can probably talk more about this on the flip, but like, I love fitting people for shoes. Like, you like get the coolest stories, and people are. It's such like a personable interaction. Like, if you're someone that's trying to get into running and you're trying to get a new pair of shoes, like, go into your local running store, whatever running store that is. Again, South Jersey is one of our sponsors, but
get properly fitted and just talk
and just chop it up and just talk about the shoe and try. I always tell people, ask me all the time. I got a lot of friends like trying to get into fitness or whatever. They're trying to get new shoes. Like, what should I get? And I'm like, what you should do is you should go to your running store and try on like 5 or 6 pairs of shoes. And like let the person that works there kind of guide you and try some stuff on and see what fits. Because that's the way to do it. You know, don't just like buy a brand because one person was like.
You can't prescribe a running shoe. I say that to people all the time. You can't just tell me X or Y or Z and think that I'm going to like tell you the magic solution for you. You have to try things on, because some of it has to do with your physical body and like
100%.
How you're constructed and your physiological needs, but also it's just subjective preference sometimes.
Yep, absolutely.
So go to your local running store. They can tell you what's appropriate and give you some options, and you feel for yourself.
Cool. We'll get the rest of our sponsors kind of on the flip side.
Yeah, when we come back, we're getting a little wrap-up signal, so we're going to wrap up for a bit. And not sure what time we're coming back, but we will be back. 11:45.
All right,
so stay tuned, and we'll see y'all soon.
All right. ourselves. So we're back. We're back on here for a little while, taking you up to our next break. It's about noon, 5 hours in.
Yeah. Feeling festive, man. It is on. Folks are settled in. Folks are rolling around the loop. We did a little bit of a longer break than we had initially planned. I think a lot of it is just checking in with folks, just walking around, seeing what the vibe is. A lot of people still feeling really good, but also like feeling like, oh yeah, it's August and they're doing hard things out there.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of people moving fast, a lot of people working really hard just to take care of their bodies. This is a time of day where it's really crucial to keep hydrating, to make sure that you've had something to eat. Anytime when a long race sort of gets near what are sort of the traditional meal times of the day, I know for me personally, it's when you really need to pay attention to what you're eating. So like Brian and I were just saying, we're both sitting here all day and we feel like we're both kind of getting hungry. So it's just about lunchtime. So for runners out there, not only are they expending a ton of energy and they need to fuel their performance, it's lunchtime. So, okay, super exciting.
Yes.
Right now, what you see on your screen is the perspective of our superstar skeleton crew volunteer, Danielle Nethery, who is out running on the loop, and she's going counterclockwise. So she's going in the reverse direction from the runners. She's got her camera on, so you're getting a view of the course. And this is super cool. So she's going to see all the runners coming towards her. And you get to see, okay, what you see right now is literally the only shaded section of the course.
Yeah, I know. We were saying it was exposed.
Yeah, but it's such a
It
brief
is true.
section. And when the runners hit this, they're coming around the backside of the loop,
Almost
coming
done.
back toward the headquarters area. It is such a reprieve. Like, I know when I run that loop, I look so forward to that section.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, like, I know when I have that shade coming up, I hit that shade. That's also a cue for me in the loop. Like, okay, take a gel, eat something.
Oh,
like,
nice.
that's a good. Yeah, it's kind of a good way to kind of keep me on track. Is knowing when that shade is coming. That's a good time to like take care of yourself and sort of. It's a cue.
Yeah, and this is, like you were just saying, this is the time of the day to start making sure you're checking in on those things. If your crew members that have done this before are going to be checking in with their runners as they come in, like, hey, what do you need? Hey, did you take something? Hey, do you need to eat something? Where are we at with nutrition? The ones that are experienced the crew members that are experienced, are going to be checking in and asking, and the runners that are experienced, know that. You're 5 hours in. You're kind of at that. For some runners, you're maybe right around that marathon mark. For other runners, you might be past it or approaching it. You're starting to get to that ultra space now, right? 5 hours in. You're starting to have to do things to keep your body at a level that you want it to be at, right? If you want to be running at a specific pace or you want to keep up a specific feel, you're not doing it anymore on gritting your teeth, so to speak, right? You got to be doing the things that you need to do to keep your body going. This is where the puzzle pieces start to come together, or they start to unfortunately fall apart for some people.
Right.
This is kind of that moment in the race. Again, 5 hours in, still a long time to go for anyone.
Yeah,
running, really,
for the 12-hour folks, there are 7 hours left.
Yeah, close to that halfway point.
Right?
Yeah. 7 hours.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, approaching the halfway point, but again, still a good amount of time. So. Yeah, great shot there. It's a great shot from Danielle. Danielle, who also has had some success in this race. I would have to look. I think she won the.
She was.
20.
I think she was first female last year in the 100 miler.
That was it. Yeah.
Yep.
Great interview with her. If anyone's interested in that, you could actually probably go back on the Endless Endurance YouTube and find it. We did an interview with her after her race last year, which was pretty
Danielle
cool.
is awesome. She's a good friend. She's a strong runner. She also has a yoga studio. Shout out 1010 Truth, which anyone in the area, they're a Media PA. If you're looking for something, like looking for a studio, check that out. 1010 Truth. TENTEN.
Awesome.
Truth.
Shout it out. I love it. All right. In the racing side of things.
Yeah, where are we at?
Yeah, so 12-hour race. We'll start with the 12-hour race on the men's side. Chris Shaw is leading that race. He is through 10 laps. He's through 37.5 miles or so. Still leading that race. He has about an 8-minute lead split-wise on the second-place runner. Our second-place runner is, I might pronounce his last name wrong, Nick Schroeder.
Definitely Schroeder.
Schroeder, yeah. So Nick Schroeder's in second. Nick's had some success in some of these races before. In the winter race, the Frosty Looper, he finished second to Chris. So this is sort of a familiar spot in the sense of the two of them, kind of chasing each other. But, just taking a quick look at Ultra sign up for Nick, and again, I don't know Nick personally, but he has some really impressive races and some really impressive finishes. Looks like he won Pine Creek, which is a 100-miler in PA. He won that in September with a time of 14 hours and 50 minutes. Again, just looking at some of the other kind of
lightning fast.
Yeah, it is fast. He won the New Jersey Devil 100-miler in 2023, a year where it
oh my gosh.
downpoured overnight, or most of the race,
It was torrential rain for 12 hours, and it's a sandy, tough course. That was a day when I would say in general folks were not PRing, but Nick Schroeder finished that race in just over 16
and a half hours.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
On the left side of your screen, you see Danielle's viewpoint. First of all, look at how gorgeous that sky is. Those are like Bob Ross fluffy clouds. Those are so perfect. But you're really getting a good view. That shade is long gone. You're seeing how exposed in the sun that course is. Yes, you have the water there, but it doesn't always have quite the cooling effect you might think.
Yeah, no, it usually sometimes is the opposite.
Yeah.
Honestly.
But coming around, it's just beautiful. So many runners coming by. Folks are running, folks are walking. That's a really, really good viewpoint.
Yeah, that is sweet.
Yeah, there are just a couple of trees.
Yeah. And then still on the men's side of the 12-hour, we have Jace Gross is in third right now, 19 years old from Fredericksburg, Virginia. He was leading the race at one point. He's in third place right now, so hanging in there as well. So nice job, Jace. And then female side, we have Emmy Simon. So she's in third place overall. So first female, third place overall. She's through 9 laps. We're probably going to get a split on her 10th lap soon, I would assume. So Chris and Nick are both through 10. She's still on 9, but she's that next person that would come through in that race. So assuming, on our screen, we might get a view of her soon coming in. A little bit early here. We're almost at halfway point, but definitely going to kind of have to keep a course record watch maybe on the female side of things. She's running really, really well, at least early on to start.
Yeah.
Second place female is Alex, what do you think? Granada. 29 years old from Livingston, New Jersey. And then third place female,
Wissam El Hayek.
All right, 27 from East Hanover. They're both through 8 laps, it looks like so far.
Fantastic.
So through the 50K mark there in 13th place and 15th place overall, respectively. So.
And shout out Elizabeth Flores, also has 30 miles. Folks are really cranking
Tara
along.
Wilson does too.
Yeah.
So the top 5 women are all through the 50K mark.
Yep.
Like basically around 5 hours or under, which is really impressive.
Yeah.
Really good times. So that's kind of where things are at with the 12-hour, again, plus all the other awesome runners out there grinding it out. Even just like with that being said, like the top 21 runners in that race are all through 50K so far.
That's fantastic.
So, there's 21 people through 50K in 5 hours or 5 hours and 10 minutes or so. So
that's super awesome.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the view on the left side of your screen. You really do get a sense, I think, seeing the course like this, how spread out the field does get. Like you're seeing, how there are hundreds of people. There are over 200 people out there, but you can see from Danielle's viewpoint that you're not really seeing, it doesn't feel like it. There are sections where you can really sort of be solo. And it feels a bit more spread out.
Yeah. Yeah, it is cool for people to kind of get a feel for what the whole loop looks like. Some parts of it you're right on the road like that. Other parts, the bridges, you're right next to 130.
Yeah.
Right on the highway, which is always interesting. It's a great look. Great look at the course. on the 100-mile racing front, it looks like Bryce Zell has jumped into first place, 23 years old from Ringo's, New Jersey. Running really strong right now. Looks like he's about 3.5 minutes ahead of Cade Remsburg. They're both through 9 loops, so both through right around that 34-mile mark, 33.75. So that's Bryce and Cade with Daniel Spangler from Texas in third. Yeah, it's nice. Looks like he's got some comments there on the screen as well. So nice job, Dan. And then we have some people starting to move around in that race. Some names we've mentioned and we've seen some success out of before. Andrew Linder in third place, I think, has a second place finish in the 12-hour here. I think the year Gag set the course record, Andrew was like right behind him. They were
I believe that's correct.
Yeah, they were like right next to each other. So they're right in that spot. Bud Wilson's in sixth. 57 years old from Audubon. He's a local guy. Running
Super
really
strong runner.
really strong.
Yeah.
And then sixth place overall currently in the 100-mile race is Tina Custodi, so first female. She's in sixth overall. Travis Brigden in seventh, Michael Gagliardi in eighth.
Gags.
So they're starting to move a little bit.
Yeah.
Jump down to second female is Randy Zuckerberg in 14th. Lisa Perry is third female in 21st. Looks like she might be running pretty close to the DeAndrea brothers, Joe and Anthony, who are in 19th and 20th respectively. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of movement still to go. A lot of people, kind of like plugging away.
How many total did we have in the 100-mile race?
I think it was like in the 56.
Okay, 55. So
55, yeah.
So we've got like 14 or 15 out of the 55 who are already through the 50K point.
Yeah, 14,
Yeah,
15,
that's awesome.
yeah. Yeah, so a lot of people running, super strong. And then the 24-hour, we have 6 people through the 50K mark.
Nice.
Adam Charter leads that race. Alex, what do you think? Olex Pidani? Nope.
Yeah.
Pidhany from Toronto. I know it is a touch.
Pidani.
And then Chris Lorenzini, 41 years old from Sag Harbor, New York, is in third. On the female side of that race, it's Julie Hung. We have Ashley Rabel, and then Erica Bash in third. So, that race is super bunched up. I actually think, like, in terms of, I mean, that race, like, might even be the closest, right? Like, no one's really kind of, like, pushed that race out yet.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Yeah, you have 6 people through 8 laps, and then you have another 10 people through 7 laps in that race in the 24 hours. So they're all kind of like bunched in there, it looks like.
Getting a good view of some of the areas that you go past on the course. Like we said, there are multiple parking lots around the course because this is a really big park. Cooper River Park is very large, and there are a lot of different like multi-use areas. Danielle is passing right now like a baseball field area. So just passed by the parking lot area for that, and then there's the baseball field on the left, and I think she's coming towards the sailing school.
Yeah, it's up that
on
way.
the other side.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you know actually too? There's more to the park past Cuthbert.
I've never been further that way.
So it's cool that way. So if you keep going, like if you cross over Cuthbert, which is like a 4-lane road right there, but they just put a skate park in there.
No way.
Yeah, it's new. It's
cool.
it's like a year or so old. So, and they were like trying to get a skate park there, I guess, for like over a decade.
That's
and there
awesome.
finally is one. There's a in the winter they have ice skating over there, which is sweet. And then if you keep going down, the trail actually gets pretty narrow. It never turns to dirt on that section of it. But you go like under a train overpass, and it's actually like a cooler kind of like trail-esque style run the farther down you keep going.
Cool.
And then it turns to trail when you get into Haddonfield. It is dirt. It turns to dirt.
And you can just stay on that.
And it keeps
That's
going,
awesome.
and then you can like loop. Yeah.
That's
so
amazing.
It follows Cooper River. Obviously, Cooper River right here is like kind of like the biggest part of it. But as it turns into like a super small little stream, there are trails that keep going that way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
It is cool.
I haven't explored
You'd have to check it out that way. It is
the
cool.
Course.
Yeah. At some point, like you can't loop and run on that side, so to speak.
Can't
like
cross
you
over.
stay on this side.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's some dirt trails down there that are cool and
super cool.
Yeah, for local people that know, it's kind of like that area that leads to Kings Highway. It gets to Kings Highway in Haddonfield, and there's like a little trail section. It's actually where the Haddonfield, I think the Haddonfield cross country team runs their 5K loop back there, and it's all on dirt.
Huh.
Yeah, so there is like a dirt loop back there.
That's
it's
awesome.
Cool. Yeah. So Cooper River Park is big. We're in like, obviously this is the main part of it. But yeah, like where the skate park is cool, and the ice skating rink people might know.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think Danielle is coming past the sailing school area right now.
We put her to work today.
I know. She's out
which is
running.
great. Yeah, that sailing school area is cool. And then there's like a couple historic buildings down there after that. Yeah. That is awesome. So, yeah, that's where things kind of stand race-wise. Still have just 2 people through kind of that 10th lap in the 12-hour. So, those 2 boys, Chris and Nick, are starting to separate themselves a little bit. It looks like so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked a lot about the timed format for a race and how sort of it's very forgiving because you can kind of do what you want. There's not a required distance that you have to meet or that you have to hit. It's also there's no DNFs in a timed format. So a DNF is when you did not finish a race. So for races that are like a set distance, if you don't reach that distance, your result is considered a DNF. And it's kind of nice. I think, a lot of people fear like the dreaded DNF in their run, like in their running record.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about that earlier and how really like any event that you do is just a learning opportunity. And I personally think that you should take on really huge challenges and take on goals that have question marks, because that's where the good stuff is. Like that's where so much happens. But it is unique in this race today in the Loopy Looper events. The only one where a DNF is possible would be the 100-mile race. So that's something sort of unique about the time format.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, I've had that was like probably the worst race I ever had was like a time format, but still like it doesn't go in as like technically like a DNF, right? Like you just have like the miles that you ran for that day or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a unique format. I almost sometimes like kind of like you were saying, at least for me personally, sometimes the safety net like works the way it shouldn't, where it's like, like I think I'm done.
Yeah.
Where it's like, but if I'm out there on the trail, it's like, are you really done? Yeah. It's like, I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you have the option to stop, sometimes it makes it almost like too easy to. That's why I personally struggle with the loop races, especially the short ones, like a mile loop or like I've done a track ultra. Like, I don't know. They're hard. It's hard to like, you got a chance to sit down. It's like every mile you got to like really try to set yourself up. Kind of like you're saying, like almost the running with the pack thing is a good way to do that. Like you set yourself up in a way where it's like, I'm not going to stop, or like maybe like to do it like
where you have the option to keep going, where you don't have to stop.
Yeah.
Like you could, but you don't have to. You have enough on you that you could make it a little further without having to refill.
Yeah, I like that. That was what I liked when I did, like when I just did that Ocean Drive route. Like I ran the back half unsupported. So I was unsupported for the last like 23 miles. Okay. Which honestly, like I probably needed to be unsupported. Because like I just needed to like be out there and just doing it.
You knew you had to
there's
just
no
get
bailout.
It done.
It's like someone's meeting me at the end. Like that's pretty much it. Like so I kind of liked that. It made like, and I hadn't done an effort like that in a while. I had been doing. Just kind of like fell into a groove where I was like, running looped races or doing whatever. And I liked that. Like I liked having like
that's so cool.
Just do it unsupported. I almost wish I shouldn't say that. I ran with my brother for a little, which was really, really cool. I appreciated that. For like the FKT part of it, I almost wish I just did the whole thing unsupported because I ran like over half of it unsupported. But it technically was supported because I had, I did it as supported. So.
Right. So if someone in the FKT world, if someone is running with you for any portion of time, even if they come out and cheer, even if they're like, yo, I came out to see you, great job, that's considered support.
Supported, yeah.
So that definitely moves it into the supported category.
Yeah. And I almost like wish I just did it all unsupported because like in the second half.
Or
like,
self-supported.
Yeah. Like I think I had to stop at like 3 Wawas like throughout the time. So like you're taking up a lot of time, but it's like supported, but you're doing stuff on your own.
Yeah.
I almost was
well,
like,
that would be in the FKT world. That's a self-supported.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So
Oh,
Danielle is still out rolling on this loop. It's really cool to see. I mean, it's busy out there.
Yeah. It's a great sky.
It
That's
is
what you
so
said earlier. Doesn't it look so cool? It's a great
beautiful.
camera, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks really good. Got our split screen action. We're professional here. We got split screen.
Yeah, we got somebody just like jumping through the finish line area.
Oh, let me make sure I shout
Or
out.
I should say the time stream area. What do you call that? I don't want to call it a finish line because they're not done yet.
Start finish line.
Yeah. We're finishing a loop, starting another loop. All right, back to some of our amazing sponsors.
Is this it?
Yes. All right, another sponsor we want to
Fire
give a
and
shout out to is Fire and Ice. Fire and Ice are a super cool spot that do both dry sauna. They have dry sauna available as well as cold plunge, so hence the fire and the ice. But it's really like a therapeutic recovery top tier sauna, cold water immersion therapy. So this is something that's gotten a lot more attention and a lot of like popularity lately. Wait, okay, left side of your screen, Danielle is crossing the Cuthbert Bridge and looking out to the left.
Yeah.
That's the view toward Philadelphia. That's a classic photo spot. So glad she just got that shot looking up the river. So she is crossing the river on Cuthbert to come back onto this side of the river.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's the hill in the race. That's the
yeah,
biggest hill.
I know.
Is on the bridge.
Yep.
The bridges are the hills.
Yeah.
And
it's like not even 0.2 of a mile. Like
Yeah.
that stretch, it's like a little
But like
stretch.
when you're so far into this
Yeah.
race, you're like, oh my God, it's such a big hill.
I know. Yeah. She's running downhill that direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now she is.
Yeah.
Now she is.
Yeah.
But again, fire and ice. So we were talking about cold plunge, hot sauna. These are, these sort of an area, a realm of recovery. Not just recovery, but like health and wellness that I think has gotten a lot more attention.
Yeah, I mean, you're starting to see this everywhere. So Fire and Ice is located in Maple Shade, New Jersey, so not too far from where we are, probably like 15 minutes from where we are. So, yeah, for people that don't have, maybe you see it on Instagram or you follow, these influencers that have a cold plunge at their house, they have a sauna at their house, right? Like, obviously for most people that might not be something that's like super accessible for you to just like have these things at your house. Fire and Ice is a brick and mortar store where you can, I think they have membership opportunities. They probably have they have packages and memberships on their website where you can, go, get all those recovery, health and wellness benefits that Michelle talked about. You can do it as kind of like a membership, as like a gym membership. So Fire and Ice, make sure you check them out. Their website is fireicex.com. Located in Maple Shade.
Logo is on your screen right now.
Yeah, and I've been seeing it pop up a lot. I've actually never been there, but I've been seeing a lot of people locally like use this place.
Yeah.
So, I know our race directors go a bunch.
Yeah.
And love it. Swear by it.
Have you ever done a cold plunge?
Not like a real cold plunge. I've like gone in the ocean in the winter and stuff, not like a real one.
I haven't yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not there yet.
Yeah. Hey, whatever. Something for everyone. So, dang, Chris Shaw is starting to put a gap on this thing. So, in the 12-hour race, Chris Shaw is now through 11 laps already. He's the only person through 11 laps. And then we have 4 people through 10 laps now. So, Nick Schroeder, Bradley Pratzner has jumped up into 3rd place. He is like 45 seconds to a minute up on Jace Gross now. So, Bradley Pratzer from Wallingford, PA, jumps up into 3rd. Emmy Simon is still 1st place female. She's also through 10 laps. She's about 3 minutes behind the person in 4th place, who's Jace Gross still. But Chris Shaw now through 11 laps. It kind of looks like he made a little bit of a move, and he's turning up the pace here as we get to kind of like the middle part of the day, it looks like. So Bradley Pratzer. Let's take a look at Bradley's results. Let's see where we are at.
So Danielle, that road, is it North Park Drive?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Danielle is coming back along North Park Drive, headed toward the Cooper River Stadium area.
Nice. Yeah, so Brad's had some pretty good results. He's third place right now. He finished sixth at the Frosty Looper this past year. Got second overall at Virgil Crest Ultras, the 50-miler in New York.
Is he doing the 12-hour?
Pretty good. Yeah.
Okay. Because he's got the Zion 100 in his record as well.
Yeah,
he's
ran
done some
Zion.
longer. Yeah.
Vermont 100. Got ninth here in 2023.
Nice.
Ran 60 miles that year in the 12-hour. So, yeah. Good on you. Good on you, Brad. This might have been my oh, no, I didn't run the 100K. I ran the 50K. I was going to say, that might have been my first race that year, too, 2020. But I didn't run the 100K. I ran the 50K. So, yeah, Brad's up in third. That's awesome. Let's see, Nick's got a little shout-out. Nick's got a couple shout-outs in second place. Got a way to go, Nick. Team Nick. You're doing great, Nick. Thanks for wearing your bright teal shorts. Oh, that helps us, too, because I don't know Nick, really. So we'll have to be on the lookout
We're
for
gonna
some
be looking for the shorts.
For the bright teal shorts. Maybe he's coming through soon. Like I said, we have Chris Shaw through already. So Nick would be, we would assume, the next person through. The next person through that loop. And
You'll see a lot of folks coming through the start-finish area with various forms of head coverings. Like one strategy is to wear the hat that kind of has like, there goes Tina Custode, kind of the like the sidewalls on the hat, like the neck flaps, and that's really for sun protection, because protecting yourself from sun is also really, really important. We talk a lot about cooling, but also making sure that simply that your skin doesn't burn, and that you don't get like overly baked and fried in the sun. Yeah. For obvious, like, long-term skin health, skin cancer, like that's obvious why that's a concern, but also like when your skin gets physically scorched, it can become excruciating to like have a pack on, to have a shirt on. When the temperature goes down at night, it's a lot harder to regulate your body temperature. So protecting yourself from the sun is extremely important in an event like this.
Yeah, and it sneaks up on you. This is
it
always does. Like, we're 5.5 hours in, but like if you're like out there running, like it probably doesn't feel like you've been out there that long. You kind of have like this weird time warp of like you don't really realize that.
Right.
Like I've gotten sunburnt in 50Ks before. Like like noticeably like burnt.
Dude, I can get burnt in like 10 minutes if I'm not protected.
Yeah, I got roasted in one in April, and it was like just happened to be a hot day in April, and I was like, I got done and I was like burnt, like my shoulders were burnt, and I was like, oh man.
Oh, that's
like,
the worst.
Yeah, you just don't even. You
That's
just
have
just like have these lapses of.
I think Danielle is just passing the parking lot where like the playground, La Scala restaurant is over there. So she's going to be coming toward us really, really soon. She's coming toward the end of her loop, which is actually sort of like the beginning of the loop. Oh, the ice cream truck is out there. All right.
Yeah, so. Getting a full loop. Got the full loop from her, which is awesome.
Yeah. She's coming toward, I see some of the tents in the view. She's coming up to the track. Here she comes. She's on the course, coming around. So this is where the runners exit from the track. You're seeing her come in the opposite direction. That's a really cool view.
Yeah,
so in just sweet. in like a couple seconds, you're going to see Danielle on the right side of your screen as well. She's coming toward that start-finish thing.
Oh, yeah, that is sweet. We're going to see her
that's
on
really
both
cool.
Screens. Let's see it. It should be right here.
Yep, right about now.
Come on.
There she is. There's Danielle. All right.
Both screens. Yeah.
Yep,
that
that's
was
super
awesome.
cool.
That was cool.
Super cool. So now you'll also get a good view of like the final couple tents and the aid station as she comes around.
And then I'll give you a quick update on our relay teams.
Yeah.
We haven't talked much.
That'd be
There's the
great.
aid stations you can see.
Yep.
Yeah.
So here she is coming up into the aid station. On the left side, you see that's that sort of chute.
Is she coming back
here
to say
she
hi to us?
comes.
We're tucked in that tent. We're
Yep.
hiding. Woo!
Let's see. Hi.
That's awesome. All right. So
That's so
yeah,
cool.
our we'll get a quick update on our relay teams. So
All right.
we have a 12-hour relay team. Oh, they're ripping through. This could be course record watch for the relay. So
Oh my.
4 dudes, 1 loop is
What?
through 14 laps. So they're through 52.5 miles, under half. So they're through 52 before the halfway point. The course record in the 12 hours, I think, 101 miles. So they're
Wait, my
on-
head is like, what?
Yeah. So they're at 50. They're
They
at
are
52
flying.
miles before 6 hours.
So they're taking turns running, obviously, because it's a
Yeah.
relay. But their pace is so fast that between, like, if you think of it, that's like one person. I mean,
yeah, it'd be like a 6 hour. 50
theoretically,
miler.
that's like a 6
Or it's less than
5.5
that, yeah.
hour 50 miler.
So it's probably like
and
6 something pace, 6 high pace.
you have to
6:40,
figure the
5.
time to switch that belt
I
and put it
know.
on the other person. Holy sugar, that is fast.
So the 12-hour team, relay record is 101 miles, 101.25 miles. It's like that. It's
That's
the same as the
amazing.
100. So they're on pace to beat it right now. Obviously, you still got some time to do that, but they are on pace to beat it if they can hold the pace. So that's 4 dudes, 1 loop.
They're 3 laps ahead,
Oh,
3
there's their
loops
loop
ahead
times.
of those are lightning fast.
Yeah, 26,
loops.
21, 24, 23, 24, 21, 23, 24,
Oh my
24,
God.
21. They got someone burning, someone running 21.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're running good. That is fast.
That is really fast.
Yeah. And then
Wait,
on the
who's in that?
I don't know. I don't know if
Okay.
we can see. I just clicked it. This is all I can get.
It was in Ultra Sign Up, but we can't see it right now.
yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna have to get more scoop on the 4 dudes, 1 loop.
Yeah, and then the 12-hour team relay, or the 24-hour, team relay
They're
is
also
the
cranking.
Boardwalk Burners. They're at 45 miles
That's
in through
amazing.
12 loops, and the course record on that is 127.5 miles. So
Amazing.
still a little bit behind that, but they're running great. So yeah, that 12-hour one will be cool to watch. See if they can break the record. That'd
Yeah.
be sweet. Go over 100 miles and go over that 100-mile mark in 12 hours. Got to do it as a relay.
Yeah,
That's
no
cool.
doubt.
Yeah, we'll have to try to get the scoop on their team. It's funny, Michelle and I were saying off camera on our break, like every once in a while when you're watching the race, you'll see someone just like rip by, and you're like, "Who is that?" And like someone running the relay. But
Yeah.
the relay teams are out there moving. So, yeah, and then there's 3 other teams at 11 laps. But that 4 dudes, 1 loop team, I hope they know what the course record is, and if not,
Oh,
someone
I
needs to
guarantee
tell them
it. I
because.
Don't you
They're
think?
a couple laps ahead, but
I
they should be
guarantee it.
locked into just trying to break that record. There
Yeah.
should be no other thought right now.
You don't
other
run
than
that fast without knowing.
Yeah, that should be the thought.
There goes Bud Wilson.
Oh yeah, just clicking them off.
Yep, and on the left side of your screen, we are back to the viewpoint from the aid station on the far side of the loop. The water station.
Yeah, the water only stop. That also has treats.
Exactly.
All right, so yeah, Chris Shaw threw 11. Nick Schroeder threw 11 loops. It looks like as well. About 7 minutes behind Chris right now. Nick's in second place, about 7 minutes behind Chris. Those guys are both through 41 miles though, so I mean they're both running really good. And then nothing's changed since then. We don't have any other loop updates behind them. Yeah.
We got a lot. There are a lot of folks out there just really like.
This to me,
cruising
race-wise, is
along.
going to be super interesting. I mean, the 24-hour race, which again, like, you're only like at 1 o'clock, you'll be 25% of the way through the race, so there's a lot of time left in that race. But the top 9 people in that race are all on the same loop. So basically, like, everyone in that race is on the same loop. That's, like, kind of right in the mix, and then you have a bunch of people on their 7th loop. I mean, that is going to be a really interesting kind of race, like, as the day unwinds and as it keeps going. And I know I've said that a couple times, but, yeah, I mean, you have the top 9 people are all kind of within a loop of each other. And things in a 24-hour race can change. You know, if someone takes a break or someone takes a nap or someone,
absolutely.
you know, things will change like at the snap. So
Yeah.
that'll be, you know, that race isn't really going to shake out for a little while in terms of like from the competitive standpoint. And then the 100-mile race, kind of similar. In the 100-mile race right now, we have 8 people through 9 loops as well. So one more loop, but we have 8 people through 9 loops in that race.
That's awesome.
So they're all, you know, all within, it looks like about a half hour of each other or so. You know, Bryce Zell leading that race, but Cade right next to him. They went through only, they were 3 minutes apart. So that's that old split still. So they'll probably start coming in soon. But yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of action in terms of like just a lot of people kind of grouped up. Looks like John Saravi just went through, so he's now on his, you know, through that 9th loop.
He's running his first 100-mile race. John Saravi has a huge social media presence and is really a key person in a local run club. Do you know the name?
Yeah, Endorphins. Yep.
Endorphins.
So yeah,
Okay.
he runs the like the Philly chapter of Endorphins Running. So we had him on. We had him on for the winter race. Yeah.
Yep.
That was, I had met him the previous year at the summer race. I had a chance to talk to him a little bit after the 12-hour. He ran the 12-hour last year.
Yeah.
And he did really well. I think he ended up getting like 60 miles or something and did great. And we had a chance to talk. And yeah, so he runs he's like part of the lead group that runs the Endorphins Run Club in Philly. I think they meet 3 times a week, which is pretty cool.
They
for a
meet
run
really
club.
often at like there are a couple of different times of day. So I think they try to be as inclusive as possible and make it so that there's sort of something for everyone kind of thing.
Yeah, and they have like tons of different paces. You know, I think sometimes people, if you're like just getting into running, or you're trying to find a way to get into running.
Yeah.
The run club option, depending on where you live, like might seem, I could see it being like a little bit intimidating. Like if you're not like totally sure, you don't know anyone.
Well, you don't know if you'll be able to keep up.
Yeah.
Like, am I gonna get lost? Am I gonna get left behind? Am I good enough? That's what a lot of folks kind of go through, those types of questions in their minds.
Yeah. His group does a lot to alleviate that.
Yeah,
like
which
they have
is amazing.
Tons of paces.
Yeah.
There's it's a big group, like a really big group. So usually, you know, people can find someone to run with like in that group, because it's not like a run club where you'll go and there'll be like 10 or 15 people. Like there's going to be a ton of people there.
So they probably like sort
have
of
a lot of
partition, like, okay, Brian, you take the 10-minute pace people.
That's what they do.
I'll take the 12-minute people. Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect. So
Yeah.
it's great. So yeah, shout out to him. I mean, I think anyone like in the community doing things to like bring more people into running or get more people into
it's
like
amazing.
being active is
It's
awesome.
amazing. And this is his first 100-mile race.
Yeah. It's cool. He's doing a lot for the community. He's 28 years old. You know what I mean?
so
like
cool.
just a guy trying to make his community a little bit better. So I appreciate that. And he's super nice. Like if you're in the Philly area and you need a group to run with, like check out Endorphins Running. 3 times a week is legit. I remember when him and I were talking, it might have actually even been on the live stream. I was like, I think there's something to be said for that, because there's a lot of run groups that meet like once a week.
Yeah.
But 3 times a week is like, if you're in that group, like you're guaranteeing yourself
Right.
at least 3 workouts a week. And if you're someone that's just trying to like turn the corner on being healthy, like 3 times a week is a great way to start.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
Ooh, that
For
breeze feels
sure.
good. Did you feel that? I think the wind just
it's
switched
amazing.
a little bit.
And I guarantee everyone out there on the course is like, oh, the breeze.
Yeah. So yeah, shout out John in 9th place right now in the 100-miler. Plugging away. Yeah, he had an impressive race last year in the 12-hour. I thought he ended up. I don't know if it was a distance PR for him, but he ended up getting like 60 miles and was like in that like 7th to 10th place, but
That's
ran
great.
really strong like at the end. I remember he like climbed up a bunch of spots.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And that's so telling. Like you can
Yeah.
muscle through X number of miles, but when you can kind of get to the end of your miles and still have a little, even just a little tiny bit left in the tank, or not be completely wrecked. That is really important. I mean, that's the goal. When you do any kind of ultra distance, you're not actually trying to destroy yourself.
No. You'd like to be able to run again shortly.
Yes, the goal should be to take care of yourself well enough. And actually, I mean, that kind of ties into, again, the significant importance of fueling and eating enough, like consuming enough calories, not just to replenish what you are burning. That's not actually, like you need the calories and you need the fuel to perform. And the better you hydrate, the better you fuel, meaning the better you eat and ingest calories, the better you're going to recover afterwards. And I think that what I've learned over the years is that is so key to recovery. A lot of people will be getting toward the end of their race, or like getting toward the end in this time format, in the 12-hour format. They might be at like, I don't know, 10 and a half, 11 hours and be like, I'm almost done.
Yeah.
I don't need to keep eating. Like, I can't take another thing. I don't want another friggin' cake, whatever it is. That's actually a major mistake, is to stop fueling at that point. What I like to do is to think about, I try to fuel all the way to the finish line.
Yeah.
And I think of it like, okay, I'm just kickstarting my recovery at this point. So, you really need to learn to not slack off just because you're getting toward the end. You don't slack off on your calories.
Yeah.
It's extremely important to stay on top of that right up until you're done.
Yeah.
And of course after to replenish, but calories during is just so important.
Huge. Do you have a take on it feels like, at least like amongst the pros, there's like a pretty big push the last like year and a half, 2 years, to be like deliberately like high carb in like nutrition during a race. Like, do you have a take on that, or do you like track carbs as much as calories, or you focus more on calories, or like I don't know, like if you have
I try to
opinion
pay
on that,
attention to all of it, because I do think it is extremely important. And I think generally we can probably all consume more than we think we can.
Definitely.
And honestly, the more you do, you will feel the difference. Like your body will respond, especially if you train. And so the important thing is to fuel like that during training. Even if you're only going out for a 2-hour race, you have to teach yourself to fuel as if you're going to be out there all day.
Yeah.
That's how to practice actual fueling. So like a long run during the week, maybe it's going to be a 4-hour run. Treat it with your fueling and your hydration like you would your actual 100-mile race.
Yep.
That's the key.
Yeah, it's great. That's great. That's great commentary, and it is super, super important. And I think, for people that aren't familiar with the sport, I'm sure you could probably attest to this. When you tell people like how far you've run or you do these long races, that's like one of the first questions I like tend to get from people is like, do you stop and eat? Or it's like, what do you do? So yeah, like you got to keep the body fueled.
And you have to learn like what works for you. You have to try a bunch of different things. And it's extremely important to have a broad repertoire for what you can eat. Like, don't get hung up on just one or two things. And I think a lot of folks will do that, but you know what? Every once in a while, those one or two things, they don't agree with you, or you're just not in the mood for them when it comes to the actual event. So you need to have something else that will also work. So having like a variety of also different types of foods, whether you take gels, whether it's real food. I personally use a combination of both, but you need to have like a handful of salty things, a handful of sweet things, like an actual variety to kind of satiate your palate, to sort of help prevent that palate fatigue, which really can can. Oh my word, there's the most lovely breeze happening right now.
Yeah, I think the wind switched a little, or it's just picking up. It feels so good. Yeah.
I guarantee runners are feeling that so nicely right now.
I hope so. We just got a comment like literally 2 seconds ago. A go Emmy for Emmy
Oh,
Simon.
Stacy says, "Go Emmy! Let's go Emmy!"
Yeah,
she's doing
running so
great.
good.
She is rocking and rolling.
5th overall through 10 loops.
That's awesome.
Hanging with the boys. That's what we like to see. That's great. I remember one of the years you were in the top. One of the years here, it must have been the 24-hour because I don't think there was a 100-mile yet. It was like.
Yeah, the year I did the 24, there was no 100-miler.
Yeah, so that year it was, I think, and I don't know the order, you might, but it was like you, Vanessa Klein, and Erica Bash were like all in the top 5 overall.
Yep.
And I remember being like, that's sweet. Yeah, they're like of the top 5 in the 24-hour, it was 3 women.
I do, yeah.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah,
super cool.
I still remember that year because I think I was here. That might have been the night I was here with Erica.
Yep.
But yeah, it was like that was sweet.
Oh my God, that
It's great
year
to see that
I
kind of
had
stuff.
the most horrendous blisters.
Yeah.
I had, oh my gosh, and I think it was the hot asphalt. I had on black shoes.
Yeah.
And I had blisters like I've never experienced in any other event that year. My feet were destroyed.
Yeah.
And I think the hot asphalt path, I mean, that really is something to be managed and mitigated with various strategies. And I certainly did all the strategies then. The other thing that is tricky about a race like this is you are so soaking wet from sweat.
Yeah.
But also from ice. Like a race like this, although we talked a lot about how topical cooling really isn't that effective in the human environment, what is effective is having physical ice on your body. So you'll see a lot of people who have neck bandanas on, who have basically like a bandana that has a zippered pouch or a pocket pouch, and they fill it with ice and they wear it. It's incredibly effective to put it on the back of your neck, to put ice on your wrists. I personally put ice in my sports bra, like kind of anywhere you can put it. But what can happen is that ice melts.
Yeah.
And the water runs down your body
Yeah.
and it puddles in your shoes. And, you know, so that's something to kind of be managed and you have to be mindful about is how much of that water is running down into your shoes, creating soaking wet feet. It's not to say like you can still do the ice and you can let the water go into your shoes, but you have to plan your foot care accordingly.
Yeah.
Because on a day like this, folks aren't thinking about having wet feet. But you know what?
You will at some
they
point.
will.
Yeah.
They totally do.
Yeah.
Even if it's just from sweat.
Yeah, you will at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shoe choice is an interesting game and an interesting conversation. But on the previous side of the break, we were talking a little bit about like the local runs, your local run stores and going to get fitted for shoes. I've been playing with my shoes a little bit in training. I wore a different shoe for my most recent ultra effort that I had been before, and it was a shoe I loved in training, but it actually kind of like it didn't have quite enough support for like the longer efforts, and I think on like the back end of it I was like feeling it in my like after the effort I was like having some little tweaks and kind of like little niggles I had to work through that I'm pretty sure were shoe related because I switched back to a shoe I used to wear and kind of went away.
Yeah,
but
interesting.
I'm always like playing with shoes. I'm always interested too. Like I saw a couple of the people kind of at the front of this race, the front of the 12-hour race, like running in carbon-plated shoes.
Yeah. Yep.
So there's, you'll see some of that. But then, like, you also want to make sure you're running in something that, like, you feel really comfortable in because it's such a long amount of time.
Yes, it is a long amount of time.
The shoe game is, it's like I always think it's, like, such an interesting piece of the puzzle to, like, see what people are doing. In terms of what kind of shoes they're wearing.
And again, your shoe is like a piece of gear.
Oh, yeah.
And so people have different strategies with that as well, whereas they might start out in, say, their carbon-plated fast shoe, and as they start to fatigue, as they get tired, then they might switch to maybe something a little softer or, more just something a little different. There goes Tina cruising by that far side aid station. She'll be coming around here soon enough.
Yeah, she's in. She's still like first place female in the 100-mile race.
Nice.
She's through 33.75 miles on her last loop in here, but out there she's probably somewhere around like a little over 36 miles. 37, probably almost 37 miles. So, yeah, she's running really strong. She's a really strong runner, man.
Yeah.
6th place overall. I'd love to see her climb up that overall list.
The day is young.
This
the
guy's
day
having
is
a good
young.
race. Do you know him at all, Travis Brigden? You ever met him or talked to him?
Yes, I believe that I have.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he's from Ocean View. He's from like the beach, like right outside of Ocean City. He just ran. Let me see if I can find it. He just had like a really good performance at maybe Blackbeard's Revenge. One of those races down there. Let me see. Because he's having a pretty good Brigden. He's having a good day right now. He's in like 5th overall or so. Yeah, so he got 4th overall at Blackbeard's Revenge.
Nice.
In North
that's
Carolina.
fantastic.
Yeah, so he had a good day. There. I remember seeing that, which was pretty cool. Finished Oil Creek. That's a crate. You ever done that race or
Not yet.
No, yeah. It's far.
Yeah.
It's out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's got it. Yeah,
There
finished
goes
at Oil
Gags
Creek.
on the chatting with Albie.
So he's right. Gags is right in the mix too. We haven't talked a ton about him. I mean, so he's right. Yeah. So he actually that makes sense if you just saw him with Albie. He's right behind Tina. So he's in 7th overall.
That makes sense.
I'm sure he's climbing. What was the line that he gave us earlier, Michelle?
Gags today. So Gags likes to put a little bit of words of inspiration on his shoes that he wears for race day. Talking about shoes.
Yeah.
So he most often, and it's probably on there as well today, most often he has the name of his kids written on his shoes. Because that is, that's near and dear to his heart and gives him inspiration all the time. In addition, today, on his shoes is written Young Lion Hunter. So Gags is out there. He's fully intends to give folks a run for their money. He's out there just to have a good time. He's feeling good. He's feeling strong. And
he's hunting the young guys.
yeah, hunting the young guys.
So, coming
and
out.
gals.
And
Give
gals.
me a break,
and
man.
gals. Tina's in front of him.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Gags. He was saying we saw him when we were off air, come by, and he said he made a comment about his.
He was fueled up. Yeah.
Young lion.
Got people
hunter.
stripping off layers, coming through the start-finish area.
Yeah, I mean the next it's almost 1 o'clock. So the next 2.5, 3 hours will be in theory the hottest part of the day, till about
Definitely.
3 o'clock, 4
And
o'clock.
it's funny, I was just
4
about
o'clock.
to comment on how we had this nice little moment of cloud cover that
Mhm.
was kind of feeling, and it's gone.
Yeah.
So now we're back in full sun, and there's Treacle. So
Yeah.
there are a lot of folks who come out intentionally planning to walk.
Mhm.
If you walk at a solid pace, like a good clip, you could actually walk an entire 100-mile race and come in under the cutoff.
Yeah.
If you keep moving and you keep powering, you're not lollygagging.
Sure.
But if you walk with intention, that's what I call the ultra walk, walking
Yeah.
with intention.
Yeah. No, it is true. It's also interesting too. You'll see, and this might sound kind of crazy to some people that maybe aren't as tuned into the ultra running scene or how people train, but there's a fair amount of people that are using this race as kind of like a training block.
Oh, yeah.
Or using it as a long run for something else.
Yep.
We've talked a little bit about this.
I've done that a number of
Yeah,
times.
I mean,
It's
especially
training
for javelina.
Yeah.
If you're running javelina or whatever you're doing in the fall. If you're doing something long in the fall, you use the 12-hour as a 12-hour day, or you use even the 24-hour as a long training block to maybe it's a long training run, maybe it's a gear test, right? Maybe it's a nutrition test.
Yep.
You'll see people do that in these types of races as well, where Michelle, you said it earlier, I think, in a really nice way, where it's you kind of learn something new every time you do something like this, right?
Yeah,
and
for sure.
that's true for really everyone. So, the more times you kind of put yourself on the start line, the more lessons you're going to learn. And if you have an A race or a goal race in mind that you're I really want to make sure I'm prepared, pick something 8 weeks out or 10 weeks out, or, kind of, in that range where you can still recover. But, and go learn a lesson or two. You know what I mean? Just go put yourself in it and see what lessons come about. And so you're definitely going to see people doing that today. Again, I know there's a lot of people that are doing that today. So yeah, I mean, it's just part of the training is like
Yep.
going out and putting yourself in a spot to like learn something cool or like do something cool too.
Get
so.
vulnerable and test
Yeah.
yourself a little bit.
And you're gonna
Yeah.
learn something if you go out and you know kind of try that way. So
Absolutely.
all right, man, that 24 hour still 24 hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. The top 6 people in the 24 hour are all within 12 minutes of each other.
That's pretty amazing.
Isn't that crazy? It's like
Yeah.
almost like they're all like they all know and they're like running near each other. It feels like, yeah, that is wild. And then there's another 7 people, all on the lap behind them. Wild. And then the 12 hours starting to string out a little bit more. Chris Shaw's on his 12th lap,
Wow.
so he's through 45 miles.
Amazing.
Only one. And then Nick is on his 11th lap, and he's the only one on his 11th lap. So that's
Wow.
starting to string out. And that's kind of like time-wise makes a little bit of sense where it's like, you know, the 2 guys that have a lot of experience. So, all right, so there we go. So someone's on 11. Yeah, Brad's on 11 too. Bradley Pratzner is on his 11th lap as well. So, yeah, top 3 guys.
We're just about almost at the halfway point.
Yeah. But it is starting to string out a little bit. Like some of those guys with, you know, the 3 of them have a good amount of experience kind of like at that distance or with this race. And they're starting to separate themselves a little bit. But like you said, halfway point, you know, halfway point's a lot different when it's 6 hours. So still got a long way to go and a lot of time left. Yeah, some of the other names on here. Like Chris Dodds is an interesting name, and he's in 13th right now. I think he's only on Ultra Sign Up. His only other race result is this race from last year, and I think he got like 3rd. So he was a name that was like, had a really, really strong run last year. Let's see. Mike McNeilis. I don't know if that's how you say his last name, but
Sure.
I know he's training for Javelina.
Oh, sweet.
So he's using this as like a long Javelina run.
Have you run Javelina?
No, I crewed it and ran a loop.
Okay.
I went with Erica in 2023.
Okay.
We brought our daughter was 7 months old. We
Aw.
brought her. I put a pacer bib on her. And but yeah, so I was at we took our whole family and I was there with Erica and then I ran one of the overnight loops.
Okay, cool.
Which was sweet.
Yeah, it's so much fun.
Yeah,
It's a
it was
great
cool.
course.
It got super cold.
It
Like,
does.
At night,
It can.
we got like
it can get
got
cold in the desert. Yeah.
But I had a great time.
Yeah.
It was fun to be there. I mean, like I said, my whole family went, so we were there for like a week.
Oh, that's so nice.
So we
That's
like
fun.
hung out.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was cool. Do you want a liquid death?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Thanks.
Nice and cold.
I think we just are about to make a commercial here, like the liquid.
No free
death.
ads.
Thank you.
I know. I brought a bunch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're great.
Like those podcasts where they open a beer and you hear that sound.
We got liquid death.
We got liquid death. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Mike's in that. He's in that like Javelina group. He was also.
Oh my God, that's so good.
Yeah, it's so good. I think he'll appreciate me saying this. I was just talking to him before the race. He was in a really sweet band back in the day called The Progress.
Oh really?
Yeah, they were like a pop punk band in like the early to mid 2000s.
Okay.
Yeah, he's great. They played. I don't know if they're like really still a band. They played a show like not that long ago. It's kind of like a reunion show.
Oh, we're gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, they're really good. I saw them. One of the first concerts I went to. I'm not even kidding you. I was like maybe like 11 years old or 12 years old, and he was probably like 19 in this band.
That's awesome.
He played, and I was talking to him. I've talked to him about it before. I was like, dude, one of the first concerts I went to, I saw your band, The Progress, play. like at the Trocadero in Philly, which isn't there anymore. Yeah. But it was on Arch Street. Yeah, his band played.
That is so cool.
Isn't that cool?
That's
a cool
really
story.
cool.
Him and I we were talking about it before the race today. I was like, yeah.
You know, it strikes me. It's interesting to think about. Like we talk about all these people. We're talking about names and numbers and races and running, but like I think something to keep in mind about ultra running is that every single person is an entire human being that like exists outside of this sport as well.
I wish I knew everyone. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I know. But I think it's so interesting because, you know, like the amount of time that it takes to, I was going to say to practice for ultra running, but like really, like, you know, this running habit, if you want to do really, really long endurance events, if you want to run ultras, whether you call it your training or you call it your daily habit or whatever, it really does take a lot of time. It takes a lot of energy and dedication and perseverance. And it's not just the running. It takes a lot of like mental effort as well, because mentally, like, this is a really big taxing sort of activity, mentally as well. So when you think about all of that, and then you think about the fact that, like, every single one of these people does something outside of the sport. So whether it's working a full-time career, having a family, having a band, being an artist, like all these different things, I think it's really, really fun to think about, like, how significant it is that, like we were saying earlier, it's not like these are a whole bunch of professional runners who just get to run all the time. Like, these are folks with, like, who do this activity that takes a lot of time and energy in the context of an otherwise, like, full life. And I just think that's really cool.
I think it's
to
sweet.
Keep that perspective.
I know, and that's why I like wish I had like more of the stories. Like, I'm trying to shout out everyone we know and the stories we know, but yeah, like, it is so cool. It's cool, like, when you can meet these people and see, you know, people come out here and do this, and like you're saying, it like it is in the context of most of the time, if not all of the time, like some other life that's happening in existence to what they're doing here, which is so cool. Yeah, it's awesome. Makes me get ready, you know, get inspired to do something else cool, do something hard. Gotta keep doing something hard every once in a while. Remind yourself, you know.
Do you have a time of the year when you tend to race?
Yeah, I usually, I do. I don't know if you had another part to that, but
No.
I try to do two. I try to do like at least like, usually it's like 2 races a year is kind of like what works right now with the kids and everything. And I usually do like something in the spring and something in the fall. And then I kind of leave it open to like what feels right in that time. And then like this time of the year, summer, like I just try to like run base mileage and like just try to like, I'm just like staying fit, like running, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And then usually it ends up being like 50 to 60 miles a week right now just to like stay fit. And then if I feel like I can do that and then I like decide like let's say I decided to want to run a race that's in 6 weeks, like I already have like a 50 to 60 mile a week base, and then I'm just
ready.
Add a couple specificity workouts and stuff, and then go from there. So that's kind of like what I do like pretty much throughout the year. I'm also someone that like I'm someone that kind of like needs running in my daily life to keep my life functioning the way I want it to function. In the sense that like I don't really take time off. Like some people will take like a big, you know, like a lot of time off, or maybe like they'll not run for a couple weeks or whatever, and then like really train
like
for something.
Like a season.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm doing
like
air
that.
quote season.
Yeah, I'm not one of those
me
people.
neither.
Like I pretty much run. I pretty much run like 50 to 60 miles a week all the time.
Yeah.
Like, and not that I'm like running it fast or whatever. I just like I run to so I got to get out there at least for like an hour a day, a little over an hour a day, whatever. And then and then like when I feel like I want to do something, I just like do it. Which was what I did like with that FKT. I was like, I feel like I'm in pretty good shape. I was like, let me pick a day in a couple weeks and like go do it. And I like right now that's just like what works with my life. I'm sure as my kids get older and things change, it'll be different. But that's what works right now, and I'm trying to like just let that like be what it is, you know.
Kind of stay ready for anything.
Yeah. It was hard. Like after I did, I tried to run like a super fast, like I was going for like what I thought was like a fast 50K like a little over a year ago, and I like came up short of my goal. And it's funny because I was like, I know exactly as a runner what I would need to do to be a better runner in that sense. But I was like, at the time I had my daughter was 1.5 years, and my wife was pregnant, or maybe it was like right around the time we found out we were gonna have another kid. And I was like, I know exactly like what I would need to do to be a better runner, but I also like have a job and I'm a father and I'm a husband, and it's like, and I had to like kind of have a mindset, not shift, but a sort of realization that it was like, even though I know what I need to do to be better, like it might not make the most sense right now. So I just tried to approach it as like, you know, give it all you got, and that's like what it is, you know. Again, I think I think a lot of people in sort of like our circle could feel like, man, like they always have that moment where it's like, man, I wonder what kind of result I could do if I could just like train all the time and like this was like the gig, you know what I mean? Like, but that's not the reality, and that's okay. So yeah, so I try to race try to do something hard twice a year, and then if something cool shows up, dive into it. Yeah. I don't race a ton though.
That
like,
makes sense.
do you feel like you're on the other end of that where you race more than maybe most people, or?
I don't know, like what most people. I don't know. Like but I race year round.
Yeah. Like how many 100-milers do you do a year? Like 100-mile plus races do you think you do a year?
Like 3.
Yeah.
Or more. Yeah.
Yeah, that's solid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I probably do. I do a fair number of races a year.
I think so.
Yeah, I really do. Because I mean, I look at this year alone, I've done several already.
Yeah, with Cocodona.
Yeah. I had a 34-hour in January. I did Black Canyon's 100K.
Oh, hell yeah.
And the 34-hour was like, it was like 119 miles.
Yeah.
And then
I remember you talking about that race actually when I saw you in December. Yeah.
I did Black Canyons in February. In April, I went out to Cocodona and did like an intense 3-day kind of training weekend. Yeah. Cocodona
sweet.
in May. In June, I did a 50K in California.
Nice.
In July, I did Philly Four Corners.
Yeah,
76.
I mean, that's a ton,
and I did the Warriors Ultra in July. And here we are in August.
Yeah, you're running a lot. A lot of efforts.
Yeah.
That's good, though.
But I feel the same as you. Like, I like to sort of have the norm and have the base miles.
Yeah.
And sometimes, like, I feel like races kind of, it's hard because I don't love to taper, and I don't love,
I hate
like,
it. I'm
the
so bad at it.
I know.
So bad at it.
I don't like the way it disrupts, like, my normal routine.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I'm so bad at it. That's why I kind of like the FKT thing, because it's like,
I
feel pretty good today. It's like I feel good right now.
Let me just go
hate
extra
tapering.
far.
I don't, and that's the thing. I run without a coach, and like, not that I really want a coach. Like, I don't know. I go back and forth about wanting a coach, but right now I don't have one, and like I don't really like want to take. Like, I don't like tapering. Yeah, so I'm kind of the same way. Like, part of me likes to run just to run too.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And
like,
that's the thing. Like, if there were no races, I would still be doing exactly what I do because I like it and it feels good.
Yeah, same.
And so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm with that for sure.
Yeah.
It is interesting though how some people can like take a big off season and then like do a block and like.
Yeah, and it is. I find I am also fascinated kind of by that approach because I think some people, the training that they do, like their running is totally geared around a specific race.
Yeah.
But I don't personally see it that way.
You know what's funny? The one time I like really tried to do that, I ran like a horrible race.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I'm better. I'm a better runner when I'm running because I want to run and running the way I want to run.
Right.
And then just like being like, oh, there's something cool in a couple weeks. Like, I'm going to do that.
And like you said earlier, then if you have a specific type of event, like for Cocodona, it took a very focused type of specificity, elevation, sauna training, strength training, like all the additional things. And so, yeah, whether it's course specificity or weather or event, sometimes you need to add that.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, Cocodona is different. That's like kind of an outlier. I mean, it's like a 5-day or whatever, however many days, 250 some miles. That's a vision quest.
Totally.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
That is so cool, though. I give people like you guys so much credit that do those races. Like, obviously, like being on the broadcast and doing, running, I'm pretty much like a 50-mile. I'm pretty much like 50K to 100K for the most part, but that multi-day stage is a whole nother ball game.
It's different.
But it's pretty cool. It's pretty wild. Like, I know I've talked a little bit about Erica today, but like she's kind of diving into that.
Oh,
and so her and I will be talking. We'll like kind of share, thoughts and talk about those races. And I'm like, man, that is a whole nother deal. So
yeah, it's super exciting.
Yeah. All right, let's see.
Al Emma just crossed under the start-finish line. He is he the oldest athlete today? He is 85 years old. So in the 12-hour, we have...
Oh, we have a 17-year-old in the 12-hour.
Wow.
That's so cool.
So the 12-hour, the age range goes from 17 to 76.
Yeah.
It's quite the spread.
That's awesome. And then, hold on, let's see. Someone's going to cross and it's going to mess me up, though. 85. Al's the oldest in the 24-hour.
Who's the youngest?
24-year-old Ashley.
So that's amazing.
Who's also in 9th overall. And then our oldest in the 100 miler is a 72-year-old Louise.
Yeah. And
from
I think
Chicago.
what's interesting, I
So
think,
cool.
like it's not that
Youngest is
we've
19.
mentioned the ages of a lot of these folks, one, because it's a data point that we have available, but also I think it kind of tells you a little bit about it puts in perspective the context. Like, 85 years old and to still be out here. And he's out here not just for the short race. Like, he's out for the long haul. I think it's really remarkable when you think about, like, how long someone has been doing this type of sport.
Yeah.
And, of course, there is a huge variety. We talked about how, like, I came into running later in life. I didn't run when I was younger. And there are folks who pick it up much later in life, and then folks who have been running like track and field and stuff their whole lives. There's quite a variation, but
yeah, it is
that's
interesting.
really cool.
It's really cool. The age thing is cool. And it's like, like,
well,
there's a huge difference between them age-wise, but, like, out on the course, like, they're just competitors.
They're
sharing
still on the
same
course. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think also it goes to show, like, when you talk to people about running ultras and they're like, oh, I could never do that. Like, I've never been a runner. And I'm like, well, sorry, but actually you could.
Yeah.
Like,
you
if
definitely
you
could.
if you wanted to, anybody fucking could. Like,
I
you
totally agree.
just start. Just start
Yeah.
somewhere. Like, start today.
Start shuffling.
Yes, just start shuffling. Do
Yeah.
a little run walk. Give yourself a chance. Like, there's no age requirement. There's no specific body type you have to have. There's no, like, literally anyone can do this if they want to. Like, all you have to do is have a desire and the interest and just give it a go.
Yeah, the cool thing about the age thing, too, that's you're, like, talking about this, that I think is really interesting is, like how often, like, take someone on the younger end of the field and someone on the older end of the field, right? So, like, 17 to 20, like, how often does, like, a 17 to 20-year-old interact with someone or have the opportunity to interact with someone that's, like, in their 70s that, like, they're not related to,
right? Like,
that
sharing
they don't
space
know.
and doing the
and
same
like they're
activity.
doing the same thing. Like,
so cool.
That's really cool because
Yeah.
even, like, in my own life, like, I've thought about that in these types of races and the people
Such a
that I
good
meet.
point.
Like, yeah, you meet, like, the people you meet are, like, sometimes a generation older than you or, a significant amount older than you. And the only other people in my life like that are, like, relatives,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
unless, it could be someone from work or whatever. But to have a shared interest like that and be 50 years apart, like,
It's really
that's
awesome.
really cool. Like,
Yeah.
that doesn't happen very often. So I think that's something that's, like, really cool. Like, when you get those moments on the race course and, like, you'll see those moments sometimes on camera late in a race or, like,
Yeah.
people at the crew station, like, you're sitting next to someone and, those things happen. Like, they happen organically. And then, like, I have that story with Treacle. It's, like, the exact
Yeah, I was just
thing.
thinking of that, too.
Yeah, that's, like, my exact moment I think of. It's, like,
It's
it happens.
so... I love that, like, an event like this, an endurance event like this, it's such sort of an equalizer.
Yeah.
That it doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter what your background is. Like, everybody is out there pushing hard against their limits and doing the exact same activity. Like, whether you're running fast or you're walking slow, a mile is still a friggin' mile.
Yeah, it doesn't change.
It doesn't change.
Yeah.
So, like, everybody's out there doing the same thing, and it just kind of... It highlights the humanity of all of us, I think, in a lot of ways that I really appreciate, and it is just very unique.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is pretty cool. We're, 6 hours? 6 hours and 15 minutes in. So far, 50 in the 12-hour. This is just the 12-hour. We've had 57 people run a 50K.
Wow,
which is cool.
that's
Like, so that's all. You know what I mean?
6 hours
like,
and
that's
15
cool.
minutes? Holy
Yeah.
shit.
I know. Yeah.
Excuse my language,
Yeah,
but
it is.
damn.
That's so cool. Isn't that cool though? It's like,
Yeah.
you know, just like things like that. It's like, and I'm sure there's people on that list that have never run a 50K
That
before.
feels like a
because
lot.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So, you know, because we have so many people kind of try this race for the first time, and you know, when I was looking at Ultra sign up last night and like looking at everyone in the race, like there are a lot of people that have never signed up for a race, at least on Ultra sign up. It's like I'm sure there's people in that list that like this is the first time they've run a 50K or made it that far.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of people. 57 people so far. 6 hours, 6 and 15 in, are at least 30 miles into the race. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. It's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. And then add another, you know, there's another 14 people in the 24-hour through that mark. The 100-miler, there's a bunch. There's another, oh my gosh, another 31 people in the 100-miler are through 50K.
I mean, that is really impressive.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
So it's like 50, 31 is 80. There's like 100 people. Like 100
That's a
people so
lot.
far basically are
Yeah.
like through a 50K. It's a lot of people running
and maybe
really well.
that
That's
is a
great.
little bit, you know, like that's that weather thing that we're
Yeah.
talking about.
It's awesome. It is fast. Yeah, so the 100-mile race, like Bryce Zell is still in first place in that race, just to check in. So Bryce Zell's in first. He's through 11 laps. Only one through 11 laps currently. Cade Remsburg is right behind him, and then Daniel Spangler, followed by Andrew Linder, Travis Brigden, Michael Gagliardi, John Saravi, Bud Wilson, a bunch of names in there. And then on the women's side, it looks like it's still pretty much the same. Tina Custodi, Randy Zuckerberg, and Lisa Perry. And they are all like a lap apart. So like Tina's through, well, at least according to our screen right now, like Tina's through 10 laps, Randy's through 9 laps, and then Lisa Perry's through 8 laps. So they're all kind of like about a lap apart maybe. And then
Awesome.
the 24 hours, the one where like I think things are probably going to change the most, maybe just with how people are kind of staggered. Adam Chatterer,
Yeah,
Chatterer is leading the 24-hour race currently, or at least through the last start finish line. Olix, Pithaney is through, and he's in second place in the 24-hour, and then Chris Lorenzini is in third place still. And then on the women's side, Julie Hong, Ashley Rabel, and Erica Bash in the 24-hour race. 12-hour race, I don't think much has changed. It has not. Yeah, Chris Shaw and Nick Schroeder are through 12 laps. Nick Schroeder's 8.5 minutes behind Chris Shaw. Bradley Pratzner is through 11 laps. On the female side, it is Emmy Simon, Alex Granada, and then Wassam, you think?
I think so.
Is through.
El Hayek.
Yeah, Wassam Alayak. Yeah, that sounds right.
Alayak.
Is through 10 laps.
That's great.
Yeah. So, and then women. So Emmy Simon's in 4th overall. Alex is 10th overall, and Wassam is 12th overall. And that's where.
And like everyone is just crushing it. Everyone is just fantastic.
Yeah, these times are super. That actually, just saying that out loud, like there's basically 100 people through a 50K. Like that's pretty impressive so far. With like just how many people are, you know, in the field, and like, you know, to run the 50K in like the time we're at, like you're not just walking the whole time. You know what I mean? Like you're running, like you're moving. So that's great.
And moving in a way that is preserving enough energy to be able to keep going.
Yeah.
You know, I mean.
We're through the halfway point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
We are through the halfway point in the 12-hour race, which
Yes.
is cool. So we'll see kind of where things fall as we keep going. Yeah, this is such a nice day. Even it still says 79 on the screen in front of us.
That might be about as high as it goes.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was like what it was supposed to kind of stop out at. What'd you say your plan was tomorrow? Wissahickon?
Yes.
Nice.
I'm going to hit some trails again tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to always park at so for those listening, Wissahickon is like the local, one of like the really good local trail spots. Wissahickon Valley Park in the city limits.
I know.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary.
Yeah,
Yeah,
isn't that
it's super
sweet?
cool.
I used to always park at Paychella Fields. I don't know if that's how you say
Yeah.
it, but that's where I used to always
Yep.
park. And then what is that, the orange trail there or the yellow trail? Whatever trail that is, like either like run down and then run around, or
There's so
run
many
down,
different
run up,
spots.
run back, run
Yeah.
down. Yeah.
It's kind of like talking about Cooper River Park. There's so many
many.
different access points and so many different places you can come in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to like Paychella. I used to like parking there. There was never really that many people there.
Yeah.
And then it puts you like right in the middle kind of too.
Yep. Yep.
Without parking down at like where that restaurant is.
At Valley Green.
Yeah, without
yeah.
parking down at Valley
Yep.
Green. So you can like get in and out.
Yeah.
And for me, coming from Jersey, it was like easy to get in and out of there.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
That was my spot. I had my car broken into at
Well, that can happen.
the top lot.
Uh-huh.
What? Yeah. I forget what the name of that lot is, but the
Bells.
one where it's like right, like you get on the trail and like you do that first big climb.
Oh, Mother?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That parking
So
lot.
up on Bells Mill.
Yeah.
Upper, yeah,
I, had,
I
like,
always
my car
park
broken
there.
into
And
once
yes,
there. I know.
I think
It is what it is. It happens.
anytime.
but
Yeah,
yeah.
any trailhead. Yeah.
Yeah. So then I was like, and I used to never park there, but I was only parking there because I like wanted to run the loop kind of like the actual way I like had it. So I parked there, and then I was like, I'm never parking again. I'm going back to Paychella Fields. I like parking there. And that was where I always used to park. So, yeah, that was my spot. I got to get back over there soon. I like running over there. It's so great, man. It's so cool. Even if you just go there and run the flat, like run Forbidden Trail,
yeah.
it's beautiful.
Yep.
Always a lot of people. Yeah, it's a great spot. Are you signed up for anything coming up?
I'm always signed
Yeah,
up
well,
for
you
something.
said Cocodona, but
yes, yeah,
I'm sure there's something
Cocodona.
before
The
then.
next, I am registered for a 50K in West Virginia in
nice.
October.
Nice.
That's going to be a trail course. And the next big one that I am signed up for right now is Beast of the East 100 in North Carolina in December.
Nice.
But I'll add something.
Yeah.
I'll do something in September.
What's the West Virginia race? Do you know what it's called?
Yes, it's the Robin Ames Foundation Trail Series.
Okay.
So it's a fundraiser. Steve Epifano.
Yeah.
SoCal runner. His best friend from college was tragically killed in a distracted driving accident after they finished college. And his name was Robin Ames. They went to West Virginia University together. And in his honor, Steve and Robin's family created a foundation to promote awareness and mindfulness about distracted driving.
Yeah.
And they've actually done an incredible job. It's the RAF Foundation, Robin Ames Foundation. They do a lot of fundraising, provide a lot of support for folks, but they do just a massive awareness kind of campaign. And they actually, I think they do, like, they have billboards up. They have a pledge that you can take to put your phone down and not be a distracted driver. They put a lot of information out there. So they created this race series, and there are all kinds of different distances. Shout out RAF Foundation.
That's cool.
But
Yeah,
the
that
trail
is
series,
cool.
yeah, it's a really cool series of races at Cooper Rock, not to be confused with Cooper River.
Yeah.
But that's I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
So it's at Cooper Rock in I think it's called Brewston, West Virginia. So I've done the race virtually the last couple years, and this year I'm gonna go in person.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool. That sounds like a good cause and good race
Oh my
to bring
gosh.
awareness to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
shout out. Yeah.
And I think it's a tough little trail. Yeah.
Yeah, West Virginia's no joke
Yeah,
from what
yeah,
I
yeah.
feel. Yeah, what you hear and what you kind of see. I mean, there's like that kid that just won Cocodona was a West Virginia boy, wasn't he? Or he was a PA guy that was like in that
lives in West
crew.
Virginia now.
Yeah,
Dan Green. Yep.
Yeah, and they have a crew. Caleb Bowen's from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they run hard.
Yep.
They have that 100-mile down there that's starting to gain some steam. Rim to River.
Rim to River. Yep.
Have you done that race?
I haven't
Yeah.
yet. It's actually coming up in the fall.
Okay.
It is one that typically has a wait list. I think.
Yeah. It's starting to I remember seeing a video about it or a documentary about it.
Yeah,
It's
for
starting
sure.
to gain some
I've heard
steam
great
as, an
things about it.
East
I know
Coast
people
race,
that have
which is
run
cool.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's sweet. Yeah, shout out those East Coast races that are like holding it
Oh
down.
yeah.
Yeah.
And like the Beast of the East 100 in December.
Yeah.
That's
That's mountainous.
Oh,
North
yeah.
Carolina? Okay,
Yeah,
cool. Because
it's
North
like-
Carolina, you never know if it's like
It's like
coastal.
20,000 feet of gain.
yeah, there you go.
It's a mountain west of Charlotte.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah.
There you go. Always got something lined up.
Always something.
That's good.
But yeah, I'm itching to do something longer in September too.
Okay,
So
so
we'll
there'll
see.
be something.
We'll see.
Yeah. No Javelina this year?
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
race Javelina this year. I've done it twice now.
Yeah. Got to give yourself time to do
I'm
some other stuff.
Toying with maybe go out there
Yeah.
and support because I know folks that are running, but we'll see.
Yeah. It's a
Yeah.
fun time.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's a blast.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun going. Yeah, I would love to run that race at some point, but it's just I
It's
gotta figure
good.
out the
We
logistics
got
right now are a
lots
little
of
bit hard.
folks at the far side aid station on the left side of your screen, the water stop. I keep calling it an aid station.
Yeah,
It is
it's
like
it's an aid station. Albie provides more than just
Yes.
water. Yeah.
He definitely
he provides
does.
aid
He definitely
if they're there.
does.
I don't know. It's hard to tell right
This
now.
is
in
also the
shot.
time
Oh,
of
they're
day
there.
where you may have noticed on the screen, like the park is busy. There are lots of people coming by who are not part of the race. That must have been a relay
Yeah.
person who just blew through the
I
start
think it
finish.
was. Oh, let's see
That
how
had
our
to be.
relay team's doing. Check on them. 'cause
I feel
we're-
like all the folks who are really running fast, they've got to be relay.
yeah,
But yeah, there's a good view of our volunteers
four
holding
dudes
down the fort over there.
4 dudes, 1 loop. They're through 60 miles.
Absolutely incredible.
That's awesome.
We're not even 6.5 hours in.
And then the boardwalk burners are through.
I mean, that's amazing.
They're through 14. Yeah, they're through 14. They're actually going to be. The boardwalk burners are going to be pretty close to the course record for the 24-hour.
Yeah, I
they're
bet.
already at 52,
Yep.
and that course record's like 127.
They've got a
so-
shout out too.
Yeah, it just said let's go.
Oh, nice.
Let's go. So yeah, they're gonna be kind of like in the mix there. Yeah, I wish I had the names of the people. That's all right. But yeah, 4 dudes, 1 loop. They're 60 miles in so far, which is pretty sweet. And then here, let's see if we can do gender results.
Okay. I just got a slight distraction
you're
because my
good.
oldest just got his first tattoo.
Nice.
And he did a twofer today.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Shock of
Distractions are
shocks.
good.
Both of my children are now tattooed.
Yeah. That's awesome.
That's how old I am.
Yeah, that is sweet. I don't have any tattoos. I go back and forth probably every day.
I have
but
enough
then
for both of us.
I'm always like,
Yeah.
I'm always like, I never can decide on something. And I also know once I get one, I'll be covered. It's kind of how I am.
Yeah, like all in.
I think that's
yeah.
how most of us ultra runners are
Yeah.
with a lot
Again,
of things.
shock of shocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once you try something. It's like, oh, I'm going to try to run it. Oh, let me sign up for this 5K. It's like, all right, oh, I'm going to run a 100 miler. It's
I
like,
got, sometimes the 5K is like the gateway drug, right? It's
Yeah.
a slippery slope.
Anything,
Next thing
yeah.
you know, you're out here running 100 miles on a looped course.
my
but it's
my
so
gateway
wonderful.
run. Well, it was like my gateway run to like running far. Honestly, it was probably a Broad Street run, but I didn't know
Yeah?
it at the time.
Okay. Okay.
I ran it in 18 or 19 for the first time, and then it took me like another year to kind of like get the life sorted out a little
Yeah,
bit, and then it
yeah.
was like, all right, now I'm in. But at the time, I think that was probably it. And then it took me like a year, and I signed up for a 50K, and then then from there it went that way. So
That's pretty
yeah,
awesome.
that's probably mine.
Do you know what's fun? I think for me, it was, I don't remember what year it was, but it was early on. I did a 15K. Like I had been
Yeah,
running
it's-
for a little bit.
Yeah.
And it was like coming up on Thanksgiving, and I was going home to Maryland to visit family for Thanksgiving. And my sister was like, "Oh, you know, like we're all gonna go. There's a 15K race. Her husband was running it, and they were all gonna walk. There was like a shorter walk option. She's like, "Well, you should just sign up, do the 15K." And I had never run that far
Yeah,
before.
yeah,
And
yeah.
and I was like, okay. And I signed up for it. And then I remember distinctly the first time in preparing for it, the first time that I ran past 6 miles,
It's awesome.
it blew my mind. And I remember that, like, I was just so surprised, one, that I could do that, and, like, shocked, like, I wasn't going to die. And that was a pivotal point.
That's cool.
Not just, like, starting running, but that point when I had never envisioned going past, like, 6 miles.
Yeah.
And that was probably
That's sweet.
the beginning of...
I have a similar story to that, too. And it actually took place here.
Really?
Which is cool. I used to live, not where I live now, but when I lived in Collingswood, up the street, and I was like trying to get ready for my first Broad Street run. I ran down to the park here, did a loop, and ran home, and it was like 6.5 miles, kind of the same thing. And I was like, I remember I like made it, and I was like, that was the coolest thing ever. I was like so proud of myself. Yeah.
And so I, like, for me, I don't know about you, but like I like to, as much as I can, at least from time to time, stay connected to that feeling, like that surprise and
great,
that delight of like, oh my God, I didn't think I could do that. I did not think I could do that.
Yeah.
And then to actually
do something you didn't think you could do.
Yeah, like
It's
that
a great
is
feeling.
Amazing. That's what it's all about.
Doesn't happen as often when you're older too. It's like that
Yeah,
childhood
it really doesn't.
kind of thing to like hold on to. So it's cool.
Yep.
That's awesome. All right, I think we're taking another break. They said 1:30, so. All right, 1:30, we'll go. Oh, let's see. Okay, cool. So yeah, what'll happen, we're gonna take a break now, and then we'll be back at 2:30. Now the thing that happens is there's gonna be a change in the live stream link. So I actually think they're already all posted on the Endless Endurance website. So yeah, it'll be a different stream.
Switch over to stream 2.
Stream 2.
Starting at 2:30.
Yeah.
So the live coverage will resume. Just switch over to link 2 after 2 o'clock.
Yep,
It's
after 2.
At 2:30 when we come back on.
All right. We'll be back.
All right. Stay salty.